Well, hello. This new area just has like nice subtle piano music in the background. I'd have to increase the volume for it, but new mail. Oh, it's because I did the daily login thing. I was excited for a second. That was a birthday mail. No. Anyways. Hello. So the plan, I'm on my main account right now. We'll do, well. So the plan is to build a Nefa on polearms only. And then we will test her there. And then I think we'll come back to, well, I want to do exploration on all my accounts. Well, no, polearms only is probably going to have to wait to do exploration on, because I'm probably not going to need to do much exploration on polearms only until next patch. Although, there's concerns on how truly relevant getting certain things is when Mihoyo was designing things in certain ways, but we're not, nope, we're not going to talk about things. I'm not going to talk about some of the specific things that a lot of people are talking about. Okay, the music suddenly changed to something very different. I'm not going to talk about, okay, so like, I talked a little bit about very first impression, first read-through of character kits yesterday. We now have specific numbers, and we now have learned a couple of specific details. Like, it's concerning in some ways, but there's also some like back and forth on whether or not things are actually the way they are reported to be. Like, there's misinformation going around, basically, and that's an indication that, like, I'm just gonna wait to try to say anything meaningfully public about any of the new things going on, because it's not worth it. If you want to see my yaps on my impression when I was learning things, and then, you know, learning that the things I learned were actually maybe more wishy-washy than I expected, go on my Discord server, I guess. I don't want to get too distracted in that train of thought today while live. I'd rather focus on the things we have right now and the new content, and just enjoy the new content rather than worry about future things. The one thing I will say is, if you were, you know, wanting more information about future character kits that could influence you to get a Nefa or not, most notably if you're waiting for whether or not a Nefa is relevant for a Electro charge or Lunar charge main DPS in version 6.0, the answer is yes, she is relevant for him. Whether or not you need him is a bit up in the air, or need her is a bit up in the air, and I would wait. If you don't have enough resources, you think, to get a Nefa and that character, and you like him more, you like Flynn's more, just on what you've seen of him, you know, your priority should be Flynn's over a Nefa, of course, but it's looking like it might be a Skirk Escoffier situation, kind of, but in a way that's unexpected. Like, I was relatively confident that we wouldn't have that situation, but they've implemented things in a very hyper specific way that's kind of awful. And I really sincerely hope it changes, or I hope that we are indeed wrong about some of the things we know right now. That's all I'll say, right? I sincerely hope it's not that, but it's a consideration. But you have 3 weeks. Don't pull right now if you're on the fence for getting a Nefa for Flynn's. It's safe to say, like, she will be good for Flynn's, so if you have enough wishes to get both anyways, then, you know, I think you're fine. But if you don't have enough wishes to get both, and like you'll, frick. God dang it. Frick. I wasn't anywhere near Bennett. How long does this last? I didn't want to do this right now. I just wanted to yap. But I never was like Emily. She is. Except. Okay, I will end with describing things with a current context. How long does this last, please? Come on. Did I actually walk into the quest range of this? I didn't walk anywhere near Bennett. Whatever. Oh my god. Bruh, I just came here to take a snapshot. I didn't want to do anything here yet. Oh my god. Well, okay, so... Okay. So... The problem is not that, like, it's not a Scofier Skirk situation in that, oh, Anefa buffs Flynn's a ton directly. Like, Anefa doesn't have, you know, the giant red shred bonus or whatever. In conjunction with, like, how Skirk has her, like, hyper locking to Hydro Cryo, right? It's not that. But it is functionally similar and an end result in a very different way because of racism mechanics. Like, you know the racism mechanics of Natlan and how they mostly didn't matter? Like, hello, Mulani. Like, they mattered in minor ways, but they mostly didn't matter outside of the context of Muika. So, like, Muika has her racism passive, or not racism passive, but Muika's burst, right? You need fighting spirit was generated based on night soul consumption, and Muika on her own, unless you have C1, does not generate enough night soul to be able to use her burst, right? Every rotation. So it might be, or the reason I'm saying might is because we don't know for sure. I've seen conflicting information. I don't know if it's conflicting information because of private servers being bored. I don't know if it's conflicting information because Mihoyo is testing different things. I don't know. We might be in a situation where, let's say you have Muika's Natlan like requirement where Muika has to be paired with at least one Natlan unit. But instead, every future Node Cry unit might want one Node Cry unit, which is already bad enough. Because, you know, at least only Muika was the only one that needed it, right? And now it might be 3. It might be 3. Like, every Node Cry unit might want 3 Node Cry units.
Hello, my name's Bennett. I'm an adventurer.
Like, it's Muika's passive, but applied to the entire regions of characters. And it's 3 instead of 2. Like Muika needs 2 Natlan units at a baseline, then she functions. It might be 3 for a lot of units. To be clear, I don't think it quite will be, because, like, Anefa is a Nod Cry unit and doesn't need 3 Nod Cry units. Except she might need 3 Nod Cry units to use the Nod Cry artifact. so like using Anefa to her max potential, right, might require 3 Nod Cry units.
Yeah, but the people here ask for me.
And yes, there's a free Nod Cry unit being released, and supposedly Traveler is being updated to be like to have Lunar whatever, and I think that might just be that Traveler will count as a Nod Cry unit. So, like, technically we have 3 available for free. Or not 3 available for free. You have 2 available for free, and then if you pull one additional Nod Cry unit, one of the 5 stars, be that Inefa, whatever, then you have 3, technically. But the problem is that super duper crazily reduces your team versatility for, like, your team options. And instead of this being like, oh, here's new gimmicks that are interesting for how they interface with old characters, it's basically only get new character and get other new characters with them. It's basically only that. Right? Jello understands that the set requires 2 in the party. I'm telling you, I have seen conflicting information. And you're probably watching, if you're watching that take from yesterday, we got information today that's 3. And then I've seen also conflicting information today of footage showing that with 1 Node Cry unit in the party, you can get multiple stacks. So, like, 1 Node Cry unit might count for 2 phases of the thing. We don't freaking know. Okay? That's my point. We don't actually freaking know. We know that 3 stacks exist. There are 3 different phases. There is not 2. There is 3. We know that for sure. There is 3. What we don't know is exactly for sure if it starts as 2 at 2, and we also don't know whether or not the artifact set stacks or not, and yada yada. There's too much unknowns right now to really know for sure, especially for Lauma, how this is going to restrict her utility. It's weird, okay? It does kind of hurt a lot of the interesting... How long am I stuck in this for God's sake? I would like to pay attention to this. I don't hate the idea of doing this quest. I just don't want to do it right now. Anyways, He's Duerner's not from Nod Cry. I mean, he's gonna have a Nod Cry passive. Let's get real. they can just lure thing their way, being like, oh, Duran visited Nod Cry and touched the Nod Cry Moonstone, and that gave him Moonstone powers. So, anyways, like how much this will really matter is a big ol' it depends. It seems like there's a good possibility this might frick over. If this is the case, where like you might need 3 to like get a good amount of crit rate for your lunar blooms, for example. Just want to get the map. Then Lauma like Nilu might not be a real thing until Columbina. Oh, cool. Nice. It simultaneously looks smaller and is like, it's funny how out of the way it is. Easy breeze holiday resort. So, anyways, I don't really want to talk about it any more than that because there's too much that's up in the air, right? That's where it's at. We don't know. Leaning towards a little bit pessimistic though, is what it seems like. So yeah. We'll see. You finished all the content in the summer event so far. How? Is there that little, or have you just played that much? Can you give me the con you refuse to activate? I didn't say I refuse to activate it. I said I refuse to activate it now. I will activate this eventually, almost assuredly, and I will enjoy it. I just don't know when. Like to be clear, I've had enough experience that, like, I have the knowledge of, like, how I know a C0 and C1 Seat Lolly will perform. That, like, when I activate this, I have enough experience to know the difference that this is specifically making. The problem is when I'm showing things in content, and I'm trying to tell people, okay, I have high investment BS going on. If you want to simulate this with a C0 Seat Lolly, here's the expectation. I have people who are just like, it doesn't matter what you say. Even if I think you know what you're saying, I don't trust you because you used a C2 Seat Lolly that only worked because of C2 Seat Lolly, right? Even if I clear the content with 8 minutes to spare, right? There'll be people that are like, oh, you have Constellation, it doesn't matter. And like, for this Constellation, they will be maybe right in some contexts. They'll be wrong in other contexts. Like, I know enough that I will be able to say how much difference this is making. And the fact of the matter is, in a lot of circumstances, it's going to be that this makes a lot of difference, right? It is where it's at. And, like, that's my problem. It's just for content creation. Personally, I will enjoy having this Constellation. But, like, I don't know. It's just having to deal with trying to show something that's relatable on my account. And I can't turn it off functionally. I can't remove stats from my characters in an easy way for this. Like, it's just not possible. So, anyways, I will activate it eventually. I just don't know when. I have to think through. It might be sooner rather than later, honestly, because, like, Stygian Onslaught is making me enjoy having high investment bullshittery going on. Like, and in any of my Stygian Onslaught clears, I was not, like, trying to be like, ah, yes, my ability to clear dire difficulty means you can. Like, I was never trying to say that in any of my attempts, I believe. Like every single time I did, like, was doing dire, it was like, yep, I probably would not be able to do this on my account, even with all the characters I have, if I didn't have some of the 5-star weapons and whatever. I don't think I would have been able to. Like, maybe if I was a much better Kniech player, or whatever. Like, I know it is possible. It's possible on this account that I could have cleared with C0 characters, I think, without additional 5-star investment, but probably not possible for me to have cleared, not without a lot more time investment into my gameplay and whatever, right? So, anyways, and this is just more in that direction, is my point with C2 Seat Lolly. So, I don't know. Yeah, my polls were really stupid. In case anyone missed it, I'll probably make a short of it, at least. I wanted 1 copy of Sethos. I have 1 copy of Sethos. But this took... How many did it take, actually? I don't even know. How many pulls did it take? I had like 12,000 Primo Gems yesterday. And I had 45 pity. And I was like, well, I want C6 Sethos. And I am relatively indifferent. I will maybe want an Nepha, but I didn't know for sure. And anyways, did a 10 pull. Immediately got a Nepha. Did not get Sethos. And then Did another temple, but I switched to Sealali banner. Yep, so there we go, 729. Yeah, there we go. So 14 times 5, that's 70 pulls. It took me 70 pulls to get Sethos, 1 copy of Sethos, and I got 3 5-stars. Freaking stupid. That's so stupid. That's so stupid. The Neva was a 50-50 win, and then the literal next 10 pull, which I went to Lolly banner because I was like, well, I will probably use a C2 Lolly eventually. I'd rather have that as an option than have Inefa C1, right? Inefa C1, I believe, just increases lunar charge damage, so it's a much more niche, less interesting constellation to me. I also know I already like Lolly as a character a lot. Whilst a 50-50, this is Mona C6, by the way, so now I'm more tempted to, level up Mona fully and do a meme DPS build on Mona. And then 2 10 pulls later, LOL, there's my guarantee. Bye-bye. Bye-bye guarantee. Hello, C2, C-Lolly. And then I still had to do 30 more pulls for Sethos. Like, just... So, I don't know what to say about that. Like, I'm not complaining that I got a Nefa or anything. I think getting a Nefa is a perfectly fine result. Getting a C6 Mona is like, okay. If I got Dia from that, I'd be over the moon. But like getting a C6 Mona and then losing the guarantee for Seat Lolly is not really an ideal circumstance for me. I would have rather saved that guarantee, I think, and then not had to think about this, even though I am going to enjoy it, right? So, I don't know. It's like, you can get lucky, but unless the luck actually like benefits your ability to get future things and plan around it and whatever, it's not necessarily actually good to just get a bunch of 5-stars. Like in this case, functionally what my loss was I lost, like if I had just done a 10 pull and gotten C6 Sethos, let's say I had done the 10 pull, I got C6 Sethos and a Nefa in the 10 pull, what I would have lost is 45, I would have lost 55 pity, but I would have gained a new character, and that would have been fine, right? 55 pity for getting C6 Ethos and getting a new 5-star, that's fine, right? But then any of the additional wishes I spent was kind of like, eh. So I would say like I functionally lost like at least 30 wishes from this exchange, and that's perfectly fine, basically. Like I got so lucky that it's perfectly fine. It's just kind of stupid, is all. It's just kind of absurd that I got that circumstance. So, anyways. So yeah. Lost your 6 50-50 in a row, not including capture radiance. Oh boy. Oh boy. At least capturing radiance does exist. Imagine how much worse it would be. That's all I can say. Streamer luck? Yeah, streamer luck in the most useless way possible, almost. It's just like getting the new character? Cool, I guess. But everything else? Wait, I was about to condense my resin. What boss do you use? I didn't pre-farm. I pre-farmed for Nefa on my Polearm account, so I'll be able to use like a fully invested in Nefa today. But on this account, I did not pre-farm. So, and my electrocrystal situation. Oh, yes, vacuum my life away. It's just... Anyways, I don't know, well, you'll want to do her final ascension, because she has sense of crit, but I don't know, oh yeah, I don't know whether or not I want to level 90 her, so, actually, something I should take a peek at, I am definitely most interested in, I know it seems silly, but particularly with the problem, so the thing I like the most about a Nephis kit, where is she? There she is. The thing I like most about a Nephis kit is her passive here. So this, not that, sorry, that's just her passive that deals damage. Is this passive where she gives your active character and herself EM equivalent to 6% of her attack for 20 seconds. Brain. So I am most interested in just min-maxing her attack stat. Like, I think I want to do triple attack percent main stat. And in line with that, I think, and she has sense of crit rate. This should be doable. In line with that, I want... That's interesting as an option. Weird. I want to have her deal decent damage still, of course, and whatever. So, I don't know. Or I want to level 90 her because Lunar Charge is a transformative reaction. Yeah, but the Lunar Charge reaction damage itself is not that important. The Lunar Charge talent damage is much more important. I don't know if the Lunar Charge talent damage actually necessitates being 90. So, anyways, what do I have for attack goblets? That... I'm not going to use this. I mean, it's actually not the worst thing in the world for an Effa. So yeah, I think the way for me to min-max my attack percent, to get the most buff possible from her is going to be either this weapon or Skyward Spine. Skyward Spine being, I'd say, maybe more ideal. So you might be like, oh, this gives way more attack percent. And like, yes, it should give more attack percent, but I still want some crit, and I'm also going to need some ER. You have to burst on her to get the EM buff. So I think this is probably my best bet. Or Fav. And then should I, let's see set filter. Glad. I could do tenacity, I guess. Let's look at tenacity first. She might, the only problem with tenacity is, I mean, that's fine. Okay. I don't know why Lisa has that. Only problem with tenacity is, sad, is I share in these pieces around a little bit. But that's fine. Put that on. I don't think I have an attack goblet or attack circlet though, is the problem for me doing my silly full attack percent main stat situation. Might need that. That has one more crit roll, but that's more ER. Put this on first. No, I'll put this on first. Oh, I do have an attack goblet. It's okay. It's certifiably okay. Okay. Maybe. I probably need the crit rate more. Okay. And then... just put that on for now. That's pretty fine. I think I like this. Four-piece tenacity. Like I am. To be clear, I don't think this is how you should build your Anefa. If you're damage minimaxing, you should do a crit circlet. Like I should do, in this case, what would be the obvious thing? Here, let's just. I want to emphasize. I think this is a more damage optimal Anefa build. Remember, she was sense of crit rate, by the way. So, I believe I still have. I'm gonna get 15% more crit rate for free, from this build. So, like, this is a much more balanced Anefa build. And I'm gonna go back to this just because, hey, it has an EM stat and has one more crit rate roll. I might not need it, but I am more interested in full attack percent for EM min-maxing. for the on-fielder. I'm trying to min-max, I'm trying to be silly to min-max my EM buff because this is where I think I'll get the most enjoyment out of her. And I don't really think I'll care if she does slightly worse damage with an attack percent circlet, right? Like it's not a total loss to have her on attack percent main stat versus crit damage. So I think I'm fine with that. I think I can get something with more crit rolls than this. I probably don't need to do that. But I have 2 4-line pieces here. I'm kind of tempted. If either of them had EM, I would. Well, yeah. You know, let's check. I mean, can be equivalent, but equivalent is not good enough, I don't think. Technically, it can be minorly better, other than the EM roll. Okay. How much fodder do I have? Enough. Part of me wants it to let me down. It did not. This is the most side grade of side grade artifacts that has existed in reality. And I regret leveling it up because I don't want to throw it away. But I don't really have any use case for it. Like, it's a good circlet that I don't actually need to use. I'd rather keep this on. I don't need that 0.2% worker rate. I actually think this is better just because it has an EM roll, right? But just, like, it's just it's just like, okay, thanks. It's the same. Keep it for someone else. Yeah, I'll give it to Al-Haytham. I don't know. Al-Haytham with the Nefa. No, that's a joke, by the way. So what will I have? Let's do some. What's your base attack? Let's go check. I want to calculate what my EM buff is. This is easy to check. I've got amber.top characters. Nefa, just 330 base attack. So plus 674. This is at level 90, mind you, but might have to do that anyways. So 330 plus 674 is 1004 base attack times. I got her. Yeah, I got her in the first temple and going for C6 Ethos. And then I also got Mona C6. And I got Seat Lolly C2. And I still had to do 30 more pulls for Sethos. Just... it's fine. Okay, so 1000, so, okay, point 0.093 plus 0.466 plus 0.466 plus 0.466 plus 0.2. 0.2 is from tenacity bonus. Plus 0.093 again. Okay, that is that. Any attack percent I'm missing from passives? No. Nope. Okay, just making sure. Alright, so 1.784 times 1004 plus 1004 plus 311 plus 35. I will have 3,141 attack on her with this full attack percent build on tenacity. In a context with no other attack percent buffs going on. So that would convert into 3141 times 0.06, 188 EM. Let's go. So, and that, by the way, I guess, so 0.466 times 1004 is 400. I'm getting 460. Well, let's check if I have a crit damage circle with attack percent to use. I don't know if I do. I do have that one. I have that one too. I have that one too. Maybe I do just put a crit damage circle on her. Because... Okay, so let's do the math on this then. So 467... I need to see how much additional attack am I getting from a attack circlet, right? Because my attack circlet is only giving me as much additional attack minus the attack percent that a crit damage circlet could give me. And I could use this, right? I think I'll have to check if 54 flat attack is more than... No, this already has flat attack, so it's only... Yeah, okay. This should be the best one. Other than losing 1% crit rate versus this one, but... Okay, so... 15.7 or 0.157 times 1004 is 157, so we got 467 point that minus that, and then also minus the 18 flat attack. So that means the attack circlet is giving me an additional 292 attack times 0.06. So it's giving me 18 more EM. 18 more EM or 40 more crit damage. Most people, this would be an easy choice. Most people, this would be an easy choice. Like you would just use this. You have a good time with this. This will still be good, right? We'll have 75% crit rate, probably enough ER to burst usually. Maybe, I don't know. Hopefully, we'll find out. If not, then I had to switch to this. And if that doesn't work, then I'm in pain. So like the crit damage it's better. Like I want to acknowledge that's what you should do, but it's not what I want to do. It's not what I want. It's not what my soul tells me. My soul tells me I should take the extra EM roll. That's the equivalent of a low EM roll in your artifact substats, guys. That's the equivalent of giving my Sethos one more EM substat. It's the equivalent of if this HP roll was a low EM roll. My soul tells me to C6 hit Lolly. Honestly, that's fair logic to bring up. Just because my soul tells me to get C6 hit Lolly does not mean it makes sense to get C6 hit Lolly. So you know what? That's fine. I will default to using an Efa on my main account on the crit damage circlet. And this is where she might... This is the build she might use even in the future. Because of the weirdness with the node cry units. Not... Like, I have to use an Efa with other node cry units to use the node cry set. So it might not make sense to use a node cry set. Well, I probably still will. Why? Because the node cry set will buff EM more. Even if she's the only Natlan unit, the node cry set will buff EM by 60. And as far as EM buffing goes. But then I lose the tenacity buff. So, I don't know. We'll see. But then I could also potentially, because it has 2-piece ER, I could potentially switch to this for more attack percent, right? So, maybe. We'll see. We'll see how the new artifact situation goes for min-maxing my buffing and whatever goes. I'll leave her on this for now. That's my point. That's all. Those glowing things in the artifacts? What do you mean? Oh, you mean the, so they sparkle now if they're 4-liners, I think. Like, wait, is this a 4-liner? No, it's not a 4-liner. There was some visual indicator, I think, that they're 4-liner or something. Or maybe it's just that they're level 20. Maybe that's all it is. Maybe that's just that they're level 20. There's some additional new like UI indication thing. It popped up. They sparkle if it's the best stats for the character. Oh, I see. Except, oh, so more misinformation if Hoyo thinks they know what the best stats for the character is. Cool. If it's the recommended stats, I see. I see. Cool. This one's not sparkling? I disagree with you, Mihoyo. The only reason this one isn't sparkling was because you freaking don't say ER is a good stat on her. Hoyoverse, you made her f***ing passive require bursting. And you're saying ER is not a good stat on her? Classic. Classic Hoyoverse. I guess I should double check, by the way. Do I have... No. I do not. Never mind. I forgot. I don't have a crit damage circlet. Oh, I can go back. I have freaking Navia done now. I can go back to strongboxing this set. Maybe get a crit damage circlet. But anyways, if I get a crit damage circlet, I could use this. Use that. Could use that. Could use that. So I have that. So yeah, if I get a crit damage circlet, I got more options. Particularly this is probably the best one, obviously. more crit rate, crit damage, same ER. So, as long as I'm not using Shunyu. Anyways. They don't have player data on Inefa yet. I think everything there is basic as hell. Well, you know what? One of the most basic as hell things in this game that they should recommend is ER in characters that have a burst that needs to be used. If they... And MiHoYo can have a tag in their game. MiHoYo can have a tag in their game where, like, even if it's not even correct, I think it erring on the side of if they make a character... if they make a character with the intent of their burst being used consistently, like outside of the context where they specifically make a character that just does not obviously have to burst every rotation, they can have a little tag in game that is not visible to the user, just like a tag in game that says character needs to burst. Okay, default artifact stat recommendations, it will highlight ER as a good stat. Like ER is the best stat in the game until it's not. That's still the case. It's always been the case in the game. Except for like cases where like Moika and Skirk where it's literally a dead stat, and it's the only dead stat in the game on those two characters. Like, it should highlight them until it is. So ER is the best stat for Moika? Obviously for Moika they wouldn't check that box. No, like duh. Obviously they don't check that box for Moika to highlight the ER. But for a character like Inefa, where they literally even put a passive that says this passive only functions if you get the burst on her, and bursting is beneficial on her, it should highlight ER. And that should be default. Like, the default should be to highlight ER. The default shouldn't be only highlight crit and attack. That just is going to make players that aren't informed make mistakes in building the character. To be clear, it's not the end of the world if you don't burst on Inefa. Like, she can function without bursting. You just definitely want to. And it's better. And worth sacrificing... It's worth sacrificing crit attack stats for bursting. Oh yeah, the weapons next patch. The weapons next patch are, I'd say, far and above the most interesting thing next patch so far, assuming that the 3-unit thing is true. I wouldn't say most interesting thing. So the notable things, we'll use, wouldn't it be nice for Mualani if they released a weapon as an event weapon that gave 404 EM? Like, it just, like Starcaller's Watch is a good weapon for Mualani, technically. This is actually a decent weapon for Mualani, too. And this event weapon is better. They're giving an event weapon for free that, for some units, is better than, like, these. And so, it's worth mentioning that also does significantly reduce... Like, the event weapon releasing next patch substantially reduces the generic value of Seatlali's weapon as a DPS weapon. Substantially. Assuming it doesn't get nerfed, which will be sad. And I'd say it's probably, like, for Mualani, Widzith is pretty good, but Widzith, you know, can give an attack buff that's useless, so you get Widzith RNG and also downtime, of course, because it can only occur every 30 seconds. There's no downtime with this other weapon. The buff lasts 20 seconds, and the requirement is use your skill, and then you just get 400 EM. And Mualani has this problem, like, if you have this weapon for her, even, like, I'm not sure that it'll be better than this weapon, for example, for my build on my account, because I have, like, a slightly overcapped build with this, but, like, but the overcapped is also not always overcapped, because I sometimes can use my burst before I use my skill, and therefore it's not overcapped in that moment. So, like, I really like this weapon for Mualani, is my point. But, like, on a generic level, if you don't have the ability to min-max your build around having to min-max with crit rate, that, like, way too much crit rate for free, from the set bonus from her ascending with crit rate and this giving crit rate, like, that weapon's just really good, and it's probably Mualani's best free-to-play weapon, right? So, yeah, I'm not in Skirk teams, mind you. In Skirk teams, we already know what her best weapon is, and there's no way they ever beat this. Sorry. That's just how it is. Sorry, not Skirk teams. I meant Escoffier teams, which is still true. But, anywho's, well, Escoffier teams again, for her damage, you do the other crap. You can technically do this craftable still, obviously, for Escoffier teams if you're playing Mualani as the main DPS. Although, Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers is not that much worse than this. It might be actually better situationally, but It depends. So yeah, anyways, expect that event weapon to be a weapon you'll want to level up. There'll be like no reason to not level it up. I will say Aino's kit is such that I'm still actually optimistic that Aino will have good Hydra application. So she might be like, she might actually be quite compelling. She might help Mizuki. She might help a lot of cases where it's just like, you need off-field Hydra application that doesn't require normal attacks. And her cooldown, by the way, she has low energy cost, way lower than I thought she would have, with a C4 that reduces energy, and with them releasing an event Claymore that gives 24 energy. I thought she was going to have like 80 energy cost. She has 50 energy cost. Like, if you have C4 Aino, which most people won't, but if you have C4 Aino, and you get this Claymore for her, and you use the new event Claymore from this patch, she'll have like 16 energy costs. Like, okay. So 0, right? But anyways, her damage isn't that important though. So like this new event Claymore isn't necessarily like, oh, you just use this on her, because again, she doesn't necessarily have that high of ER needs. And then EM, while EM is good on her, in a number of contexts, like I'm glad she sends with EM, and it's like the main way you can make her do damage is by her being the one that triggers reactions. So it's good that she has EM and whatever. And we finally have a Hydra unit that ascends with EM. That's cool too. But in a lot of contexts, her damage contribution won't necessarily matter. So Fav Greatsword might situation just be better because not her ER needs, but generating energy for someone else, right? So it just depends. But the new event Claymore I think is still worth leveling up, potentially for Aino. But you can also just potentially use Fav Greatsword for Aino if you need. But anyways, I'm relatively optimistic that she's going to have a good enough Hydra application to enable reaction things. Like she can be used to trigger meaningful reactions and be good enough to consider using at C0, mind you. But C2 does increase her Hydra application most likely and her damage, but her talent damage doesn't really matter. So anyways, good Andori too. Yeah, I think the new event Claymores we're leveling. They keep on releasing good event weapons, so I don't know. Like it's kind of weird that this event weapon next patch is just kind of better than Nahida's weapon and Citlali's weapon as far as generic statistics go, not on the specific characters they are made for. Citlali's weapon on Lanyan or Citlali is still better, for sure. Nahida's weapon on Nahida, I'm less confident. Sorry. I wish I could confidently say this is better. I think it is. Like, I think it is. I think. But the team context and how much EM this is it's not that much better, mind you. Like, this event weapon being released really does invalidate the generic relevance of certain 5-star weapons. So, but also Nahida's signature weapon is Prototype Amber, so who cares? Wandering Even Star kind of better for her. I guess that's true, I guess. Yeah, that's not wrong. Because Nahida's personal damage doesn't matter as much versus potentially getting this going, but it also depends on the team a little bit, so it depends. It just depends. Oh yeah, I know in a Nilou team will be kind of interesting, by the way. One thing I've wanted for Nilou teams in the past was an EM unit, or a Hydra unit that ascended with EM. And Aino does. So like Nilou, Aino, Lauma. Like, yeah. Nilou, Aino, Lauma plus my C2 Nahida will not work because I will die. But I'm going to die trying anyways. Not giving these characters healing is a little sus for Nilou, I will say. Like, this is a case of like, we don't need healing because of Farina synergy for once. We need healing because you will murder your own characters with Nilou. So, Lauma C1, yeah, thanks. Thanks for making a problem and selling a solution, Mihayo. Supposedly, I heard information, this is just from a DM, that in a different beta from the current beta going on, that Lauma originally had healing in her base kit. I hope they give her back healing in her base kit, because like that's actually a problem right now, is if you do Lauma Nilou, and then you do Aino because of their incentivization to do different Nod Cry units together. Like if you play Lauma Aino and then Columbina or another Dendro Nod Cry unit in the future with Nilou, unless there's a healer, What do you do? So, she could get an Emily style passive where she gives everyone a ton of Dendro res. Yeah, I guess that would be a solution. They could do that too. Because if they do that, then Nahida, Lauma, Aino, Nilu is probably going to be pretty good. And you can just build sorry, you just put Prototype Amber on Nahida. You give Lauma the new event catalyst, you give Prototype Amber to Nahida. Key of Consciousness Suit will be still really nice to have on Nilu, by the way. This is still going to be extremely good and very wanted and a significant difference maker. But maybe less so than it used to be, because Llama is good. And then I know on the new Claymore, which gets a whole bunch of EM and energy, and I know has pretty much 100% uptime on her Hydra application. So this thing, by the way, R5 is, you know, a bunch of energy, and then like 300 and some EM. But healing is the problem. So, yeah, but like if Lauma had healing, either healing in her kit or Aino had healing in her kit, that'd be fine too. Or just resistance to Dendro. Like just get like an Emily style, you have 80% resistance to damage from bloom cores. That's what I think she needs at this point. Otherwise, right now, I don't know if Lauma's going to be an incredible upgrade for Nilu. It's an interesting one, but still, like, not just an automatic win. At least until Columbina. We shall see. Kave passive for blooms to heal amount of damage they do. Yeah, something like that. Whoa, don't do that. Would Lauma be the trigger? Oh yeah, that's true. Shoot, I forgot the... No, the event weapon doesn't need Lauma to be the trigger. Oh, sorry, there is a So, there's a craftable weapon that is theoretically better on Lauma. If Lauma is the one triggering blooms. Which would mean you have to have enough Hydra application for Lauma's Dendro application to be the one always triggering blooms. And that means... So, like Lauma triple Hydra will be compelling. So you could potentially do something like Nilu, Aino, Kokomi, right? And then Lauma's the one triggering things. But I don't know if it's that impactful versus like having Nahida in the team and Nahida doing Nahida's things, Nahida EM buff, and then whatever, right? Anyways, the sword, by the way, the sword for the quest, there's a sword next patch. It's not an event weapon, it's just a sword in the quest. And supposedly this can get refinements, I believe. It's a really weird sword. It's like Calamity of Eshu base stats for attack percent and 565 base attack. And then the passive has this convoluted Ars passive. But basically, if a character's energy needs are below 40 or below, which 40 is the lowest energy cost we've had in the game. If a character's energy cost, max energy, is 40 or below, and that includes Skirk, because her energy cost is 0, because she doesn't have a normal energy cost, you get 100% damage bonus at R5. For burst, specifically. Not for normal attacks. So, like, actually, unironically, kind of really interesting burst Skirk weapon. And it's probably meant for Durin, is what a lot of people are thinking, which is almost concerning. We don't know for sure that Durin is a real boy. No, we know Durin's a real boy. We don't know... Rap. Ow. We don't know how real Durin is being a sword. Don't do it, don't do it. What? I got interrupted? What the frick? Okay. Yeah, it's a cool weapon. They're making interesting weapons. All the craftables are kind of weird, because I think every one of the craftables has Nod Cry team restrictions. for their passives. They're not useless outside of Nodcry, but they have like, you know, their full value is restricted to Nodcry. One of them is an attack percent polearm finally, so there's actually a polearm available in the game. Now. Crap. Wait, you know what? I should have tried to get some forward vapes on Yelan here. Anyways. Oh yeah, thank you, Sylvian, for the skin. I wish I could just have the Yelan hair with her pants. Like, I just want the hair. It's the best thing about it. Okay, we're gonna try doing a Yelan vape situation. This. Okay. Okay, it kind of takes a little while for it to reapply. I mean, it works, but like, you know. What? There we go. Lunar Bloom is just Bloom but stronger? Yeah. So Lunar Bloom seems like Lunar Bloom does not like Lauma's kit gives damage bonus, a bunch of damage bonus to Bloom. But does not change Hyper Bloom or Burgeon. But I don't know. There's some unknowns we don't know yet. We don't know the base scaling even, whatever, so crap. Alright, do this. Oh crap, I thought I could, well. I thought I could do a burst. What am I doing? No. Oops, my bad. I should have. Yeah, Lunar Bloom is a little bit different from the critting of Lunar Blooms comes from how many sorry. Hate to be the bearer of this news. The critting from Lunar Blooms comes from how many Nodcry units you have paired with Llama. So I believe with two Nodcry units, you only have like a 15. It might only be. I think the base is like 7.5 with only Llama % chance to crit, and then it goes up by 5%. I think with two Nodcry units, and then another 10%. So like you're gonna get like 10 to 15% crit rate for the blooms, and that's for all bloom damage, I believe. I think. Actually, no, I don't know. I don't know if it is. I don't know if the hyper blooms can crit. It might just be the damage bonus that she gives. So it's weird. It's not like Lunar Charge where it's not using the character's like stats to crit. So you don't like build Nilou for crit or Nahida. Like, well, you can build Nahida for crit, but you don't have to, right? It's just using the character's EM for the damage calculation. And then there is a flat set amount of crit rate and crit damage for them to crit, like Nahida C2 works, basically. And it's based on her kit. And if you have Nahida C2 just adds a flat additional 10% crit rate and 20% crit damage. So, it's weird. She still seems like she's going to be really good, by the way. I think she still has an interesting kit. And I really like her animations. I like Flynn's animations too. But we shall see. Oh, I'm out. Oops. Didn't realize.
Take it easy.
Just makes me want to skip all Nodcry and just get Duran, Varka, and Alice. I mean, Duran is almost... if they're gonna go with this needing 3 Nodcry unit things, Duran probably is going to count as a Nodcry unit. Just expect it, prepare from it, run from it. It arrives all the same. Whether or not Alice and Varka will is a bit more up in the air because they're rumored to come much more later in the year. And later in the year, they could release new artifact sets and whatever that changed things a little bit. He's still going for her even while the Lunar racism? I don't know. We don't know enough about her to like properly judge now. I like Dendro reaction shenanigans, and she looks like she'll just be good for Dendro reaction shenanigans, right? Like just on her own, probably. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We got solo leveling Genshin and it's Flynn's animations. Yeah, pretty much. He's a little bit in a weird state too right now where it might not be worth using his burst, except like it seems like half his kit intends you to use his burst, and it's like his signature weapon gives ER, presumably to make it so you want to use his burst and his secondary burst. But it might not be worth using right now. But that's all just like damage values and things that can be tweaked through the beta, so it's not worth like doom boasting around that. Didn't think you'd stream today. I might not stream tomorrow because moving prep. I'm moving on Friday, so I might have to spend the whole day tomorrow like packing and shit. So yeah. Anyways, probably no stream tomorrow, but we'll see. We'll see. Yes, we don't know particle generation, yada yada. I really like that Lauma's burst animation, and just animation in general really pretty, but I really like that Lauma has such a fast burst animation. It's just a nice, like, eye candy animation. It gets out of his way really quick. It gets out of your way really quick and returns to the gameplay. I appreciate that. I want, like, all 5-star burst animations to be that fast. Anyways. Well. We are probably... Oh, should we use... I guess I should have used my resin, but I already walked away. We'll maybe come back to my main account, but I want to do some exploration on the other accounts. A casual account, and then we'll go do test. We'll go do actual testing of Inefa on polearms only. Wow, and now she has a functional amount of crit rate, just like that. And now I need more. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I believe Final 2 Ascension should give more. Should give 4.8% more crit rate on each one. So yeah, I'll have a healthy amount of crit rate, right? Is that correct? Or am I only going to get 4.8% more? I don't remember. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Nahida C2 is not irrelevant. I mean, I do think... I don't know. That's something. Hi. Wish refund. What was it saying? I do think... Nahida C2, them treating it as if Nahida C2 is just the equivalent of 40 CV for Lunar Bloom is kind of annoying to me. Because, like, yes, if you go look at Nahida C2, right? For the Bloom specifically. It's like, it makes it so your Blooms can crit. Crit rate is fixed at 20%, and then crit damage is fixed at 100%. That's the baseline for crit damage at all, where fixed at 100% means double, right? So... Nahida C2 for Lunar Blooms is 10% crit rate additional and 20% crit damage, which is the same CV. Like, this is 40 CV technically, so with Lunar Blooms it's also 40 CV. But the difference is Nahida C2 is 40 CV and enables critting at all, right? So like it's a little bit more than functionally 40 CV, right? it's a 20% straight damage upgrade. It's not just 40 CV, it's also the enabling of the critting in the first place. So, them making it so Nahida C2 for Lunar Blooms is only 40 CV, I think is a little bit lower than it should be for what the baseline value of this actually is. I don't think that's... I functionally think it's a minor nerf to Nahida C2, in my opinion, but oh well. So, yeah, it's just it's been made more of a mech constellation now with Llama existing. Is my opinion. How and Nahida herself might be a little bit more meh too, but we'll see. That remains to be seen. Nahida might still kind of be in some of Llama's best teams, so we'll see. We'll see. She shows so much skin. Yeah, she does. Oh, yep. There's so few pantsed women in Genshin. And For some reason, the few panted women that exist, my moderators spend money to remove the pants. I'm losing my pants. I'm having my pants taken away from me. Anywho's. Yelan sexy though? I mean, that's fair. But like, I think the pants are more attractive. I like the hair a lot more. Don't get me wrong. I like the hair a lot more. Cut from here, right? Cut off here. Just this. This looks a lot better, right? Right? Just this versus this is upgrade. It's an upgrade, right? But from here, I don't know. But I do like the hair a lot, so I don't know. Anyways, I certainly wouldn't have paid for it, and I didn't pay for it. Someone else did, but I'll use it because I don't hate it. I just prefer the pantses. Okay, we're done on this account for now. Let's go use an EFA on polearms only, and maybe we can come back here. But we're probably gonna go to the casual account to do some exploration. Yeah, my plan originally for this patch on this account was going to be, prepping for whatever in 6.0, and right now 6.0 stuff is up in the air. Like, depending on what Ino's Hydra application is, I might want to level up Ino, and I might want to get Lauma. Probably not going to go for Flynn's, but also my priority right now is still Lanyon. If Lanyon runs in the second half of this patch, that's going to bone me over for resources next patch a little bit. Not for leveling resources, just for character acquisition resources. And it kind of seems like it would make sense for them to do a Chronicle banner for Sumeru next patch, honestly. Considering, like, if they're going to run Lauma and incentivize Bloom, I can see them doing a Sumeru Chronicle banner with Nilou on Chronicle banner. Supposedly Yelan and Nahida are rerunning, supposedly. And I could see a Chronicle banner running with all the other Sumeru units other than Nahida, right? Which includes Dia. So, hence my point of, like, I was expecting a Sumeru Chronicle banner, and now I'm expecting it even more, and I'm kind of expecting it next patch. I might get CZ Dia next patch. Free one, and then pull 2 of them. All I need is the luck I had today with Sethos, and I just need that again. Surely that'll happen. But anyways, I might end up doing a sponsored video with characters in version 6.0. And I told them, I was like, well, I might not have the resources to acquire the new characters in 6.0. So, give extra money and yes. That's what I told them. Because I'm just like, I don't know if I'll actually be able to acquire them. And I don't really want to spend my own money. So you're going to have to pay me extra money if you want me to. Mihoyo has to pay for my character acquisition. Flynn's is better than Varessa in his best in slot team? I believe yes, but like also kind of no. Yeah. Yes, but he has way less team options. Like, it's like, oh, Varessa's a plunge unit, right? Oh, Varessa's a plunge unit. Does this mean we have to use her with Shanyun? Oh, does that mean Varessa's only compelling team is Shanyun, Farina, Eon-san? And that's Varessa's only team? That's what Flynn's is like right now. Where, like, Flynn's is strong and kind of has... He should. For how niche he should have a better team that is better than Varessa. But, like, Varessa is not in that state. Varessa is in... She's quite versatile, right? And she has Chevreuse teams, right? She has the Shanyun team, she has Chevreuse teams, and she has other minion option for buffers that you can use for her to make compelling teams. Flynn does not have as compelling team options as Varessa. He is not as versatile as her in a number of ways. And that's, in some ways, unfortunate for me, because I think versatility in character cards is what makes me like them a lot more personally. But Flynn's has like one good team archetype. He's kind of completely pigeonholed down that level. And the whole non-cry units being paired together things might be near a necessity for him to have high performance. So, yep. He'll have some team variety, mind you. Don't get me wrong. He'll be functional without like pulling an Effa. But it might be a struggle. Like don't, if you don't get a Neffa for him right now, if you don't get a Neffa for Flint, at least until Columbina releases, it might be a struggle to get Flynn's to like clear Stygian onslaughts that don't specifically have bosses that kind of chill for lunar charge damage. So, yeah. Anywho's. So yeah, plan is to level up a Neffa at minimum to 80, maybe to 90, depending on what's going on. I could, I do, no, I don't have this passive yet. Okay, well, we could do, I guess we could do testing with her. It's like I'll be losing, I'm lacking a little bit in the attack percent total, but not like crazily so, right? Like I can test most of what the experience of a Neffa is at level 70, right? Maybe? I don't know, maybe we'll come back here. Let's go on to poems only, though. See what we got going over there. Done the cactus boss yet? No, I've been yapping too much, sorry. Oh, I was informed by... Binge told me that Enepha's passive, which is... I didn't really think about this much beforehand, but this makes sense, because Enepha's passive is just like talent damage, and it does electro application. And it can crit. Or it can crit. It can aggravate. So that's kind of fun. The fact that Enepha's talent can aggravate. It's good that it can. So that's a little bit weird in that like that means her lunar charge talent damage, even though it counts as lunar charge damage, can trigger and aggravate. But normal, oh my god, are you? I forgot I entered this on poem. Please, Hoyle. Let me... Can you have better... Why is... Whatever.
Oh. Wait, you mean...
Takes 2 seconds and you're free? Except I've already had to do it!
Whoa, I feel like Panda can remember things. Yeah. Oh, and this little guy's a new friend.
I logged in and it triggered this. Because when I ran into this on my Polearm Only account before, I got annoyed. Because I was like, no, I just need to take a thumbnail shot. And I... force closed the game, launched it on the other account to take a thumbnail shot, and then forgot I had it here, and then I ended up walking into it on my freaking main account too.
And my luck's been so unreal. Yeah.
It's just like,
Nah, nothing.
just let me do it what I want to do it, Mario.
Day 5. Oh, and here's a good one. Day 12. Finally caught myself.
Well, anyways.
Wow.
Yeah, we get to see
Was,
Bennett's
right?
Bennett's trip.
Once this trip's over,
I still seeing it in game. I still like the Bennett skin.
the lucky color she picked for me actually worked.
It's just the nice. I don't know. It's just the nice bright oranges and blues. It looks nice, but him turning into a spray paint boy is a little weird still with a stupid JBL speaker. The adventure thing is the little like adventure pack he had before was better. So it's not all win, but I'd say it's overall a nice improvement to his look.
Well, my luck. Any treasure map? No. Sure, whatever. Of course you can come.
We'll be going on to formerly weapons only shortly.
With the deep blue sea beneath you and my lucky ticket deep, let's share the fun and excitement with our friends on shore by giving them a nice big wave.
Wow. Turn down the fan again.
The shopkeeper.
Don't like the one sleeve. I mean, that's just classic Mihoyo.
Like the feeling of the sea breeze.
Mihoyo hates symmetry in most of their characters. Like,
See that, everyone?
Shaska. One.
So myself.
Like, just Chaska. Mihoyo says no symmetry.
Good thing the traveler.
So, I don't know. I'm used to it at this point.
And it's so sunny here, they dry off in no time.
Monotone got better.
And who might this be?
Hello, my name's Bennett. Yeah.
Hello, Bennett.
but as
I am the real Pyro
legends go,
Archon.
We're not exactly the stuff of legends. The people here are. As for me, If anything, it was the
Nice outfit.
picking out a lucky coat.
I'm Mualani.
Oh yeah, by the
so,
way,
what would that look like?
it does seem like
You strike me as a pure-hearted adventurer.
it seems likely that a lot of Nod Cry units
High praise right off
are
the
going to
bat.
want attack percent or EM goblets,
Do me next.
depending on what exactly the unit is doing in their kit. So hopefully you kept them,
Look me in the eyes.
because you might need a bunch of them.
Mind reading it.
Come on, just do it.
Oh,
Whoa.
EM goblet?
Know that,
No, I didn't say EM goblet with crit. I'm just saying EM goblets in general. I learned long ago that, you know, you keep most EM goblets. Oh, EM goblet in this set that I don't know if I actually need it. I don't know, keep it just in case you need it.
'Cause on the surface,
Attack
she
percent
wouldn't
double
say
crit?
shit.
I mean,
I
it,
really
for a
wanna-
long time, attack percent double crit was like, oh, it never makes sense,
Come on,
right?
water guns are
You always
so
want damage bonus. Well,
Summer's not. I know exactly. Exactly. You two
here we are.
sure speak the same language, alright. But this time, having fun in the water is not the only reason I'm here.
So yeah, anyways. Hopefully people don't learn that lesson last year with like Chaska and whoever.
Yep. Chaska's here.
If you didn't learn it now, if you didn't learn it last year, you're gonna learn the lesson this year.
Human or obviously the resort is still
Attack goblets,
Aoife and
EM
They
goblets,
should be just
some of them
about
with double
ready.
crit, some of them won't
Alright.
necessarily need double crit.
Maybe we'll run
You'll
into
want
them
them.
Well, seeing as we're after all.
That's all.
Sure.
Yeah.
Velma does not need a double
I
crit
heard
goblet,
this
I don't
is
think.
incredible.
Although she has relatively high scaling on her skill activation, and it counts as Lunar Bloom damage. It's like 400% of her EM as Lunar Bloom damage. So it's possible that she might actually get value from having some crit. I'm not positive on that though. So yeah. Anywho's. Okay, let's unlock the map over here. And we'll go level 90. We should have the resources if I plan properly to level 90 in Nefa immediately here.
These special ones are called Asha. They
Asha.
roam freely around these parts. Which
Alright. Yay. Okay. Is there an underground portion of any of this, by the way? I had to imagine there's a good chance there is. I haven't done the... Well, that. I haven't done this yet, by the way. Man, part of me wants to, like, just explore a little bit on polearms only to at least, like, do a 10 pull on the weapon banner. But... Two wishes there. I haven't claimed dailies yet. How much of a pain in the ass would that be? How much of a pain would that be? Oh, I did not spam my resin yesterday? Wait, did I condense my resin by accident? No. Good. Okay. Well, I guess I could condense. Again, I have pre-farmed. Don't have any. Okay. Shoot. I mean, my farming marathon for Seat Lolly on the casual account can be like next week, right? Right. I can procrastinate that and still be fine, right? Right. Right. Yeah, I discussed Llama, I know, and Flynn's a little bit passingly. You can rewind a little bit, but overall my vibe is I do think we need more information clarified. We need a lot of information clarified because there's a little bit of unknowns and back and forth and disagreement on whether or not certain things are the way they are. Casual accounts locked in for Seat Lolly. Yeah, I want Seat Lolly on there. If we end up getting Seat Lolly at Pity, and we don't have C6 Fischl and C6 Xingqiu. So I did 2 temples already and got 1 Fischl and 1 Xingqiu. So I'm at C3 for each of them. But getting C6 Fischl and C6 Xingqiu could be pretty impactful for that account. So I will consider wishing on Inefa banner afterwards, if I win the 50-50. But yeah, anyways, so I think we might do exploration here, just for initially, at least, and then that will then we can transition to the other account if need be. But I wanna be able to test Inefa a little bit first, and then we can do whatever. C6 Sara and Nefa. I know it's short duration, but how much it buffs her crit damage? I mean, it'll buff her crit damage by what, 60%? Whatever it says it buffs. For Lunar Charge versus other attack characters. I mean, if you are... Wait. If we're gonna go farm, we should use the character. Where is she? What? Did I acquire her? There she is. Oh yeah, I didn't level her. What's this thing? Sorry, Sara should be, if you want to do like something weird like main DPS, Inefa, should work pretty well. So something like Yelan or Singcho, Yonson or Bennett, plus Sara. Well, okay, the problem is though, I think that might just be worse than... Oh, frick. Wow, did I not get the... I could have sworn I remembered to do that. Okay. Well, we're going to cap our resin now, so I guess we'll do one run. Ah! I thought I had pre-farmed. Maybe you did it on the wrong account? Maybe. Maybe I farmed the wrong flower. I thought I did on this account, but... Okay. Yeah, she doesn't snapshot anymore, so... Like, not snapshotting Sara... Like, I don't think Sara is better if you're doing, like... min-maxing her damage. I don't think Sara is better than, like, having a BB unit on the team. Or Shilonen. Like, getting Red Shred is more impactful, I think, than having Sara's buff going, most likely. Or, like, at best, Sara is equivalent kind of thing. So, anyway, we'll use... Wait, may as well use all four while we're here. We'll return to the domain farming. And we'll actually use a Nefa after she's level 90. You skip a Nefa? No. I was going to skip her on my main account, but the game said, no, you aren't. And obviously I didn't skip around my polearm account. Man, I really hope it ends up not being the case that you need 3 Nodcry units for like the artifact set to have its full buff and everything. Cause like the fact that like we're getting a Nefa and then Flynn's for polearms only, and then Mahoyo might be like, haha. We were nice enough to make it so we gave 2 polearm units to you that were directly synergistic with each other and work really, really well together and are best for each other. But then, ha ha, you actually need Ino, but that was not a polearm. Like, I think it would be, yeah, I agree. I think it's genuinely insane if they actually keep it at 3. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. And that's why, like, yesterday I said, no, it should be 2. Like, 2 makes sense. They're giving Ino for free. 2 makes sense. But, I don't know. I sincerely hope it is 2. In Columbina, we trust. Yeah, except we had information today that Columbina might be a freaking catalyst. I hope not. Because at least if Columbina's a polearm, that could save my arse. 3 months later. Just don't make it so. I mean, don't make it so, please. Surely not. Surely we only need 2. Surely we only need 2, and I don't lose 30 crit value or 60 crit value. Surely I don't lose. I might lose up to 60 crit value just because I don't have a 3rd Nodcry unit. Anyways, I still think the person that got that got all the 6.0 information right so far, I believe is the one that said Columbina also is a Hydro polearm. So I can still cope with that. Oh dear. Okay. Yeah, I might literally never get another Nodcry polearm too. If I need 3, it's possible I might never get a third one. So I might just be forever doomed to like not be able to fully utilize these characters' kits. It's just gonna feel so terrible. I just like right now, if it really is that we need 3, this feels worse than Star Rail felt at its worst to me. I so bad. This is why I don't want to like meaningfully comment on it. I'm not gonna meaningfully doom post it because I there's enough conflicting information that just don't know. Just don't know right now, for sure. There's literally been footage that's been posted showing that with stacks with like getting 2 stacks of lunar phrases with only 1 moon unit or one non-cry unit, and like I don't know. I don't know. I just hope it is not actually going to require 3. I hope 2 characters is what the racism passive wants. 2 characters is tolerable. And like gives you 2 units of flexibility. That gives way more team options. Just got info. Ino gives 2?
Thank you for.
That doesn't help me on polearms only. That actually dooms me on polearms only even more. Like, Ino provides 2 lunar points. Pictures merely used to demonstrate the effects of each level. And then there's confirmation of a status screen in-game that it requires 3 to max out. So it requires 3 to max out, but Ino gives 2? That's the intention? To be clear, that helps. It's still cringe. It's still real cringe, mind you. Like, that means if you get a Nepha, for Flynn's, you still have to use Ino. And it also fucks over polearms only. Like, just make it 1/2, not this cringe. Like, a big problem with this, by the way, is like the artifact set wants you to have 3, so you either need to use Ino on the team with another Nodcry unit, or like, but like 2 Nodcry units and one of them isn't Ino, or Columbina, assuming she gives 2, then like all they need to do that I'd be fine with is make it so like the artifact set, if you're gonna give 3 phases, right? Do their 1, 2, 3. So like, oh, you only have 1 Nodcry unit, you get you get the 1 stack. You have 2, you get 2 stacks. You have 3, you get 3 stacks. But instead, right now, it's either 1 or 3. Oh, you have 2? You. That's what it is right now, right? 2 is equivalent to 1. And like, I can't fully use Flynn's kit. I can't fully use these artifacts without having Ino. Even though they did release 2 freaking Nodcry units that are intended to work together. Like, that's insane. Columbina will be 3, probably. Where's the Ino info from? It's a post on the Reddit from, I don't know from who. I don't know who this posted this. There's in-game screenshot like clarifying that the game in-game says there's 3, which we already knew because like the character kits, Lauma's kit specifically referenced all 3 phases. Previous things only referenced 2 phases, so we thought there was 2 originally. But then we're like, wait, Lauma's kit references 3, but there's 3 phases. Oh, it's 1 and 3. Why does everything reference 2 phases if it's 1 and why? Why? So like, I know providing 2 fixes things, but it also just makes things more convoluted, even for normal accounts. Why? Why? Okay. Inefa doesn't get to be in the party until she's level 90. Maybe there's 0, 1, 2. I mean, maybe. We can still cope with that at 0, 1, 2. Like I know being 2 doesn't save things. It just makes things more stupid. I just... Why? Why? Are they trying to make me stop playing this game? I just like... that's such a dick move. You're like, oh cool. We conveniently had 2 polearm units being released that are really synergistic with each other. And hey, I only have Candace as a Hydro, but hey, at least I have Hydro. And I have Eons on. Eons on Candace, Flynn's, and Neffa probably would have been pretty compelling. Like, compelling enough, it's like, okay, cool. I wasn't going to expect, like, oh my god, that's the strongest team possible. But it's just, like, not going to work properly. I won't be able to get the full buff of the artifact set. It's basically going to be, like, using the new 4-piece artifacts is going to be slightly better than doing 2-piece, 2-piece. Probably a little bit more than slightly better. But it's going to be, like, spending a lot of resources and losing a lot of crit value just because of the fact that, like, I can't. And it's not like Candace provides enough to make up for that loss. She's just there as an enabler. No, I know... Jesus Christ. I know they're not planning around weapon-only accounts. But keep in mind, you are forced to level Aino. You are forced to level Aino. You can hate this character. You will have to level her. You will have to. You do not have a choice. Aino is better than a C6 Yelan, most likely. Aino C0 will probably be better than a C6 Yelan for Flynn's and a Neffa. If she is 2, like has been said. Right? That's the problem. Let's change it from polearms only to I want to use my C6 Yelan. I have the same teams. I want to do C6 Yelan and maybe Sucrose instead of Eons on. I want to play Flynn's, Inefa, Yelan, Hydro, and then, you know, last slot either Eons on, Bennett, or Sucrose for buffing. Lanyan if you want a shield. Well, wait, Inefa's a shield. What the frick? Newbie Angel is streaming Genshin Impact. Yeah, I know. Sylveon Davies, you're not here? Apparently. Thank you. Newbie Angel. Don't look that up. I'm curious to look it up myself. It makes me think that some streamer paid for some advertising thing, and then that advertising company just uses bots to go and spam. Anyways, so anywho's, right, like polearms only is just an example of these are the units I have. In your case, it might be you wanted to use your invested Yelan, your invested Xingqiu. You might have the most cracked ass Xingqiu build in the world, right? But it doesn't freaking matter because you're not allowed to, right? You're not allowed to. You have to use the new character. You have to build a new character. You have to spend your limited resources with the pittance of resources that they give for free for leveling characters on the new character. And I know might be pretty decent. I'm still optimistic she's going to have decent Hydra application. But it's them being like, no, you're going to use the teams we want you to use, not the teams and characters you want to use. That's what this is. And that's why it pisses me off. And I want to stop talking about it. Because I just hope this is wrong. Or I hope it changes. And polearms only is simply an example of, like, it's amazing how close we were to, like, getting a really good combo, and instead we're just getting screwed over. So, yeah. Let's go use Kachina or something. We're gonna break the team, so let's just use it. Well, we're not, it doesn't matter. We're not gonna fight anything. I hope there's enough of these, by the way, but if there's not, we will just have to run around. It's fine. We get to see Shin Hazako for a little bit. By run around, I mean run around in co-op. Shouldn't take us that long co-op if we need. Blap. Okay. There's another one over here somewhere. There it is. Okay. So, anyways, I don't know. Like, it's really annoying. On my main account, I won't have a problem, because I can just use Aino. And if Ino has good Hydra application, if she's actually a good character at C0,
Alright, let's finish this back.
I can forgive it somewhat. But again, like, I'm gonna do the comparison. I will do the comparison of, like, I might pull Flynn's on my main account just to demonstrate that C6 Yelan might be worse than a C0 Ino. Might. Not 100% certain. C6 Yelan is probably a side grade. Like, I already forgot to do that. I should have done that in my freaking Charlotte video. Where, like, C6 Yelan does not enable me to clear dire difficulty. At least with the same gameplay and convenience as I can with Charlotte, right? Charlotte with Skirk Escoffier in Stygian Onslaught did that. I think it's going to be the same thing, but potentially worse. That's crazy. I missed something over here? God dang it. Oh, frick. I'll teleport away anyways. Literally, Barbara Chi-Chi is better than Skirk than Shallonen? Yeah. And that's just a weird like, arguably that's a beneficial thing. Because Shallonen is just doing red buff, and it's not like... It's a situation with Hydra off-fielders in the game, in my opinion, where there's a lot of Hydra off-fielders that people like and would consider using for Flynn's and Anefa. And it's just funny, right? Like how Anefa is actually quite versatile. You know, it's a little bit annoying that she won't be able to use the new best artifacts in a lot of her teams. So like Anefa, if you want Anefa to be versatile, you probably use Tenacity on her. But if you're using Anefa with a bunch of non-cry units, then you can put a better artifacts on her, right? That's kind of where that's at for her. And that's all it is. And that's like fine, I think. Annoying, but fine. Yoink. 4 more still. Okay. It says there's some down here. That's probably the other. I don't know. Anyways, DPS does C6 Yelan do compared to C6 or C0 Natlan carries? I mean, she's not a main DPS. Her C6 just makes her do a bunch of front-loaded damage. So it's the answer to that is like a lot lower, I believe. To be clear. But in Abyss, that can functionally result in faster clear times than them anyways, maybe, because of how much front-loaded damage it is. So, you quit all gotcha games, which game would you stream? I don't know. So the thing is, I don't think this is bad enough to make me quit the game or anything. But it might be, if they go with the 3-unit thing, it might be a bad enough situation that it might be the nail in the coffin for me stopping caring about theory crafting and T-building in the game. Because if all new units they release are just basically you play them with the other new units that released near them, and that's what the team building of this game becomes, that kind of kills, and like there's very little synergy with any old units. That kind of kills a lot of my motivation for what I enjoyed about the game's combat, right? What the frick? Underground. I see. I think. Oops. What? Can I not teleport there? I've never been there. Frick. God dang it. Okay. Okay. So like, I don't know, right? That's kind of my vibe. It's not a good vibe. That's just the vibe I have right now. It's a step too far. I don't think I'll stop playing Genshin just suddenly because of it. It's not like it's that bad. I still get other things I enjoy about Genshin, but I don't know. You might see me become a freaking lore streamer. I don't know. I'll start reading all the books, paying attention to other things that engage me with the game, and then it might motivate me to continue trying to make other content. Because like, just suddenly stopping making Genshin content and like just switch over to another game entirely, especially a non-gacha game, would be a little bit of a struggle, I think. I don't think it'd be easy to make that kind of transition on my channel. But making a transition gradually is something that would make sense. But it's not suddenly, right? There's a difference between how you do it that can significantly change your ability as a content creator to be able to do that thing. So yeah, I don't know. It's not, oh my god, I'm never playing Genshin again, big deal. But If anything kills my motivation to play on polearms only, it might be that. Them releasing 2 units that are super synergistic with each other and not being able to actually use them properly. Because of the fact that they implement this racism mechanic in such a way that despite me having the 2 5 stars... Despite me having the 2... If it's for real, like, despite me having the 2 5 stars and pulling and spending the resources and putting all the resources in to the 2 5 stars that were made for each other, but then not having the freaking free unit to enable the racism fully. But that just feels shit, right? The Ino gives 2 stacks of racism passive get taken down? I don't know. This is what I was talking about earlier, by the way, where there's just freaking misinformation going around. I don't know, right? Like, again, that's why I hope the pessimism is incorrect. I shouldn't even have talked about it as much as I did. But I can't help it. It's in my freaking head. Let's go back over... Well, maybe we should cut it. Try to get this over here. It's not that high of a cliff. So I sincerely hope it's just MiHoYo effing around with things, and the reason we have misinformation is because it's different in different people's clients, because MiHoYo is trying to figure out what they want to do. And I hope that everyone's response to this tells MiHoYo, don't do it this way. And do it just make it like 2 Nodcry units and any 2 of them. Right? I kind of want to do this one here. It's a little bit of a sidetrack, but... I mean... Have I done this before? I probably haven't. No. I don't know if there's an indicator for if I've done this, but... Climb with Kachina? I forgot she does that, sorry. Also, it wouldn't have been that much faster, let's be real. Is this a combat one? This might be a combat one, I feel like. Watch you sim racing? Okay. Good to know. It'll be fine. I must be done. Okay. I think this is... I must have finished this. Yeah, no, I must have finished this. Okay. Whenever... Oh, you know what? I probably did this in... I don't think I've explored that much in this area. Oh, no, never mind. I lied. I think I have. I was farming at some point for something, and I must have farmed this area. Okay, can I... This is underground, right? Yeah, okay. So, go here. You don't blame it on lore because 3 Moon Sisters? Yeah, I had that thought too. It was like, are they really doing 3 phases things as a mechanic? Because, yeah, 3 Moon Sisters. Again, if they are, at minimum, they need to make there be, like, some kind of linear relevance of, like, there shouldn't be basically... It shouldn't go 1 to 3, and there be no relevance of 2. So... Yeah. Anyways. Just press it. Press what? The thing there? I'm pretty sure I interacted, but I'm pretty sure the only reason I was able to walk forward in that area is I'd already done it, but... Anyways. Maybe I haven't come down here. Isn't coming down here part of the... Whatever. Anyways. Oink. Oink. Do MiHoYo listens, just not to the degree we'd like? Yeah. It's just really funny, like, feeling like Genshin is going in a direction for its combat design that is similar to, like, how bad Star Rail felt and how it almost felt like Zenless was going to go for a little bit early on. But then, like, those games, like, Star Rail has done things like, you know, buffing Silver Wolf or whatever. I'm not saying, like, every decision they made was like, oh, yes, this is a 100% win. You know, there's people that, like, don't like the Blade changes or whatever. I think Blade is apparently still kind of meh. That's my understanding. But, like, you know, they've tried to address things and whatever. And, like you know, and Zenless, they're doing similar. They already changed one character's kit in the game, and they'll probably be changing others in the future. And they've also just done a really good job with how they balance character kits, such that they're not just power creeping things. And I want to give them credit for that too. And then Genshin just go in the opposite direction. Be like, huh, well, other games stopped power creeping. We gotta make Genshin power creep just out the wazoo and make it so people only should pull for the new units. And not only just only pull the new units, you only can use the new units with each other. That's what it feels like, right? And it's just weird that it's like so different between their different games. It feels like a different developer in many ways. AoE is... Oh yeah, AoE is looking pretty bad too. I will say that's like probably the most negative sentiment I have about Lauma. Is like, Lauma seems to be intended to be like, let's make like Nilou... Let's make AoE characters like Nilou have a good single target option. So they can... Like, Nilou can start doing single target damage. And it's like, okay... But I just would prefer if you just released more AoE content so I could use Nilou at a baseline with my existing teams. And not feel like I have to pull a 5-star character to use Nilou in single target because you refuse to do AoE content, which is what you made Nilou to be good at in the first place. Right? So yeah, I'm not super optimistic for like this current Abyss upcoming will be kind of fun, I think, and a little bit flexible. I say a little bit because I believe Chamber 3 is kind of restrictive. I can't remember what enemy it is exactly. I remember Tars mentioned it, but I can't remember what it was. I haven't looked at it in a while. But like, at least the first 2 chambers being flexible is enough for me that like I can enjoy playing around different teams. Oh yeah, the cactus, that's what it was. So the cactus being present is kind of annoying. For like doing full runs through, but you know, less of a problem than like if we're going to encounter here where like if I go into the Abyss with the Nefa for this current one, like I can do Arlecchino over Vape because Pyro on the second side. But if I want to do like a Nefa Raiden Candace, right? Or, you know, Yelan Singcho. If I want to do Sethos Yelan Nahida. What was the team I said? Sethos, Inefa, Singcho, Nahida, or Yelan. Like, if I want to do that on my main account, on this current Abyss, it's a very, like, I mean, like, I can probably clear at my investment level, but not, like, smoothly, because the Abyss is really wants me to bring Pyro, right? And has Dendro resistance. So, anyways. And yeah, and again, like, the stupid issue with, like, not being able to test a Nefa properly. Gee, I wonder what could have resolved that. I wonder what could have resolved being able to test a Nefa properly and show off that this character can actually be pretty fun. I wonder if there was content that could have been available permanently. I don't want to be negative today. I want to be like, hey, there's just fun content to play. But, like... So just Meltdown over Abyss today was fun. That's good. Hopefully my Meltdown is fun too. Okay, is that all that's left? Oh, over here. Okay. 1? Okay, sure, we'll get it. Why not? Nefa is a Sino buff? Yeah, we'll so like the teams to try with the Nefa are Sino with some weird there might be some weird variants we can try, but we'll try Sino. The problem is we don't have Nahida on this account, right? Our Dendro options are Yao or Emily, and Yao has always been awkward with Sino. Like, she might work okay, so we could try like Sino, Yao, and Nefa Candace, for example, but it's not going to be very good. Eon's on Sino, Candace, Enef is probably going to be better, and then Raiden in place of Sino should be better than Sino, right? So yeah, we can just not bring Dendro, and that's fine. But I think it's going to be like, Sino is not going to be... It might be Sino's best team, might. I don't know. I don't know. With the investment I have in Emily on this account, especially post C16's Eon's on. With the investment I have in Emily on this account, I think the Emily Thoma or Emily Xiangling might be better. Like Nefa might be better for Sino, actually, now that I think about it. Because, like, Cyno, if I want to not run an ER timepiece on him, I have to do double Electro, right? So Cyno, Raiden, Emily, and then Toma before usually, and Toma was for defensive utility. The fact that Eon Sun gives a shield, and then, you know, EM buff and whatever, and tenacity buff. Like, even though I don't have Hydro, I think Inefa will be an upgrade for Cyno's best team, because I can do Cyno, Emily, Inefa, and then I can do Xiangling. Actually, I can even snapshot a Xiangling buff, which probably won't matter, but it'll be a minor aspect. Snapshot the EM buff and Xiangling, but anywho's. So I think Inefa will be an upgrade to Cyno, I guess, in that regard, but I don't know if it's a huge one, per se. It's just like, hey, I don't need to shove Raiden in the team just because she's double Electro. Now I can use someone that also improves the team by the fact that I can play Xiangling instead of Toma. And that upgrades the team. But yeah. If you like the character, you can just pull. Yeah, that's kind of my vibe right now. Is like team building, theory crafting in Genshin seems to be heading in a direction where it's like, why bother? Just pull for the characters. Like more and more. Like, I can't make any meaningful recommendations to people, and it's like, I don't just pull for the characters you like, and then pull for the characters that are good for them. And yes, that means if you're pulling new characters, you pull the new characters that are good for the new characters you like, because that's what they're doing, right? And if you're comfortable with that, then that's what you were already doing. Always, you never engage that much with like weird creative team building, however jank they may be, however not jank they may be either. You know, not much has necessarily changed for you, but for me, like, them going this direction of play the new characters with the new characters. Don't think about how the new characters synergize with old characters, you bozo. Just pull the new characters and think about how the new characters work with the new characters. It kills a really, really core part of what my enjoyment of Genshin's combat was. So, and I hope, hopefully that's something people can understand. Ah! Plan for Bongo Fox yet? I forgot to... I need a message, Kip. Kip. Yo, I was reminded on stream, perchance, do you think you could draw up some fox bongoing? That's a sensible sentence. That's one of the most internet sentences of all time, maybe. Yo, I was reminded on stream. Perchance, do you think... I don't know why I use the word perchance. I think it's just a fun word. Perchance, do you think you can draw up some fox bongoing? That was the sentence. Hello. Why did you have to run in the water, yo? I would like to murder you, though. Because I want your money. That's how the world works. Hydro Kachina, go. You're on scroll, aren't you? Not that I pressed your E or anything. What is there? Let's see. What artifacts on my characters? Oh wait, is there a different amount of sparkly? Because this looks like more purpley sparkly. Oh, it's just because of the background. So because I was looking at like an electro character before, it didn't look as purpley. Yeah, okay. Or it didn't look like it has as much color to it. No, it does have color to it. I just didn't notice it before on the other characters. Okay, so like it says this circlet is bad for her. Okay, Hoyo. Okay, saying that flat attack is a bad stat. This is a 0 dead stat piece for Shenhe, and I don't really need any more crit rate or ER. So these two flat attack rolls are ideal. It is the best circlet I can have for her. I'm not saying it's not possible it could be improved. But like, again, that should be just as sparkly as the others. Okay, this is full sparkles. Only 2 sparkles. And this one I understand more. She's just kind of gotten the ER stats. I like how this one highlights defense, as if that matters. Sure. Zhongli has half sparkles. I mean, he's on Deepwood because Emily buffing matters more. That's the only context I found to use Zhongli recently is for Emily buffing, which matters. But anyways, no major spoilers for the event. I haven't done the event yet, so, you know, I have nothing I could possibly spoil. Oh, that's sad. I should start this, actually, not think about it, but it's not a reroll priority, mind you. I ain't rerolling it right now, I'm sorry. But oh, I don't have the feathers anyways. It's just sad that all the other things are sparkly. Wait, this was sparkling? I guess that makes sense. Hey, at least ER shows up as a good stat for him. Good lord. This doesn't sparkle? Mahoyo. Like, according to sparkle theory, this is better. According to sparkle theory, this is better. I don't think this is a very good change. I think there's too many instances of it not actually being a visual indicator of an artifact being better. Sparkle theory is like it's just a joke term I'm saying for like, if you're using this new visual indicator to determine like whether or not your choice for an artifact was right, like that's the way it's telling. It's telling, hey, congrats, you have an artifact that you chose to put in your character, or that you leveled up and it rolled well enough, whatever. And like that's an ideal thing. And like the fact that this doesn't sparkle, but this one does sparkle, might make some people think this is better. But it's not, because the ER is better. Because I don't, what am I getting? I'm getting, yes, I'm technically have 100% crit rate with the other one. And then a tiny bit more attack percent. But like it's the same attack percent, more EM, basically the same attack percent, basically the same EM. And I get ER instead of mostly dead stats and crit, right? Okay. If this wasn't all sparkles, I would have had a problem. But it's all sparkles. Same thing here. Good. This should be too. That's very strong sparkles. It just stands out more on the background. Or maybe, unless there's a different coloring for... No, it's not different coloring for different quality artifacts. Again, I disagree with you. I disagree with you, Mahoya. Why? Oh, because she doesn't need crit rate, even though this character is made to have her ideal weapon be Fav. To be clear, she has the new defense percent polearm, but like, this is an indicator of like building her wrong. Like for my case, if I'm actually using Yunjin, I would put her on Fav, not on this weapon. This weapon's fine. I just don't actually need to use Yunjin like ever on this count. So you know, shiny hunting, but for artifacts, not Pokemon, pretty much. Only 2 sparkles. Sad. Really? This isn't good enough for you? Try harder, Bozo, get more crit rolls? Well, frick you too. I understand that one, to be clear. It's just insulting. I mean, sure. I would prefer. I mean, I started this because it's a potential thing I'm going to reroll. I'm not kidding. I don't want to because it's not a 4-line, but it's a temptation. Anyways. Saying the goblet is not... Saying that this goblet is not ideal is nonsense, though. This is a near ideal goblet. Like, yes, the def could be crit rate. But, like, I have enough crit rate to trigger Fav. So, this should be Sparkles, too. Anyways. Sparkles is for... I don't believe so. I think... Does it have to be 4-line to Sparkle? That's actually insane, if so. So we can find a... Actually, we'll check the answer first. No, well, it doesn't have to be 4-line. Yeah, it's just how many good rolls you have for whatever Hoyo versus system thinks good rolls are. So, yeah, anyways. Sorry for the sparkle distraction. Flat I take ideal for Eons on. If you're trying to min-max or like I am, yep. If you don't have a C5 plus Eons on, there's not really much needed to. Well, now there is reason to, because like again, if you min-max Eons on's attack, it means you don't actually, you can keep her max attack buff up or mitigate the loss of the attack buff when you're below 42 Night Soul, so when you have like less movement going on. So in this account, for example, Arlecchino with Eons on, generally speaking, all recommended areas completed. Generally speaking, kind of just keeps like a little bit below the 42 Night Soul threshold if I'm doing like the N3 dash combo. Whereas, and then someone like Raiden just like slowly drains. And the more attack I can have on Eon Sun, including past just whatever it is to max out her buff when she's above 42 Night Soul, the slower that I will lose the attack buff, right? Not literally slower, like it drains down in smaller points. Like each second of Night Soul loss, like if I'm losing 3 Night Soul points per second on average, whatever, if I have a higher amount of attack, I will lose less total attack in that given time frame, right? So min-maxing Eons on can mitigate that issue and be relevant to have extra attack on her in cases where you can't just keep up the attack buff fully without thinking about it. Does it really matter that much? Not really. It's not that big a deal. not to the point that it actually makes sense spending the resources on it to like get a perfect Eons on build. But it's like a consideration, right? And on this account, I don't really have any builds I need to min-max other than Eons on. And that goblet was the ideal choice for Eons on, because I didn't have any other better options. But like if I had a goblet that was crit rate in ER instead of flat attack in ER, like it had no flat attack, it was just 2 crit rate rolls and 2 ER rolls. Well, if I don't need any more crit rate to trigger Fav, like I'm comfortable with my 40% crit rate on her, why am I... Can we get rid of those freaking stupid exclamation points, please? There we go. Why am I prioritizing crit over flat attack, right? Like flat attack was the better choice there, and it should have been highlighted as a relevant stat for her, because it's not useless. Or it's not useless. Not that it's just not useless. They don't need to highlight not useless stats, but they should highlight stats that like make sense to have on the character. But I don't know. Maybe they could do some kind of system that like denoted stat priority, like a different coloration for highlighting. I don't know. It's just like it's not bad for them to have like these systems that be like, yeah, these are the stats that are good. It helps a lot of players. But also the way that it shows things can also make a lot of players make mistakes in what they choose. And one thing I actually think that has probably been made worse, and this is the sparkle thing is just another thing, a visual thing on top of them doing the highlighting thing, right? When they did the highlighting thing in particular, though, I think an effect I've noticed is I think there's been an increase in people prioritizing substats over main stats sometimes. Like people would be like, oh, we need crit rate crit damage, and they'll put like the wrong main stat timepiece or something plus crit rate crit damage that has like a bunch of crit value. I feel like that happens a lot now. It happened before, and I think it happens more now. Like, does it highlight crit stats? I think when, like with a def timepiece or something, or like, yeah, it does. See, it highlights crit damage and attack percent here. Not saying you never want to put an ER timepiece on Chow, but you get what I mean. You don't want to put an EM timepiece on Chow, but it highlights this. So I think highlighting the substats might make more people make the mistake of putting the wrong pieces on them. And it doesn't help that it doesn't highlight things that are relevant sometimes, is my point. So, anyways. Like I don't know how much it actually helps people learn the artifact system without having to go out of their way to learn things from external resources. But it's not bad that they're trying things, right? For helping those people. What the heck? I got a message on my phone from Agiazu. I'm Sierra from Klarna. Your background has been recommended from multiple online recruitment agencies. Yes, that's definitely not spam. Alright, Agliazu. I think you saw me like that when you first reviewed my characters. Hey, there you go. But like, that's an example, like, you had to go out of your way to seek outside learning sources, right? We're talking about like an in-game, because there's a lot of players that aren't going to seek out outside resources. What am I doing? We're leveling an Eva. Distracted. How dare you? Yep. It's a job application scammer. Yeah. Oops. Need more. Oh, we are gonna have to go and call it. Frick. Okay. Okay. It's fine. It's fine. I don't even have enough for the next two. Okay, let's go craft our crystals quick, and then we can figure that out. God dang it. I thought I had enough. I did not. If they watch your stream and want to recruit you, yeah. Sure, let me. Fine, I'll go read the full message. Let's see.
So is my mood.
Are you? Oh, my sister also texted me. Are you asleep?
If they do,
streaming now. Sorry. I don't know if she called me or something. I missed it, but oh my god, it's so long. Hi, I'm Sierra from Klarna. Your background and resume has been recommended by multiple online recruitment agencies. Therefore, we would like to offer you a great remote online part-time job to help the frick was that? Was that the... Oh, that was the resin. The Kenneth's resin. I think. It does that sometimes when you exit the menu so fast. Unless someone just donated Genesis crystals, which I hope not. No, they didn't, because it's a different sound. Anyways. So yeah, therefore, we would like to offer you a great remote part-time online job to help merchants update their data, increase visibility and bookings, and provide you with free training. Flexible part-time and full-time work, allowing you to work 60 to 90 minutes a day, 5 days a week, and earn income on weekends. You can work anytime and anywhere according to your schedule and earn $200 to $500 per day. Basic salary is $2,000 per week. Paid annual leave in addition to maternity leave, paternity leave, and other statutory holidays. Ordinary employees have 15 to 20 days of paid annual leave. Wow. Sounded too good. Does it sound too good to be true yet? Yeah, and Will's booking. I hate this job. If you would like to join us, also there's like no description of what the actual job is here. Just it's an online part-time remote job that gives $2,000 a week. Mm-hmm. If you would like to join us, please contact us via WhatsApp. Note, you must be at least 25 years old. What? Yeah, no thanks. It's the Jeff in disguise. Yeah. What 25 years old? Why 25 years old? They're just like, the 23-year-olds are too good at resisting our scams. Oh boy. Anyways, what was it doing? Oh yeah. Yeah. I got plenty of crystals. Ooh, probably not that well. I don't think it matters, but that. Why is that going so fast? What the frick? Okay. I need like that many probably. No, it didn't. Okay. Oh, I already have. Okay. Yep. There we go. Got that. How many do I have? Oh, 9. Wow, I did the perfect amount. Good job, me. Well, they said I have to be 25, and I have had. I always had to double check. I can do math. 7 birthdays. I've only had 7 birthdays. So Lolly's theme is now in the music game mode? Hold please. Where is it? This. Where is it? All albums? Has her icon? This is not her house. This is not her house song. You said house theme. This is not house theme. I disagree with you. I was almost instantly converted and then instantly converted away. I wanted to vibe to the apartment music. I don't hate the music or anything. I'm just not that much of a rhythm boy gamer. I'll play it eventually. Why? It does give 60 Prima Gems. But anyways. What we do? Oh yeah, we need to join co-op. Let's see. Hey, my brother's active. Sure. Why not? See if he lets me in. If he's paying attention. Declined? Wow. Rude. Someone let me in. You heard you called him a furry yesterday? He's not insulted by that. I can call him a furry all day. He's not gonna be like, he's not gonna care. He's gonna be like, yep. Hello. Inefa flowers? Also, I respect playing Linny in 2025. Ooh, why? Holy. Oh, okay. They'd mostly done waypoints. I thought they were gonna have like 100% or something. Anyways. Back over this way. Not like you can say something, you're talking fox. Yeah. I get more upset at accusations of being called a furry than anything, because like, I think the definition of being a furry is partaking in things in the furry community, which I don't partake in. I like having a cute little fox space creature blob to represent my mouth yappings. But it's not the same thing as, you know, furry, cosmic fox, yeah. Anyways. Just noticed someone was... Two of my friends are sitting on Discord. They've been sitting on Discord just randomly a little bit in the middle of the day lately. I'm assuming they're off from work. I think they're just playing Marvel Rivals or something. They're really funny, by the way. Like, those two, it's Brett and Kelly. They're just sitting in there. They're sitting in the chat room in Discord. But they live together. But they have like separate rooms, you know, for their computers and whatever. Not separate rooms. One of them is like in the living room ish. And then one of them is usually in the bedroom. And like, they talk more on Discord in the same building, like less than 20 feet away from each other, than they do like in person. It's really funny. Like, and that's what their like entire relationship, to be clear, has been like for years and years and years and years and years. Where like they just always communicated through online forms. So when they moved in to live together a few years ago, they still just do that. Because it's like how they spend time together. It's just how they're used to spending time together. And they don't have the physical space to like set up computers near each other. So, yeah. Anyways, it's just funny. I think it's funny. I think it's kind of cute that they have a relationship that, even though they're living together, it's just like nothing changed. Nothing changed for them, basically.
doesn't distinguish friend from
Kachina
foe.
though, Kachina
And there's
though.
clearly a
And we're gonna
to the
stick
red
with
ropes of power.
Shinha because I can.
That's why I loathe crowded areas.
Why am I blind? There she is. Hello. Anywho's, why is it not? Oh yeah, because I didn't. Yep. Alright, I didn't star her, by the way. She's so hard to see for some reason. I don't know why. She blends into the background. It's probably what she wants. Anywho's, I didn't. Oh, God dang it. I didn't click on it.
My curse.
I tried to plunge. I tried to jump and plunge, and it wouldn't let me. I claim no fault for murdering Shinha. It was not intentional. Where's my pizzas? Or, I guess there's... Yeah, sure. Have a pizza. Have a special dish pizza. In apology. And some chicken. Or whatever that was. Is I know good? I mean, we don't know her Hydra application. I'm optimistic still. Although, maybe I should be not optimistic. Because part of the reason I was optimistic is because they're doing the racism thing. And if they're going to basically force using I know, I sincerely hope they make her Hydra application decent. When part of the whole gimmick of these character kits is like triggering reactions and doing the special new reactions. And it's all Hydra reactions. So if they basically require using this new free Hydro unit with them, and the new free Hydro unit doesn't actually apply meaningful Hydro, well, that's not a very good gimmick thing to do, is it? Right? But if she does apply a decent Hydro, she'll be useful outside of the context of just these teams, right? Of just not cry teams. So like, I know might end up being the most versatile and interesting character for team building context, not for Unga Bunga damage context necessarily, mind you. And she ain't Farina, don't get me wrong, but I feel like that dilutes the actual meaning of racism. Do you know how many people don't actually have a real definition of racism in their head other than someone was an asshole to black people? Like, in many ways, I think this mechanical racism is a more true form of racism that represents reality. Why? Because the truest definition of racism you can have is defining racism as a systemic thing. Racism as a systemic issue, right? And you know what racism mechanics in this video game is? It's them making a system that's racist. It's racism as a systemic issue of their own creation. So, like, I would argue, rather than diluting the definition of racism, this actually is more in line with what racism actually exists as in the real world. So I apologize if you feel like it doesn't match your definition of racism, but I think it's actually fairly appropriate, unironically. I feel like it's the simplest way to get the point across of what this mechanic does. And like with Natlan, it was mostly like it didn't have enough of an effect that it was much more than just like a non-serious thing. So I can see where you're coming at it from the Natlan perspective, but the Nod Cry perspective, I think it's like, oh, the racism is really real now. That's what it feels like. Anyways, we'll see. Hopefully it changes. I feel like I want to go get the random like onesies that are over here, but we'll just go as it tells me. Who should I pull? Seat Lolly or Nefa? Which one do you like more? And which characters do you have, or you think you? So if you think you are interested more in Nod Cry characters coming out in the future, Nefa is probably the more compelling pull. Does that guarantee she's going to be useful with all of them? Not necessarily, mind you. The only one that's like I mean, she should be useful for various teams for either of the upcoming characters. No, I'm not gonna fix your account right now. We got new content to do. I'm sorry. So, why? I thought there was some up here. Why did I? No, let's go get the ones down here. What was I saying? Oh yeah, Sitlali versus Ineffa. So my take on the potential relevance of Ineffa remains to be seen a little bit. I think we've got an Emily thing going on where like she'll be more relevant as time goes on, is the suspicion. But she's still a pretty versatile, good off-field DPS right now. But I can tell you, if you like are struggling with this current abyss and you're like, will Ineffa or Sitlali help me clear this current abyss? Sitlali will help you clear this current abyss more. Ineffa will probably help you clear the new Stygian Onslaught coming in 3 days more, and potentially will help you clear the new Abyss coming in 16 days, right? Because that's just how they're designing these things. Is that where the entrance is supposed to be? Do I not have the ability to go underground here? No, it's over here. Wait, what? No? I'm confused. So, anyways, like, which one do you want to play is ultimately an influencing factor, and they're both off-field supportive-ish. Well, one's an off-field DPS, one's a more just a support for buffing utility. Okay, I think I can't go in here right now. It's on the river. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, you're right. Yep, I'm dumb. It's fine. So Sitlali is going to be most relevant. You're going to see the most obvious relevant effect for Muika, for Orlakino, for Gaming, but can be really nice to have for options for like Escoffier teams. I mean, nice as an option for Skirk. She's one of the more compelling options, right? For like the last lot of Skirk teams, but the most important ones for Skirk teams is Frina Escoffier herself. Like those would be the priority for Skirk. If you just care about Skirk's damage, but still, you know, a compelling component or a compelling option could be Sitlali. And yeah, I don't know. Which do I like more? I like Sitlali more, but I'm biased towards her. And I like what she did for Cryo. I think she kind of single-handedly... I think Sitlali was the true turning point of like, oh, yeah, Mihoyo wants to make Cryo actually be relevant and useful. Sitlali's fun for Mualani. Yeah, you have those circumstances too. Yep. Yeah, she's a Hydro buffer and a Pyro buffer. She has the most obvious effect for the those specific Pyro DPSs, but I don't know why I went over here. I should have gone to the other waypoint. And then Ineffa is, of course, just like versatile. As long as you play her with Hydro, she does a good amount of damage, is the general rule of thumb. And then can be used in all the other archetypes that Hydro is useful, that Electro is useful in. There may be some more niche things that come up that are interesting with her in the future, or whatever. And she is good. She's going to be good with future non-Cry units to some extent or another. And she's good with both of the ones in 6.0 most likely. Though Lauma... Flynn's probably really wants her. Won't necessarily need her. Lauma can be a nice option, but won't need her. See. Let's see the new IT difficulty. I had a yap about it. I did have a yap about it before, yesterday I think. I was just like, well, you know what? Do I think it's necessary? No. But it doesn't surprise me that much. That that's the direction they're going to try to go. And the reason for that is because I don't know, it's pretty clear to me that theater has always been... Oh, it's up above. God dang it. It's pretty clear to me that theater has always been, like, a mechanism of, like, we want people to pull more units. So they have Stygian, they have Abyss that's in this middle ground of, like, wants you to have a diverse amount of units, but, like, most people also feel like they want, like, strong units, but really you don't need that strong of teams. So, like, Abyss is the balanced middle ground. And then you have Stygian, which is, like, you know, wants you to have three specific teams, like so more units than Abyss, and stronger teams than Abyss. But then Theater is like, and if you, the higher difficulty you want to go in Stygian, as far as whatever your goals are, the more likely you'll want even like additional investment on those. Like if you want to clear dire difficulty Stygian, it's gonna make you feel like you want constellations or 5-star weapons potentially, and it's gonna make you definitely want, you know, like the best team for Skirk or whatever, rather than just having, well, not Skirk, the best team for whoever, yada yada. And then Theater is like the complete opposite almost, not entirely, but where it wants you to have just a bunch of units, but like the units don't have to have much investment at all. They just need to be level 70. Like you probably want to put some artifacts on them, but they don't even necessarily need to have equipment. You can just use them for triggering the buff effects in Theater, and you can clear, kind of thing, right? So like it's just still kind of a roster check, and it can be fun. If you're trying to get the stars, it can be fun. If you're limiting yourself in some form or another, like it's not brain dead to clear, don't get me wrong. Like I've had plenty that were like enjoyable to go through, especially on polearms only. But yeah, I don't know. Like 28 characters is insane. But ultimately they didn't reduce the rewards. This is just an additional source of rewards that didn't exist before, right? Like if they kept it the same forever and we didn't get any additional rewards, what is the difference, right? Like I don't think you should pull characters just to do Theater. That's what they want. But it's technically only a benefit to you once you have the ability to do it with 28 characters, right? Because it's more rewards that are accessible to you once you get to that point. But if you use it as like a motivator for natural progression, I think it's fine. But if it's something that like you feel like you need to pull a character for Theater, that's a bad thing, right? But otherwise, it's just like they just extended it. It's just slapped on, hey, there's more characters in the game now, so we're going to add another tier of Theater with even more characters required. And I really wish they would get rid of the leveling up requirement, because it's still basically a roster check regardless of what level the characters are. And that's what polearms only has showed. Every single time, like, I have been able to challenge a Theater on polearms only. Like I've been able to do it completely. Even like when like I think the lowest amount of characters I had was like 5 characters, like that I could actually play, but I had to have other characters leveled up to challenge the mode. So I had 5 characters I could actually use, and I still cleared Visionary mode. Right? I didn't get all stars in that instance. But that was before we cared about stars for the rewards. And that's kind of where I'm at, right? Like it's like, I don't know. It's annoying, particularly in the context of a polearm only account, where if I want to challenge the new difficulty, I'm gonna have to level up even more characters that I don't have literally any use for. But yeah, I don't know. Sucks that Stygian reduced the amount of events. Oh yeah, is there one less event this patch too because of Stygian? Because like yeah, Stygian is a case of like, ooh, Stygian exists and that's more Primo Gems, except no, it's not, because they're just doing one less event per patch. I think it's fine, because like it's less time drain for me. It's not the end of the world. Like, it's still the same rewards. But at least Theater is an addition. Theater's new content is an addition where like even if you can't do it now, eventually it could be more rewards for you, right? I forgot to even check that. Is there one less event this patch than there normally would be? I think I'll probably be fine, mates, but we'll find out shortly. Actually, I should go count what I'm at. Oh, I think I have enough. 45, 75. I need barely. Okay, wait, no. What?
The assumption that
100. No, I need like 14 more. Okay, I should be fine.
I got used to living
Need
in
135. First patch IT didn't can out an event, then afterwards it did. I don't think Theater ever well, Theater might in the first patch it came out might have kind of event, I guess. Yeah, after I don't think it did. And that's what I thought it was going to be for Stygian Onslaught. But yeah, Stygian Onslaught I think is structured not as permanent content, but as a permanent event. We only have one event in second half. Yeah. So And to be clear, the Primogem rewards are like trivial, right? The Primogem rewards are trivial in Stygian. So as far as Primogem rewards go, like we haven't lost anything, but we have lost variety in events. So if you cared about events, that's a problem. Oop, hello. I don't think it's really a problem for me personally, but it is also a little bit like them being like, "Ooh, look at this new thing, more Primogems," when it's actually not really anything additional, right? It's just, do you like the content? And I like the content. So yeah. Anywho's. So I don't know. The new theater difficulty is actually just more rewards. But you have to have a shit ton of characters to do it. So most people are just not going to be able to do it. So it's like simultaneously lame, but it's no different than if they didn't do any new mode at all, right? Like I don't see any actual technical downside of this, other than if it somehow tricks you into pulling characters. But I feel like it doesn't trick that many people into pulling characters, right? Like how many players are actually motivated to pull characters for theater? I feel like it's just the people that really like theater. But if you really like theater to the point where it would motivate you to pull characters, then you probably enjoy that, right? And it's fine. So I don't know. Like, I don't think very many people are being tricked into pulling characters for theater. Yeah, you're not losing primos you're already getting. So if you're already clearing visionary mode and whatever, you might not be able to clear the new one, but you didn't lose anything. So I don't know. I think it's fine. And it's just a side effect of, yep, they're releasing more characters. And because they're releasing more characters, they're going to increase the theater as time goes on. So like another year from now, they might do it again because there's going to be another 20 characters in the game. So I don't know. I don't intend to pull as many characters this year. So like, I think right now my main account is at a state where, I think we're good by the way. My main account is at a state where I think I should be fine, right? Yep, I got enough. Okay, cool. All done. Thanks. I have a weird eye sticker that makes it seem like I did something insidious. So yeah, I don't know. Anyways. I see floor 13 then theater getting another update. Yeah, I don't disagree. I would rather that too. I would rather floor 13 exist. Okie dokie, finally. This took longer than I expected because I didn't do one of the most time-intensive things pre-farming wise, but I thought I had, and that's my bad. Oopsie doopsies. Alright, bam. Wow. Yay. Standard wish. Not really much relevant for here. Oh, Flynn's might be standard. I should not use my wishes now. Flynn's is not standard. I will eat my shoe. Anyways. Alright. So Nefa's cat? Nefa's cat. Nefa has a cat? Does she come with Kirara? Is she bundled? Nefa's cat. Nefa's cat. Nefa's cat. There's Nefa's cat. That's a cat! Nice. I like it. Anyways. What am I doing? Oh, we need to equip her. So, where? There we go. We'll be using tenacity as well for her. Man, again, this account is now in a weird situation where, like, I thought, yeah, I have an official equip. So, like, this is a weird piece for her, right? I'm aware that I probably would prefer attack time piece normally, but this is also a cracked as hell EM timepiece. Like, if you ever are going to consider using an EM timepiece on Nefa, it's this one. So And like I could have spent time pre her release being like, gotta farm a whole bunch of tenacity to try to get the best build possible for her, right? But I was like, there's a new set that's releasing that obviously is going to be better on her. But now it's up in the air on whether or not that'll actually be better. I'm like, So she might actually just be on tenacity forever. I don't know. This piece would be better, obviously. But not crazily so unless I need the ER, which I might. Let's see, attack percent. Oh yeah, that was my plan for now. I'll probably switch her to this goblet that Raiden is using, and then Raiden can use this eventually, but I don't have the ability to use this on Raiden quite yet, so I'll use that. Okay. I guess I can probably do a crit damage circlet, but I don't have one. Wait. Do I... I don't have a weapon equipped yet. Obviously, if I do... weird. Okay. Shoot. Like it feels the idea of like using elixirs. I could use an elixir. I think I have 3. I have 2. I can get 3. Yeah. I have an excess of XP on this account. Like it's kind of like, okay, I could craft a circlet for her, right? But she's just in a weird spot right now, right? I could put her on Homa or Jade Spear instead, but I feel like I won't have enough ER. There's also team context where I don't know if I need to burst that badly. Alright, that's pretty good, obviously, with Homa. It looks nice, other than the ER. But whether or not... Like, it's not going to be a big deal, for example, in Chever's teams to burst on her. Not necessarily no value, but not needed, per se. So, kind of at a crossroads here on what I want to do exactly on her. So Lolly's mentioned the new Archon quest. Okay, you convinced me. I'll do it. Like, what do I need for... I need like a crit damage circlet with at least 10% crit rate, right? Because then I lose... Crit damage circlet with 10% crit rate, go down to 74% crit rate. You know. It'd be a little bit unbalanced. Like, this is not a bad build, mind you. It's just a little weird. A little weird. And I would like an attack timepiece, but like... Okay. Let's level up her talents. And then go test an actual team with her. Hello, Starvey. Thanks for subbing. Yay. Oh, I thought it was done. There we go. Wow, 1200%. Alright. Ah, frick. Should I just convert them? I stream daily? I usually stream not necessarily daily. I'm probably gonna be off. Probably gonna not stream the next couple days because of moving. Well, first of all, you know, our Strongling Noblesse build is good enough now. I'm comfortable doing this since I might want tenacity. Tenacity might be her long-term build anyways, so you know. Wow. Should I just convert? Does it matter that much? It does and it does not. Okay. Star. Okay. I mean, I have the ability to, but like, I need to do 4 of them. That's a lot of dream solving. I also hate this boss though. I don't really want to farm it right now. So, what does Flynn's use? Let me double check. What does Flynn's use? Mostly new drops, but the boss it's the cryo boss. Sick. I don't mind fighting that boss. I can stockpile those. Okay. Cool. Sick. That's fine. I'm fine with just using these then. Okay. Not ideal per se, but it's fine. Okay. I have a cool question. Feel free to ask it. You don't need to tell me it's a cool question beforehand. But now that you did though, I get to judge whether or not it is actually a cool question. And maybe everyone here gets to judge if it's a cool question. Because you let up with it's a cool question, so it better be a cool question. Bam. There we go. Should I level her normal attacks for the funnies? Sure. Damn. No, I'm not going to do any more than 6, though. She'll have Candace Infusion, so, you know, why not? Okie dokie. So, now, teams. 1. Where do I not have a preset? That's really funny. Oh, there it is. No, that's not it. That's Raiden Arlecchino, or that's Raiden Shivers. Where's Arlecchino Shivers? I don't have Arlecchino Shivers set. That's really funny. Okay. Anyways, teams. So 4 teams with Hydro in them. Oh, I didn't level 90 here. Oops. Done. There we go. So 4 teams with Hydro in them. Be this with either Raiden or with Sino. I suspect the Raiden team's going to be a lot better, but has higher investment, so, you know. What do we name it? I also think this is going to be worse than Raiden Shivers. I'm not 100% certain of that, though. So the comparison here would be Raiden Shivers versus Raiden Nefa. Raiden Nefa. And Team Standing By is a good name. This team I'll delete. Don't know why it's a Shivers team, so you know what? I'll put the Arlecchino team here. But yeah, this character should be an upgrade for Arlecchino. Mostly not okay. Like she should just be an upgrade over Arlecchino because, or sorry, over Raiden. Because just talent damage wise, she won't have her passive, right, with a Lunar Charge type damage, right? Raiden's doing 84% coordinated attack damage. Compared to Inefa is doing 155% every 2 seconds. But in a bigger AoE. Well, no, not in a bigger AoE. But it's not coordinated attack. It's just automatically. So it's an upgrade. It's basically the same damage, actually, as Raiden's E. But it's not a coordinated attack. And not a coordinated attack means it's going to be better. It'll always apply. And the EM buff will do something, at least. Assuming, well, something assuming either Inefa or Arlecchino is the one triggering overloads. And they should be, because they're the only 2 units that are applying elements actively. So this is technically an upgrade for damage-wise because of the overload damage on top of her skill damage being the same. And then we also get the shield. And we get tenacity buff. But Raiden could use tenacity before. I just didn't normally use Raiden on tenacity because I was too lazy to change it most of the time. So now we just have a default of like put a Nefa on and it'll be better than Raiden. She'll be the default. If I need off-field Electro, I use her rather than Raiden. Now Raiden will be like, I can just leave Raiden on Emblem and play Raiden on Emblem, right? You free to play. Not on this account. I have a free to play account. This account is mostly just fueled by Welkins and being 3 years old and hyper-focused into polearms. Oh. I guess we can try Xiao's new best team. Well, wait. I don't know if it is Xiao's best. Okay, never mind. I don't know. It might be better. Xiao on VV. Candace, Eonson, Xiao, and Effa might be better with Xiao and VV than this team. But it's still going to be I tried. It's still not going to be good. We can try it.
Warm up complete.
So that's something.
Are you in danger?
Forgot to put her there.
Select target for cleanup
And we'll try the Sino variant of this team. And then we can try this, but with... Oh, I forgot Eon. Well, Eon-san is like kind of weird with this. I think Anefa should be meaningfully... Well, I don't know. Is it going to be? So the idea is like Anefa instead of Eon-san, and then Xiangling instead of Toma.
I can't wait any longer.
Right. As another Sino variant.
Warm up complete.
Because, you know, utilize her being the defensive unit and whatever. I think that's something we can do. Technically, she should be on Deepwood in this team, I think. For Emily's damage. Or Xiangling should be on Deepwood, one of the two. I'm not going to bother, because... Okay. And then anything else? I could try Hybrid Raiden, I guess. To be clear, I think Hybrid Raiden is probably stronger with Eons on at this point, but...
Commencing task.
Commencing task. Yeah, I like her VA. You see Flynn's animations? Yeah, they look cool. I can agree with everyone that he be aura farming. I like the dark blue-ish attacks quite a lot. Okay. Anything else? Anything I'm missing? Maybe Anefa main DPS?
What's wrong? Are you in danger?
Anyone need a coach?
And then... Yao Yao? Can I make Emily work? You think I can do Xiangling, Candace, and Effa? You think that will work? Instead of Eon-san? I lose an attack buffer though. I don't know. It'd be much more interesting to do C6 Bennett, right? Because C6 Bennett, you do C6 Bennett, Emily, and Effa. Eon-san would probably work pretty well. It'd be kind of fun. On this account, I don't know if it'd be that interesting, honestly. I don't think it's that interesting. We can try on my main account when I actually level her up. Is there something I can do to make this work? Oh, I forgot. We can try Overvape for sure. It's not going to beat out Arlecchino Chevreuse, to be clear. It's definitely not. We can try it on this account.
Please
select target for cleanup sequence.
Because Candace does enable vaping. So, you know. Bennett would be better, but Polar I'm only account, so yeah,
I'm all warmed up.
that's fine. So probably something like Arlecchino E into Eonson into Inefa. Wait. Yeah, we probably need Candace last. So I'm just wondering. Yeah, no, we have to trigger an Electro. We have to trigger Overload. So yeah, we do have to do Arlecchino into Eonson into Inefa into Candace. Yep. Okay. That'll be interesting. This, I don't know. I think without C6 Bennett, this is not that interesting to do. Inefa needed for Flynn's? If you want Flynn's best team, yes. Probably. Do you need Flynn's best team? That's up to you. Frick. Why my brain taking so long? So like...
Just sharpen my spear.
Like, this is the only whack concept I could think of.
Are you in danger?
We can try. I think it'd be funny. Alright. I mean, that's more teams than I thought I was going to come up with, honestly, for her. Various levels of compelling. Ignoring the fact that like I have C6 Arlecchino, this would probably still be one of the stronger ones. And stronger use cases, particularly this being a strong use case for Arlecchino, would free up her so that a Shepherd's team can be used for someone else, right? That's one thing that could struggle. Again, with the C6 Arlecchino, it's just whatever, right? But if this was like a lower investment Arlecchino, this would free up a Shepherd's team for Raiden or whatever. Probably Raiden is the best one still as an alternative. It's not necessary for this account at this investment level, but you know, we're testing, and it's something that probably will be more fun to test on my main account once I get her leveled there properly. But yeah, we can still test it here though. What do I want to test first? And we have a problem, by the way. There's no endgame content to properly test most of these teams other than the one that have Pyro in them. So the ones with Pyro in them should not be that hard to test. Is Candace gets a lot of usage in the account, or the next year? Candace has always gotten a ton of usage in this account. Like, the moment she came out, I was like, yeah, Hydro good. And like her lowest relevance was like the first few months. But then as soon as Yao Yao released, Candace has carried this account. She's straight carried this account. Hydro's pretty important to have. You know what? Let's try. We'll try this one well, you know, I forget. Let's try this one first. We can just try this in Abyss, or not in Abyss, in the domain. If it's not compelling here, it's not going to be compelling in Abyss. It'll probably be able to clear Abyss, mind you, but you know. By the way, since we're going to have to use Candace for all these teams, it means in the first side of Abyss, I'm just going to use Escoffier with Mika. I'm going to do Escoffiation of Mika Rosaria. Which I hate because Mika's 18-second cooldown feels super awkward, but it's fine. It'll be fine. It's Abyss. I'm going to get your energy up properly. Wrap.
Alright, let's finish
Wrap. Should I go farm Tenacity instead, maybe? Maybe.
Let's round them up.
You just get a Lunar Charge tutorial? Nice. Okay. You know what, let's go farm Tenacity instead. I don't need Scroll Artifact. I don't need to min-max Eons on to the point that I need to do that, so... You know. Mika out of the basement. Yeah, he's only out of the basement because there's no other Hydra units. There's no other Hydra units. Yeah, I want double. If I get a crit damage circlet on Tenacity here, I will use 2 elixirs for an attack timepiece. Because I really don't have an ideal build for her right now. My intention with that was that I was like, okay, it's going to be fine. Because I'll get the new artifacts. But the new artifacts just might not really be. It might be just she's always on tenacity on this account with the mechanics in Node Cry. Okay, so I think we do this. Dude, I frickin' forgot Katane. Also, her burst casts her skill anyways, so like this. I mean, this domain is too easy, so you know. What's your ER, by the way? 104? Okay, we'll see if it's enough. Elixirs, but Arlecchino? Elixirs don't really do that much from Arlecchino. I don't know. Like, thanks, game. They can be used for Arlecchino, but like, they're not actually going to result in any real improvement. There's like such an extremely, like, using, let's say I use these 2 elixirs to try to get like an onset double crit timepiece for her. That could be useful, but I've looked through my artifacts and been like, okay, what offset piece does this enable? Like, I've spent so much resin in that domain that so many of my best artifacts are already onset artifacts. That like, I don't have a better offset that I could enable. Like, I like the little like mechanical sounds when she's moving. I don't have a better offset that would be enabled by having an onset timepiece at this point. So like, I could use the elixirs to do a 5-piece flex if I get a really good piece that like rolls super crazily heavily into crit. But like, it's just like, it has to be 4-line and it has to roll like entirely into crit. It's just like not relevant. So yeah. Anywho's, we didn't get to do a proper rotation. I will test this in Abyss. I think it's interesting. I can't really test it properly here anyways. Brap. Yeah, ideally you should just start with burst, because you don't have to press her skill if you burst. What? Just to make sure everyone else is hearing that, right? Jason slaying Flynn's is good. Yeah, he seems like he'll be good, just restrictive. Like, really restrictive. Have to press skill for signature weapon activation? Do you? Thought it was skill or burst. No, yeah, it's skill or burst. Yep. Thankfully. Wait, you might have to press her skill for the shield. Brigette's already on the field. Oh, no, you do have to start with doing Brigetta. Because it only resummons her if you do that. But does that redo your shield? You might have to do it to get the shield. We'll test it. About... Frick you, game? Heard what? The constant dun do 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 do. It did that for like frickin' 20 seconds. There was some weird sound effect being indicated. Yeah. This I don't have that. Go ahead, the burst up there, it's fine. About. Okay. So I'm going to do this. That resummons Brigetta. No, it doesn't redo the shield. So you have to do skill anyways to do shield. That's annoying. Okay. There's not really much benefit then to the... Okay. Sure. Her shield does make sounds. Yeah, that might have been what the sound effect was. It was a weird sound effect. Okie dokie. Well, that means I want Katane less. Hopefully I'll remember to put that Hu Tao back on a different weapon. Let's give her Homa. Well, she's not going to have enough ER. Ah, frick. That feels bad to do when I'm trying to min-max her damage, though. Do I just forgo burst every rotation in this team? It might be fine. We'll test with Homa first. How good is Katane? It's a bad fav. Technically better for her personal damage, but it's basically a bad fav. It's really good on her. Like it's compelling enough to consider using over 5-star options. That's why I defaulted to it. I just don't know if I want to have to deal with. I don't like characters having dash lines, but going accelerating is funny for now. It is funny. Auto lock if good artifacts proc now. Yes, you can. I hate auto lock. I think it's bad, and I dislike it. I think it makes artifact farming less enjoyable to me. You get 2 procs of Katane per rotation? Yes, I believe so. Yeah, cooldown is every 10 seconds, so, yep. You should get 2 procs. So it's very good on her. I will test it again on her, but just annoying. I have to, I can get in the habit of doing QE, right? It's just annoying, that's all. Being that I don't have that many Fab Lances available, I mean, I have a bunch, but other characters that need to stay on them. I am relatively inclined to use this on her, unless I manage to get her signature weapon. Weird. Didn't even get my energy back there. Oh boy. I don't think. Wow, we got like entirely freaking Pale Flame pieces. Screw you, game. I don't think Homa makes sense in this team. That was way too low of energy generation. Yeah, the total energy, the cost energy, yes. So the total energy refund is 5 energy, so R5. You get 15 energy refunded, but it costs 3 energy each time. So you get 30 energy, but it costs 6, right? So yes, 24 energy refunded. So functionally reduces her burst cost down to 36. Wait. Yes, 36. The catch is right there. I mean, I'm not playing burst DPS. But it's probably not the worst option in the world, to be clear. Save us. No circlets. Rip. Okie dokie. I mean, low roll, mid roll. But maybe. I already have a cracked flower. Or feather, whatever. Where was it? Theoretically could be better, but almost assuredly not. Nope, bye. Alright. We already have this. It's really high CV, so, you know, it's fine. Okay, I don't know. I'm kind of feeling Katane. And just get used to QE. And then try to get a crit damage circlet for her. I would like a timepiece too, but I don't know. Timepiece is like something I could craft now, right? But I can craft a circlet now too. Do I cope with this? No, I can't cope with that because we go down to like 60% career rate. No, no, no. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna craft a circlet for her. My logic... What stats do we choose, though? My logic is if I want the new artifacts anyways, I'm gonna spend so many resources on the new artifacts by just farming the domain, because there's no particular domain I need to farm that badly, that I'll just get good artifacts eventually from the domain. And there'll be new elixirs that I'll release anyways. So, do that. And do a tenacity, crit damage circlet. But obviously crit rate is one of the stats. ER or attack percent? ER or attack percent? Like my wand is attack percent, but I think ER is probably the smarter choice. And then surely we get 4-line. Current build isn't hitting 2k attack, so I don't have an attack percent timepiece yet. And ER, I think, is just the smarter, safer choice. Because if you need ER, you need ER. And, like, it could roll crit rate attack percent and roll 3 times into attack percent. That's great, I guess, except if I don't have enough ER to burst. And there's no breakpoint you have to hit for attack. Like, it's just less EM buffing. It's not the end of the world. So, yeah, ER, I think, makes more sense. Alright, crit damage, crit rate, ER. 4-line me. Okay. High rolls. No attack percent. Double def is a little, you know. But 4-line matters a lot more. I care a lot more about 4-liner. I'm gonna close my eyes. And then open them. Actually, I'm gonna minimize OBS. And I'm gonna stare. I'm going to close my right eye, minimize OBS, and look at my side monitor. And see what your reaction is. Alright. Enhance. That OMG insane popped up before I actually clicked. Ah! Sick. One more level, too. Good roll, please. Holy, all right, that's that frickin'. But is that 3 max? That's 3 max rolls in ER, by the way. Holy, well, that's never getting rerolled. Jesus. Sick. Win. There you go. All right. Yeah, and yes, want an attack timepiece still eventually someday. TM. But no elixirs right now, so. Yeah, wow. That's a good piece. That's kind of cracked. Alright. That's the kind of piece I freaking want on my Farina on my main account, by the way. Can't get that. Alright. And this is cracked. This is, like, probably never going to get replaced. Well, oh, I thought this was a 4-line, actually. Maybe. Okay, it definitely can be. Just not as likely. Oh, that does mean, I guess, this might be worth it, but... Nope, never mind. That on raw crit value is going to be hard to replace. But yeah, so I want attack percent timepiece, but that's fine. That should happen eventually. It's now a much better build for testing. Okay. 119 ER feels better. It might not actually need that, to be clear, in a lot of the teams with double Electro or whatever. With Catane. But it might give me flexibility to do something like... I don't know, right? Switch her to Jade Spear if I just want crit static, right? We'll see. Jade Spear would definitely be better, I think, in Arlecchino Overload. Because again, I don't think we need to burst. And it might be better not to burst in Arlecchino Overload, just because the rotation, like the time for the animation is not worth it. You'd rather spend more time on Arlecchino, or do shorter rotations. I think, so, yeah. There might just not be a universal build option for her realistically, unless I get her signature, which I'd like to. But all right, anyways, enough yapping. Oops, I just clicked on a thing. Didn't mean to click on my other window. All right. Farazon still have an insane. Well, that's on my main account. But also my Farazon is not using tenacity right now, so my tenacity build on my main account is actually very good. I don't think there's much to improve there. Okay. Let's go. For Jade Spear. Yeah, Jade Spear has just been pooped on me on this account. It's been funny. 2 of them have been from Weapon Banner. I think 2 of them were from Standard Banner. So yeah, let's go here. We'll test all the Pyro teams here. There's some non-Pyro teams we won't be able to test. Well, actually, wait. So some of these teams we can test on the first side. because they have Eon Sun. So this can be second side or first side, because Eon Sun can bypass the buttholes mechanics. This team will have to be second side. This team we can do first side. This team will be second side. This team can be first side. And this team can be second side. I guess most of the teams we have, they have Pyro or they have Eons on. So like, okay. I guess we're fine to test this Abyss in this account, funnily enough. Because of our reliance on Eons on. And her happening to be one of the few characters that can bypass the mechanic. So. Yeah, this is polearm only. Okie dokie. Okay, we're gonna try the Emily team. The shenanigans team first. God damn it. And we'll see how see if I can get used to playing this and make me not hate it. I don't know, it just feels a lot worse with having Hydra there. It feels wrong, but it's fine. Oh, okay. I should think about the rotation. Probably do EQ. Yeah, I think. No, I think what you do is you Globa, you Emily E, you EQ on you swap back to you because you'll have level 4 by then. You can do burst, and then you do Candace, because bested burst will Candace and overwrite the burning while her burst is going, because then it'll spit back the level 4. So I think I do Globa E, Emily E. Do I do E? I don't think snapshotting Eon Sun. Or snapshotting Eon Sun. Snapshotting. I don't know. It's quick swap. You don't have to be on field in any particular. So, like, it's fine that I don't cast. So, I think, yeah, Globa, E on you, EQ on you, Emily Q. No, I think it's Shungling Burst, then Emily Q, because I have Shungling on Noblesse. And hopefully she has enough ER, but this kind of team for Shungling's going to be the most sus for her ER currently. Yeah. And then Candace after. Well, Emily Burst is going after Shungling Burst is going, yeah. Okay. Primos and Polearms only, I'm basically out. We had enough to get to the guarantee, and that was it. Because of the C6 Eons on wishing, how that went. I will do at least whatever pulls I get, probably 20, 30, 40 wishes on the weapon banner, I think. But I don't think I want to go to pity on weapon banner. I don't want to press E twice. Want an Arlecchino Chev team? We will. It's on the list. It just feels so much worse. It's not actually that much worse. It just feels weird. I should have Mika there first, but actually it is noticeably worse. Well, I don't know. I think I might have been playing it terribly too. It's fine. It does seem noticeably worse because I was clearing like 32 seconds with Candace. But anyways. Ah, frick, I forgot to Q first. Okay. Oh, I really should have been triggering 5s on Shungling. Whoopsies. That's not ideal. Yeah, this chamber's gonna be slow. Really should not have forgotten to do Shungling bad triggering. It was a mistake. I'm gonna do this. I think it's gonna... Yeah. Oh, she's down. I didn't notice. Whoopsies. Okay. Dash. I kept level 2. Alright, there we go. Okay, I think my one tapping of her skill there kind of bungled my situation, but we're fine. What's that insane damage? I mean, Emily, this is a C3 R1 Emily with an absolutely kind of bonkers build on her. So, like temper your expectations a little bit, but I'm pretty sure a C0 Emily would have cleared there still. We had a minute to spare, and that was with the clunky shield mechanic. So, you know, pretty sure very doable without a C0. I mean, it works better than I thought it would. Like, I think I thought we would have a little bit more issue with Candace's Hydra application with keeping up Emily burst. So, yeah. I think Emily is the only character with cons on there. Well, the 4 stars, but yeah. Anyways, Suits on the loose. This team has C1 Escoffier, which is the most meaningful thing here. Also has Shenna cons, which is nice, but not that big a deal. Yep. This. That I didn't get Mika again. Whatever. I also should have just waited because this dude. Well, we were within range. Never mind. Not being able to freeze enemies here in this team feels so weird. It's not that much worse. It's not that much worse. It's just weird. I don't know. Okay. Okay, Xiangling energy is a bit rough here, and I also missed. Good job. Maybe that. Bam, bam. Please. Please, Fav! Oh my god, Fav. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, frick. Wilbo's not. Okay, misplays with Xiangling all over the place. Bam. If I had Xiangling going, this would have been 5. Ah, dang it. I could have done that better. Oh well. It's obvious there I would have gotten through if I didn't have Xiangling, or if I had Xiangling going. Xiangling does not have enough ER on this team. That's fine. It's fine. Oh my god, the Xiangling energy is so bad. I don't know how often we're really triggering Lunar Charge. I think it's just Emily, like, kind of doing everything here. Oh. Okay, this, I think we accidentally, whatever, it's fine. Bap. Weird. Yeah, I think we're getting carried by Emily and just Emily Xiangling doing things. I don't think this is really that much better than if we had done Eons on Snapshot Eons on buff on Xiangling and then on just leave Emily on field kind of thing, right? And dash around to maintain the buff. Oh, we can't freeze them. No. Unfortunate. Yeah, we'll see what happens with the Dendro Yumkasaur because of its Dendro resistance. I didn't bring Deepwood either, so yeah. while to get Hydro going, which is not ideal either for Nefa's damage. Over to switch to Ling. Okay. Get a little bit better with her Emily now. Or for Emily? Her damage now. That. Okay, skill before burst. That's not ideal. Do this. Do this. Now, we're not really seeing that many looter charges, but you know. Oops. Yeah, that skill kind of screwed me. Oops. I think I still need a little bit more energy on Inepa in this team too. She has solo Electro, but you know. Please. Please, Xiangling. Please. If we didn't have energy needs, this would be a lot smoother. I don't know why he sent Emily there. Stop it! God dang it. Yeah, I don't feel like redoing. It's probably not a team I recommend. It is fun though. It's fun at least. And if it didn't have Dendro resistance, we would have gotten it. But also for like how high investment Emily is there. I mean, we didn't put Deepwood on the team. I don't know. Right? It's fine. It was better than I thought it would be, to be honest. And this is a really awkward abyss for Mini and an Enefa team, especially if you're trying to do Enefa with Dendro things, right? No guess like yesterday? No. So I should have gotten Z6 Emily. Yeah, clearly. Well, if it was C6 Emily, even more you would want to just on-field with the Eons on, right? So, anyway, it's a fun team. I don't think I'll be playing that regularly unless I, like, for some reason have all those characters available and need the element coverage. Yeah, okay. Let's try... let's do some obviously strong teams quick. You know what, we'll do these after we do Arlecchino. Let's do full power Arlecchino. And what we will see is that this will not make really a difference over Raiden, other than I think there's a possibility that... No, not really. Never mind. I was gonna say there's a possibility Inefa's damage could help me clear this faster. But I don't really... like, technically, yes. But, yeah, not really. So... Well, we can't use Candace, actually. Let's just do it, though, anyways. You... And a you. And a you. And a you. I think we want to do that. Well... We can do an effort first, I think, because we can just shiver his burst, at least for the first rotation. Hopefully, we'll see. Might have to be Eons on first to get scroll consistently, but try to overvape Arlecchino on main yet? Nope, not yet, but we can once we are done here. It'll be a level 70 Inefa, but it'll be fine for testing at least. Will we go work with a C1 Saint Cho? A C0 Kaya would be better. Rosaria. I put a Scopy in the wrong team slot. Rosaria is a better choice. Assuming you have C2 at least, I guess, which you might not. I believe Saint Joe's just kind of really awkward with her. She can work, but I don't know. I'm not an experienced Mawika player. I am a Mawika non-enjoyer for main DPSing her specifically. So I am unfortunately the wrong person to ask on like nuance of like the combos you'd have to do with Saint Cho with Mawika. I would look up some gameplay of Singcho Moika on whatever place. So yeah, you could use Kaya and Rosaria. That's true, assuming they have at least whatever Eon's on. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Dang it. Hello? What is it doing? It's bugging out. That's amusing. That did a lot of damage. Yeah, I mean, we did get to see that, like, you know, she does have 1,000% multiply in her burst. But like, I wouldn't consider that any different than what Raiden does in that team. So, yeah. You don't need N1 CA dash. Spade consumes less Hydra than Melt. Oh, we're talking about Moika. Yeah. No, it is different. This is a leak-free stream. No, you can talk about things. I'm already done talking about the stuff. I did my yap on that, but I don't feel like yapping that much more than I already did. I yapped too much about it. Back, please. What? Hello? Why did that target over there? What? Did you waddle backwards outside of my targeting range? Ah, frick. I don't want to waste a freaking ult. That took so long. Way longer than normally does. Alright. All the catalysts. I mean, we don't actually know that they're all catalysts yet. Let's be real. It's all up in the air. We've had conflicting information for various of those units, so yep. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't surprise me that much, but because catalyst units are good.
Your journey ends here. Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Oh, I guess we're not. All right. Yeah, it's almost like with this investment of Arlecchino, I can't tell the difference. Like, it's better because she's a more compelling, easy option to slot in rather than, like, changing Raiden to her ideal build. Raiden on Tenacity is 99% the same. So, anyway, but it was worth doing at least. Don't. What? Whatever. Butthole. Butthole. Do you want to come over here, please? No? There we go. Hello. We got Kaya, Charlotte, Eon's on. It'll probably work, yeah. ER needs and Charlotte might be a bit rough, but it'll work. Bam. Nice 100k. Forgot to do these. Yep. It's Arlecchino Z6. I don't know. I can't really test Arlecchino properly on this account. Not like I really wanted to actually test that team against the Tulpa and Stygian, because with Raiden, without Raiden on Tenacity, mind you, and without putting Arlecchino on an EM timepiece, like without trying to truly min-max the damage, I was able to get a 91-second clear on dire difficulty with Arlecchino, the C6 Arlecchino with a really good build. But Stygian Onslaught is not available for some reason, so I can't really test high investment Arlecchino on this account, but we can go and test Arlecchino more on my main account. We will do one more Arlecchino thing here though, just for the sake of showing. We'll see what we'll see if I haven't meaningfully played Arlecchino and Candace together on this account in a while. See if I can make the C2 work and whatever. This will also be a case where I definitely want to burst every rotation with the Nefa, because the EM buff for Raiden, which this is only gonna be like what's 2,000 times 6%? That's only like 120 EM, but it's still gonna be pretty good, right? So I don't know. We'll see if she has her ER was kind of borderline there. So, kind of makes me think, as sad as it would be, that I need to reconfigure some things here. I mean, yeah. Yeah. I'll do that. Sacrifice a little bit of crit rate for more ER. That'll probably solve that. Okay. Overvape and Lunar Charge interact. So the aura works a little bit differently than Electro Charge, so I believe the aura just stays more consistently. The Hydro and Electro aura, I think, but I might be wrong. I don't know exactly. We can try to pay attention to that though. What am I doing? I guess we'll just. Yeah, I don't want to have to think about the first side. So let Escoffier carry the first side. Juice on loose.
You can't run. Now's your chance.
Yeah, no, I did it wrong. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Side, please. Don't kill me. Okay. I want to do like a full setup. Do this. This. Oh wait, I should do a Neva after or before Candace. It does work pretty well though. I think the C2 does not get interfered that much. Other than I think I might have to swap out of Candace, swap back into Arlecchino sometimes. We were getting pretty consistent vapes there. You never no longer snapshots? Nope. She does not. So I was just doing Eons on there, not to snapshot. Because her buff lasts 18 seconds and I need to trigger scroll buff, which means I have to go like Arlecchino into Eon Sun if I want scroll buff. Could use Noblesse to have more flexibility
Obey.
on her instead, but
Cryo incarnate.
not that big a deal.
Fighting cover.
Let you die.
Please. Judgment. Shiver.
Hydra there to freeze it. I did a normal attack there to freeze it, but I don't have Candace, so can't freeze it.
Obey.
Please die.
You can't run.
You're only pulling Flynn's? You're gonna have a Flynn's only account?
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Too easy. Grant us your blessing.
Well, man. Man. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm gonna try... Wait, oh, well, I forgot. I need to just kill the thing quick. I'm gonna try to do a real rotation against the other enemies, but I'm gonna try doing Inefa. Okay. This, Inefa, before Candace. Alright, do this. Yep. Yeah, there we go. That's sustained through Vapes. I mean, I still can't do a real sustained rotation. We could try this team maybe, but I'll test real sustained rotations on my main account since I have her there. Oh, forget.
By ordinance divine.
Yeah.
Manifest. Leave the wounded to me. Off to the priest. You can't run. Lights out. Do your master's bidding. Obey.
That did not hit anything.
At first, please.
C6 Arlecchino apply more pyro than C0 R1. More pyro than C2. Or sorry, no more pyro than C2. The C2 applies pyro. And Candace's Hydro has kind of like the perfect amount for Arlecchino. I don't know if any of the Hydro gets consumed for like the Lunar Charge reaction enough to cause a problem there. It seemed fine, other than, you know, having to swap out. But I think the swap out was more a problem of Arlecchino C2. So I think on my main account, over Vape with Candace will work pretty well. Most people would probably just use Yelan or Singcho, I imagine, but Candace enables the potentially the shortest rotations, like 16-second rotations. And we'll do Bennett instead, of course. We'll do Arlecchino, Bennett, and Nefa. She'll make it Nefa's ER needs even higher, so... Ugh. I'm probably going to put her on an ER. I don't want to do that, but I might have to. That didn't have Hydro because it wasn't within range, but oh well. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, I don't know, it's pretty good. But again, it's possible to really judge it. It's impossible to judge it Nefa meaningfully here with Arlecchino doing so much more damage. So, it's definitely not better than the Shevers team, mind you. Because Shevers is broken, just having the red shred for Arlecchino is too good, on top of more total buffing on top of attack buffing. Shevers team versus that, yeah, like it is what it is. It'll be much more interesting to see her on over Vape with a Nefa on my main account. Okay. Let's check then some more interesting things. So Sino or Raiden first, you guys want to see? Raiden, to be clear, is C5, aka C3. And Lon clear? I have to do a main account. Sino first? Okay. We can do Sino first. Sure. Alright. Sino should be on signature weapon. And not that. This. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay. Yep, 91, 218, 118. This is triple electro. They can get away with the non-ER circle. We can try. We can try. One substat Sino, 100 crit rate, 218 crit damage, 287 EM. This is a C2 Sino, by the way. Eon's on buff. The Candace uptime is going to be a little low. I think it's fine. You don't need constant Hydra, do you? Every 2 seconds. When is the thundercloud gonna go away? I don't know. We'll find out. Because I think we have to start with Candace. You do Candace into Eon's on into Ineva. Okay. Sure you're okay with that ER amount? I mean, we're on Thunder and Fury with triple Electro. If ever there was a time one ER roll is fine with Sino, it's this. Okay. And then we can just wipe through the second side with Hu Tao and Arlecchino. Or did I say Hu Tao? I meant Shivers and Arlecchino. Bap. Free to play weapon for Ineva. If you don't have a fab available for her, use Katane. That's what my Inef is on right now. I should have waited to do that, by the way, but... Well, especially because Ineva can't tank. Ooh, Ineva cannot take that. Not with her current build. Okay. Redo. And now we wait for it to stall. Alright. I don't know if he's triggering enough reactions to trigger Thundering Fury. This would be a Gilded Dream Sino is better play. Yeah. We don't have enough Hydra uptime, actually. That's the main reason, I think. So that's unfortunate. Yeah, this will work a lot better with Raiden, because the Hydra uptime won't matter as much. Oh, frick, he already went into a stall. Okay. We'll go on to the next chamber. This boss is obviously this boss. Got a TF trigger there. Yeah, when Candace is up, we are triggering TF, I think. Dang it, your frickin' Sol mechanics. Yeah, if we had a higher uptime Hydro player, didn't have, like, I could play around with this team more. I think I could do, oh, frick me, god dang it. I was too busy yapping and wasn't thinking about I need to live. Frick. God damn it. Ugh. Okay. What's it saying? Honestly, I'm gonna choose a defense. Like, Eons on Noblesse here, I think, is probably the play. Just forget about Scroll. Scroll is good and probably ideal, theoretically, but it doesn't buff Inefa. It's just buffing Sino. And just more attack percent is probably fine, right? So, do Noblesse Eons on here, and then I have more flexible rotation. Just do Inefa first, go into Eons on, go Candace, right? I can try to simulate that, actually. We can try to do that. We'll just forgo Scroll buff. After the Sol is done, of course. Columbine is still rumored to be Polarm. I mean, today we had a rumor that she's supposedly Catalyst, but I don't know. We'll see. The answer is, who the frick knows? Is it back? Hopefully it's back. Did I get it back before YouTube ended the stream? I hope so. Hello. Am I back? I think I'm back. Good. I think my internet just went to shit. Hey, good news, guys. I'm moving. I'm gonna have much better internet. I think my internet just randomly dropped out for like 30 seconds. Good news. I'll have better internet in a couple days. I have to relog in apparently. So yay. Not Comcast. CenturyLink, but it's DSL. It's shit-ass DSL internet. Okay. First time that specific problem I think has happened on a stream. But, you know. Anyways. Thanks, internet, for making me lose a good chunk of viewers. Let's go. I don't actually know what my viewers was at before, but I choose to blame it. Alrighty. Baiju, Farina, Sino, and Efa. Yeah, it should work pretty well. You won't have this problem I'm having here with Hydro uptime, and you can actually aggravate, right? But you try Yaoyao instead here, like Eons on and get aggravates, by the way, but without having good uptime in Candace. Like this has always been the problem whenever I tried Sino Candace. It's just, you know, Sino and uptime. We're having the additional layer problem of, you know, wanting to have Hydro for Eons on. I guess what we could do is we could just do Candace E, now I think about it. We don't have to burst on Candace, technically. So, anyways. Of course I took damage before I activated that. Frick you. Frick! God, this enemy. No, I could barely do any damage there, unfortunately. I have 18 health on Sino. I forgot to choose a defense. I should have chosen defense. Oh boy. Yeah, TF works fine. I don't know why I did that. Whatever. Okie dokie. Crap. Ah, crap. Stalling. Yeah, this boss is annoying, obviously, and this is not an ideal team for this boss. If I had a better Hydro applier, I think I probably would have had it better, like dead there, right? If this was Xingqiu or Yelan instead, I think it was just kind of free. Are you not gonna go? Okay, there we go. It's and if we had a lot higher attack on a Neffa, we might have been able to tank the attacks a little bit better, but her shield is obviously not so tanky that you can just tank through really high damage attacks like that constantly. It's enough to rely on whatever, that's fine, I guess. Enough to rely on, generally speaking, but, you know, you get the point. Bam. Neffa sounds like a Luna nickname. What does that mean?
Illusion shattered. You asked for it. Drop your weapons. Final
What? I already have riding up. Okay. Alright, let's see if this can seem a little bit better. I think my overall vibe there was actually pretty good. Just didn't have the ability to shine due to the enemy situation. I probably should have done Candace later there. Whoops. Exactly 30k sign of damage point. How are you not dead? Okay, I have no idea. But whatever. Alright, we got energy, so what we'll do is do this. Do this. Alright, go. And we Candace. And we have another Candace E even. Nice. I could have done an extra skill there, but yeah, when we have Hydro going, we can trigger TF without a problem. So, okay. I just keep on watching it just to make sure. Also, you have electro resistance right now, you freaking butthole. Yeah, sound effects are pretty good. Yeah, look at the shield going there. That's pretty good. Okay, C2 Sino again, to be clear. But I think on a normal account, you have, you know, if you have Baiju for your Sino already, I think you go the Baiju route for Sino. Most likely. Baiju Farina. And then that team is a lot better. This should be better than the team I'm playing, most likely. But
Your journey ends here.
anyways, perhaps I'll do this, I guess. Do this, maybe kill the alligator. Yep. Oh, he almost got it. Wow. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to be playing that Sino team very often because it just feels kind of awkward with the Candace uptime. Let's see how it does against the Webs, considering this is a pretty burst-focused team. Okay, what do I do here? I just forgo an Neffa burst, I think. I think I just forgo an Neffa burst, because Candace Eon's on burst might be a little bit more important. Okay, let's try diving forward like this. Bap, bap. Yeah, we're fine. Alright. Oh wait, I forgot I need a Sino Burst too. Whoopsies. Try again. It's not too little Hydro, it's not long enough duration Hydro. Frick. I don't... Wait, did I even start with energy on him? Frick. God dang it. Archon Quest is good. Cool. That's good. Was this just like Archon Quest part 1 for non-cry, basically? Why? I wish I could stagger you. Tars is watching, be like, oh, just stagger at the 8th frame. Sorry. I like making fun of Tars for the staggering way-ups thing as a suggestion, just because every time I brought out way-ups to him, he's just like, oh, just stagger them. You have Candace. Unironically here, I think I should try to stagger it here. I think. No, I think it's right before it. Very good. Very. Oh, it was in Nepha's story quest. Oh, okay, okay. Before that? Okay. It might have to be a Candace holding. I'm actually not sure. That was either too early or nope. Can never stagger this thing when I want to. Okay, can the Geo one even be staggered? Do I just give up here? Okay. It's right when the wings drop down. Okay, but they're dropping down for like a second. Was that too late? Was it before that? That's the question, kind of, specifically. That was too early. They didn't start dropping at all. When the tips hit the bottom. Okay, well, that's what I've been trying to do. That's what I thought it was. I did it. You still got your shield. All right. I'll pass. I got the vibe of that team. It is fine, but we're gonna go use Raiden here, and we're going to see Raiden be my preference, which has kind of become the problem with Sino at this point. Is if I want to do an electro DPSing thing, I think Raiden is more fun to play personally for me. Usually, outside of the specific context of the Sino Emily team, so we can try Sino again. We'll try Sino Emily with a Nepha instead of Raiden in the last slot, to be clear. But that's just going to be a Nepha as a buffer, not like as a damage dealer, right? But I want to try the same team with Candace. This should be a context like Raiden should reduce Nepha's ER needs meaningfully too, right? Okay, so in this team I don't really care about well, Candace uptime matters, but I don't think it matters as much, so I think we'll do the same thing. We'll do Candace E into Eon's on EQ into a Nepha into Candace Burst. I think it's fine. We have Tenacity on a Nepha. There's not really another relevant artifact set for her at this point in time. Oh, wait, I'm using all the electro characters. Okay, well, I found a downside. I didn't even think about that. Look, the 3 most relevant characters to put in. Found a downside. Okay. I guess we can play Sino. No, I don't want to. Not with a cryo boss. Not without having... I don't know. Let's just do this, I guess. Wait, I don't have Electro, though. Ah! Okay, fine. You know what? Just do... What, it doesn't matter. I have Caesar's Alchemy now. Why am I spending so long? Just play something like this. It'll be fine. Yeah, need Flynn's, clearly. I forgot to wait to do that.
Illusion shut. Quick as a flash. On up. Cleanup sequence initiated.
Now we wait. Gonna use with Xiao. We'll use Xiao. She might be part of Xiao's best team. It's not, and Xiao is still gonna want to be on BB. It's not gonna be a good team. I'll just prepare you for that.
Preparing for dust up. Defensive mode.
Now you shall perish. There is no escape. Pin them down. Force first. Ultimatum protocol. Cleanup sequence. We shall prevail. Torn to oblivion.
Is that a non-crit? 80% crit rate riding, by the way.
Shine down. Look at the flash.
Please. There we go. Okay.
Control breathing.
Preparing for dust up.
Illusion shattered. Now you shall perish.
Surely we can kill it before it goes back.
Aside.
Ultimatum protocol.
Can you attack me, please? Okay, good.
Torn to oblivion.
That. No, you butthole. Freaking dang it. Okay, at least this one is like very doable to do in 2 minutes, unlike the Sino team. Again, like higher investment, but not really, because like Sino is C2, and C2 Raiden is obviously her biggest constellation to make her do real damage in the current context of Genshin. So like, it's not really that much different investment. Like, there's technically more constellation investment in this team.
Illusion shattered.
But as far as constellations that actually matter for damage, it's kind of a similar investment. So, you know, I don't know. Sino on this account really would want at minimum higher Hydra application unit to exist, but also would appreciate a higher uptime Dendro application unit that wasn't just Emily, like, because Emily wants Pyro, right? So I think Sino is still, I will get enjoyment out of him in the Emily burning overburn team. Which is fine. I do like that Raiden team, but it is definitely worse for, I mean, obviously, like, don't have Shiver's buff. It's definitely worse for damage for Raiden than the Shiver's team is. And normally Raiden Shiver's play with Xiangling. So the question is, how does the damage on Xiangling compare? I don't have, frick me, I don't have a mark. Oh, shoot. How does the damage on what's her bucket compare to that? There we go. Okay. Sorry, having a stroke. How does the damage on what's her bucket compare to Xiangling and Nefa? I don't know why I forgot her name so much. Because if Inefa's damage is enough, right? If Inefa's damage is high enough to overtake Xiangling, like it should be higher than Xiangling, I think, in a Shevra's team. But I don't think it's necessarily higher enough to justify the loss of the Red Shred and the attack that you get for Raiden, right? It's my vibe. So I think Raiden in a Shevra's team is generally speaking going to be preferable. Usually. But, you know. Again, one of the benefits, like I think I'd rather do Raiden, Eons on Xiangling, right? Chevreuse, and then use a Nefa for Flynn's on the other side of Abyss, or use a Nefa for Arlecchino. Not in a Chevreuse team, just a Nefa for Arlecchino in the Candace team, right? I could do Candace again, or I could do Scofier, whatever. Like, Inefa is good in that she can just slot into a bunch of different random contexts, but realistically, until Flynn shows up, she's not going to have a specific team that's super great for her, is my kind of vibe so far. That's kind of what I expected, other than as a shield bot, kind of, for Chevreuse. With Arlecchino or with Hu Tao, potentially. Also, I just realized one problem this team has. Raiden can't trigger freaking C6 Candace. So it means we kind of just end up losing the... Really? We end up losing the lunar charges. After a little bit. Like after the... We're getting lunar charges there, right? But then now, we'll have lunar charges for a little bit. But then they're going to stop, I think, after a second. Yeah. So the thundercloud is here, but it's going to disappear. Yep, it disappeared. I don't think it's that big a deal. It is a factor. It's still fine though. I don't know. It's just not. It's just like an option if I want to play. It's a compelling option. The most compelling Raiden option that I've had if it's not a Chevreuse, if I don't want to play a Chevreuse team because I'm playing a Chevreuse team on the other side, right? That's kind of the limiting factor oftentimes. It's like, you almost always want to play a Chevreuse team on polearms only. So who do you use for the other side? Or who do you use for the other teams in Staging Onslaught? And Nefa will be really valuable for that, right? It's just having to tie her to Candace is a little awkward. Don't you dare. Oh, wow. Failure. Thoughts on Lunar Charge ignoring Nefa? I mean, as long as you keep up Hydra application, it seems to just be what we thought it was going to be. Like, we were getting 20-something thousand. That's kind of what you would normally expect with invested character builds. You have the EM bonus going on, or EM on, and some crit on your characters, and you should get around 20,000s. I believe that was the expectation. Frick. Oh. Okay, again, I don't feel like doing that. So yeah, I don't know. Well, this Abyss is so terrible for testing Nefa, by the way. It's just really terrible for testing. Yeah, I don't know. I can't really... I don't feel like I can get a serious vibe on Lunar Charge on its own. Ever, apparently, because Ino doesn't even enable Lunar Charge. Yeah, that was originally what I was assuming, is Ino was going to release and we could test Lunar Charge without like a ton of talent damage with it. But we can't. So, I don't know. You can't detach Lunar Charge from the units that are also doing big Lunar Charge damage, essentially. Is where we're at. So I don't know. Anywho's, That's fine. So yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I like those teams, but I don't think they're going to be one of my defaults to go towards, unless I want to make sure I have a Shivers team for the other side. I don't know. Realistically, she's probably just going to be stuck as shield bot for Shivers until Flynn's comes out. When Flynn's comes out, I would probably more seriously consider it. But there's just a problem right now in like overlap of wanting, you know, pretty much any Shivers team is going to want Eons on normally. So, I don't know. What other team is there to test? I think the Sino team with Emily, where we just do shield bot. Right, oops. Did I forget anything else? So, like, right now, she just, for this current Abyss, like, considering how bad she is for this current Abyss, she's pretty good. Like, that's all. Oh, Xiao. Okay. Yeah, sure. Xiao and Sinomali. Okay. But yeah. This is probably a team I will play. It's just not going to be my preferred Raiden team unless I feel like I need a Shivers team with someone else for the other side or for a different Stygian. But like I think this can probably meet DPS thresholds to clear Stygian difficulty 5. Like this is probably the team I will choose to use on the Cactus boss. I don't think it's going to clear difficulty 6, right? And then I can have an Arlecchino Shivers team for one of the other enemies. And then maybe for the turtle, well, frick. The turtle you probably want to freeze, though. So I might not have Candace available. I don't know. Not having very many Hydra options is obviously limiting my options for Ineffa teams a lot here, right? So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens with the next Stygian. That's going to be the true test of Ineffa's value on this account, because just having more options for damage dealers, especially off-field damage dealers, is going to be really valuable from the context of like needing 3 teams, right? But being that we need Hydra as the enabler for the damage is a little bit awkward, since that means I don't have Hydra for the Escoffier team, and like the Escoffier damage level wise, Escoffier, Rosaria, Shenhe, Mika is fine, but like the Electro Turtle really wants you to either freeze it or manage to do damage to it without doing a lot of hits to it, aka like Mualani, or just have giant front-loaded damage. So maybe the solution is, what's the bosses? It's Papilla. I believe it's Papilla, Cactus, and then the turtle, right? So maybe I can just use C6 Arlecchino. Just, oh well, use C6 Arlecchino, overload for the turtle, brute force damage to the turtle, and then Papilla, use the Papilla Escoffier team against the Papilla then? So Shenhe, Escoffier, Rosaria. I don't know if that'd work, because I need energy. Didn't realize I was on Polearms only? Yeah. That's how far Polearms only is gone. I don't know. I think Ineffa is going to be in a weird spot until Flynn's releases, and it's just going to be really awkward when Flynn's releases that we still rely on Candace and don't have her available. So I don't know. The next Stygian is going to be weird. I think it would be preferable to use her with Candace. Like we have to use her with Candace against the Cactus. You need Electro Charge. I have to do Candace with Electro and in general. So then it's just, I need, Papilla is a problem. So maybe I do Sino Emily against Papilla. Sino Emily against Papilla. Raiden Overload against Turtle. And then Candace Ineffa against, yeah, that's probably it. But anyways. I'm not talking about Abyss, I'm talking about Stygian. So, anywho's. I'll leave that team there. So, Xiao, let's try Xiao, and yeah, whatever. Xiao, we can just check in the first chamber. It'll be good enough to get a vibe for. Hello, my boy. No, we're not putting him on Sorry. I don't think it makes sense. I think off-piece circlet is what I used before. Bap. Bap. I am very, very confident. This will be preferable. That's fine. 80 crit rate, 163. Wonder if I do this. I'll do this instead and then do this. That's a little better. 75, 172, 130. I hope that's enough ER. It's probably not. It's probably not. Let's be real, but we'll find out. Yeah, I think we really want to hire, man. We really want a higher uptime Hydra unit, I think, for maximizing the value of a Nepha. So, if Columbine is not polearm, Nepha's long-term utility and Flynn's long-term utility might be a little doomed. We'll see. Let's do its stall first. Okay. Oh, frick you. God dang it. Check your build after this? Maybe, but we still gotta do some on my main account. I can tell you, this has convinced me I think I don't care about her weapon at all. Like, I might care about a post Flynn's, right? But with the unknownness of how painful it will be to not be able to have 3 non-cry units for Flynn's, I don't know if I care. I'll probably do a temple, but I'm not motivated to farm right now for it. I realized too much that the limitation to my Hydra options is going to limit my utility of her and Flynn's. And therefore, I don't think it makes sense to hyper spec into unless we get a better Hydra option that works better for this character. Wait, I didn't Eons on. Brain, what's wrong with you? Weapon count as a lunar point. God. Don't give them ideas. Accelerating. 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 Okay, grab this. $50K. Wow. See, we don't have Hydra application going on. Also his energy. Oh boy, his energy. Okay, so we do like this. This. Wow. Well, is it... It's honestly, like, that wasn't a bad amount of damage. It's just, again, the Hydra application uptime makes it weird, and it's just, like having, we can trigger Caesar's Candace here by doing normal attack cancels and making sure the normal attack contacts. So, I could optimize that a little bit. But it's not... It's not going to be that relevant. I don't know. I might practice it more a little bit. It's just, yeah. Yeah. Sorry, Xiao. He's honestly, arguably... So, Okay. Let's go back in here. I'm gonna do something slightly different gameplay wise. Still using Shao. Yeah. C6 Emily is the only other C6 polearm unit I kind of am interested in C6ing at the moment. What? Why did I not go into... Why? Did I not use Eons on there? Shao and Nefa Escofia for the lulz. I mean, it might be better, assuming he can swirl both elements. Well, no, not really. Nefa does frick all for damage. Nefa does as much damage as Raiden's E does. It hits... It's twice the damage multiplier, but hits half as often. So assuming there's no... Nefa is a little bit better because she isn't a coordinated attack, but, you know. So it won't be good. Accelerating. Why? Why did it not go in again? Why did it happen again? Why? Frick you! Did I not burst? Oh my god, what's wrong with the brain? Okay. I think I would have noticed that, but yeah. Okay, there we go. Okay, do this. Yeah, like, I wouldn't say that was really optimal gameplay, and the damage was about the same when I on-fielded Inefa versus on-fielding Shao. It might be better, even. Like, I was just using Shao to buff Inefa, and then letting her be on-field so she get Eon Sun buff. And then you can, like, use Candace. It's probably better because you can use Candace's Hydra application to its more full extent to try to trigger more Lunar charges, potentially. So, potentially. It's still limited by our Electro application, but yeah. Anyways. Begging for Primos is his timeout, sorry. You're not banned, don't worry, but you've been timed out. Don't beg for Primos. Anyways, so don't know what kind of numbers expect from like Lunar Electric Charge. 47k, that's without signature. Yeah, I think we got higher than that at some point, didn't we? But anyways, yeah, this is not an idea, again, like, for maximizing our talent damage, we want an attack timepiece, but, you know, oh well. Our overall artifact quality is still pretty high, though, so, I don't know. Anyways, we don't have many dead rolls, so it's not... This is still a better Eneva build than a lot of people's Eneva builds, I can tell you that. On tenacity, at least. But, anyways, let's go try the Sino team. I don't... I think I'll be playing the Shao team very often. And yeah, I don't know. Like, Shao would need a specific Animo buffer being released. Another Animo unit. Farazon, basically. if Farazan turns into a polearm and is released, then maybe Xiao becomes a somewhat compelling character in this account. But otherwise, he just is lacking in the ability to actually buff him. So he's always better just buffing others, basically. Blind and blind. There we go. Okay. You. Xianglin's gonna have energy issues again here. Frick. Okay. Whatever. It's fine. Not really, but it is fine. Here we go. Okay. Do that. Okay. And I kind of right now I'm strongly feeling like the most compelling use case. And again, it's like Candace is great. It's good that Candace enables the kit, but she does not synergize strongly enough with the overall teams that Anefa can make sense in right now. To make it make sense to use Anefa for Candace forcibly over just using Anefa for something like this, I think will be pretty good. Or using Anefa for a Shepherd's team. But hopefully Flynn's coming out will change that. Because this team is this account is lacking in like stronger main DPSs, right? Skirksy, Lolly, Charlotte, Farina. Be fine. You have Farina, so it definitely would not be the worst Skirk team. Xiao might be best in slot for Flynn's, by the way, because on this account, not best in slot in general. Xiao, Flynn's, Anefa, Candace, especially if Columbina's a polearm. Flynn's, Anefa, Columbina, Xiao on VV might be better than like Eon's on. Especially because Eon's on would then be freed for another team. Xiao might get his time in the spotlight as a VV buffer. Unfortunately. Think someone to do it. Oh. Shield being pretty good here. We should probably just... Yeah, there's only one left. No, I'm gonna do it the slow way. So we can do it. Do a proper setup. Okay, this... Probably should have shot me first, but it's fine. Yeah. I like shield bot. On polearms only, shield bot and F is more compelling. This is still the 106 ER sign out, by the way. So like I like Anefa a lot more than Raiden has been used here before. Because it was either I had to use Raiden for double electro, or I had to put an ER timepiece on him, right? So I actually like that context quite a lot. It's one of my favorite. Emily Sino with Pyro was one of my favorite team contests already on the account. So, yeah, I don't know. I probably should have said that. It was dumb. I've forgotten that Venti was a bow Archon before, don't worry. You want to load in forgetting that about him.
Your journey ends
Do
here,
that.
Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Do this, do this. Oh, you butthole. Whatever. Just go attack you right away. I think it's worth chasing that thing. Really? Just got stuck in the air.
This'll brighten up the place. Into the fire.
I think this works. Go, Emily, go! I believe in you, Emily. Yeah! Here, do this. Ram. He's a miss. You know, I didn't even think about the fact that also, Inefa on her Tenacity EM build here is probably actually doing pretty okay damage off field, because she can aggravate, right? And I believe she applies Electro every single time her skill hits every 2 seconds, so like... I don't know. I don't know exactly what damage she was getting there. Also, I think I'm not going to have ER on my last chamber, frick. But... she's probably contributing in the neighborhood, like, counting her burst, she's probably contributing in the neighborhood of 200, 300k DPS per rotation. More than she is in a Shepherd's team. So, it's not bad. It's probably my favorite context for using her so far. Again, until Flynn's releases. I will say I like Inefa, I think, a little bit less than I thought I was going to like her. Like, the Raiden team worked like how I thought it was, and I like it. But again, like, if I'm going to really play Raiden, I'd probably prefer Shivers. So, as far as teams where I specifically think she's an upgrade, it's just these kind of shield body teams. But it's not just her fault. It's like the fact that I just don't have many Hydra options fault, and don't have incredible options for on-field synergistic units, and the units that she wants for having good teams are units that are good for other good teams in the account. So, yeah, it's just a little awkward is all. What?
Obey! You can't run! Have first the flavor! By ordinance divine!
I'm saying she is Escoffier level for Flynn's. I mean, it depends what Flynn's ultimate damage contribution is like. And secondarily, it depends if needing 3 Nodcry units is actually a real thing that's a problem. For a normal player, because, you know, if Ino has the counts as 2 units thing, then maybe you just do that, but I don't know. Anyways. We'll see. Lanian really better than Kazuha. I knew she was good and didn't think she was that good. I'd say Lanian is about equivalent to Kazuha as far as buffing goes. Not in every single context, mind you. As far as buffing goes, yeah. The difference is Kazuha has a lot more grouping potential. Which is Kazuha's main relevant context. How? Well, they both do BB. Why? God dang it, game. Okay, we're getting 10,000 damage aggravates? That's less than I thought. What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. please. I really want Chun-Li back. Okay. Can I? Okay, I didn't have a skill up as well. Okay. Oh my god, I hate this enemy so much. Oh, we'll do it again. Yeah, the flips calculation seems accurate. That matches what I've seen. What was this thing? Oh yeah. So, Lanyon versus Kazuha. They both do VV, which is the biggest buff either of them can do. Right? 40% red shred is big. There's some aspects of Lanyon that I think she actually does VV better than Kazuha. There's some aspects of Lanyon she does VV worse than Kazuha. Field time required is about the same. Like Lanyon has her E jump back thing. Kazuha has to jump up in the air. Field time's about similar. Kazuha has his grouping. But then what's the other buffing difference? Well, Kazuha will give 40% damage bonus to the elements you swirl. Right? And so in some contexts, when you're able to get double swirls, although you can do double swirls on Lanyon too, it just, you know, so I guess it's not really... yeah, whatever. But you can get with damage bonus, right? To multiple units in the team is my point. So if you have like official doing off-field damage, and then your on-fielder is a Hydra unit, right? Then maybe Kazuha will be better there than Lanyon, because the damage bonus for official plus the damage bonus from the on-fielder might just be better, total amount more buffing. But for just the on-fielder themselves, which is usually where the majority of your damage is, especially the stronger on-fielder you're using, 48% attack from Thelian Toes of Dragon Slayers, which Kazuha doesn't have. Kazuha can have like up to 48% damage bonus, oftentimes less. Up to 40% damage bonus versus 48% attack. 48% attack is close enough to the same as 40% damage bonus. Situationally, it could be better. Situationally, could be worse, right? There might be downtime problems with TDDS depending on the team. Yada yada. There's nuance. There's nuance to things, as always, for specific team contexts. But on like a baseline level, the buffing potential between the two units is very similar. Because she's a catalyst, she can hold Thrilling Tales, and both are VP, right? How dare you? I was hoping I keep it frozen. Whatever. Hey, you met me in the middle. How nice of you.
You can't run. Have fun with flavor. Do your master's bidding. Light out. Obey. Crank up your blessing.
Lanyon on field with an Effa. So again, who are we pairing with? One, Farina is a no-brainer. Because not for Anefa damage, but for Lanyon's damage. If we're talking on-field Lanyon, right? Okay. And you build, like, sack frags, you're building EM and crit for DPS Lanyon anyway, so the baseline synergy is there. The problem is, who's the 4 slot? Well, if you're using Farina... Okay. Healer. But, so that means Bennett. And then we're losing Farazan, we're losing a crap ton of animo damage. Right. So I'm down to try it. I'm not against the idea. It's just gonna be more wheelchairy and less Lanyon DPS, right? Than what Farazan is. But if you just want to play Lanyon on field and you need different element coverage for particular gimmicks they have going on, like I can tell you for the Cactus boss, Bennett, Lanyon, Farina, and Effa is going to be a lot more compelling than with Farazan, right? So that's the main problem I see, is like a lot of DPS Lanyon's damage is animo damage, and if you're removing Farazan, you're losing a lot of animo damage, right? So yeah. And Effa no Hydro? No, I was saying with Farina and Bennett. Farina's Hydro, so yeah. It's just awkward. This is the problem with like Lanyon's non-flexibility is like you kind of really want Farina right now. And that kind of makes you auto-include Bennett. And Bennett is really desirable anyways for consistency of getting the Pyro Shield infusion. Versus other units can be a little bit more awkward with it if the enemies don't have the aura on them because you erased it by accident, yada yada. So, anyways. Inefa, no Hydro? Oh, yes, we're doing Shield Bot Inefa. Which, on this account, I have found more value from Shield Bot Inefa thus far. Please. Yes, I guess. Oh boy. Oh boy, energy. Just gonna hold off. Okay. Longelonion? Sure, I guess, yeah. That's a route you can go. I'm not a fan of Plungelonion that much, sorry. Because, like, I don't like having to do plunge, generally speaking, when it essentially ignores other parts of the character's kit. Like, yes, you can do E and Q on Lonyon, but then you're just doing plunging after that. This enemy. Why? Xiaolai didn't have energy needs in the other chamber. Why is she struggling here so much? Butthole. Yeah, I figured. Oh my god. Okay, you know what? Frick this enemy. I don't feel like fighting it. I am sick of fighting this stupid hamster. So yeah, I don't know. My end conclusion for Inefa on this account specifically is I think we need more Hydra options. And hopefully Flynn's release, regardless of Hydra options, will make her feel more compelling. I'll try to get an attack percent timepiece on her. I doubt that's going to fundamentally change anything. The build wasn't that bad. And it was ideal in a couple of the contexts I think we actually used her in. So, anyways, this amount of ER felt like a little in some of the teams, I will say. Like, I think I want more ER than this on her. And it's making me lean towards FAF, I'm not going to lie. And if I get an ER double crit timepiece and tenacity, I will consider using that on her instead. And then I just, you know, I can remove some ER substats from wherever. Most likely the Goblet. It's been a five abysses, by the way. Yeah, I believe it. It's been way too common. It's their favorite freaking stall boss they've made in the last year. They just love the thing. And it's also Dendro resistant, so it fricks over Hyper Bloom as a strategy. So they love it even more. Swear he spins more in this abyss than the last time. It might be because he has more HP than last time. It wouldn't be surprising. Because if you had enough damage with the same team last time he was in the abyss, to kill it before it, like, if you kill it faster, you can kill it fast enough where it just doesn't do its spinning, right? But then have the same damage and now it's back and it has more HP, that it's a lot more likely to get to its spinny phase, right? That might be why you feel that way. So, yeah. Anyways, so yeah, I don't know. I think she'll gain value over time. Like I said, for Stygian Onslaught is going to be the better test. Because I think having her as an option for Stygian Onslaught will be really good. And if she didn't exist for the new Stygian Onslaught with the new Cactus boss, my options would be like, you know, doing Eons on, or sorry, doing Candace with, I don't know, like it'd be more rough, right? So like, I'm not, to be clear, I don't think I'm clearing dire difficulty probably on this Stygian Onslaught on this account. There might be a dire difficulty I can clear on this account eventually. But I suspect she'll be much more valuable there. Is just all my point is. Both because there's a boss that really wants Electrocharge, but also just because she's another compelling off-field damage dealer to give more options to have some amount of compelling damage in a team. And, yeah. So we'll see. I didn't try anything with Hu Tao, but that's fine. I don't think she enables anything that's special for Hu Tao. I don't know. I don't think I missed anything really special in this account. So We can go and level her up to 70, I think, on my main account, and test a couple things there real quick. At least a level 70 in EFA. Experience here will maybe change what I want to do when I build my main account. But yeah, I really wish she didn't have to burst on her for her EM buff. It's really annoying. It's really annoying. So yeah, you want a favorite team specifically that I liked her on. For the Electrocharge team, I think like Overvape Arlecchino does work on this account very well. And is definitely... Overvape Arlecchino is probably the most compelling team for Inefa on this account that use her full kit right now. It's a shorter rotation team where Candace's like Hydra uptime being lower didn't matter as much. And then Arlecchino can get a good amount of apes. Inefa can get her damage. Right, it's just pretty solid all around. But then I liked her as a shield bot for Shivers. It'll be nice having her as an option there, so I don't have to use Raiden as a E-bot for Shivers uptime for pyro DPSing. And I like her the similar reasons for Sino. A little bit different, right? So I don't know. I do think I don't care about her signature weapon anymore. I do think I want another level 90 Fab Lance. I might test her on Fab Lance instead of... Sorry. I might test her on Fab Lance instead of whatever and see how much I like her on Fab Lance. Just for more convenient uptime. If I can consistently get her burst uptime more with Fab, then I think I might prefer it. If I had Skyward Spine, I'd probably use that, but I don't. Or I'd try it at least. So we'll see how Fab Lance does. Anyways, let's go to my main account. Might still do a YOLO 10 pull, because like if 10 pull is just a 10 pull. I can recover from that if we get a 5-star, even if it's not her weapon. Might do a YOLO 10 pull in the banner, but I'm definitely leaning towards not doing a YOLO 10 pull, because the weapon is too specifically oriented around being truly beneficial for Electrocharge context, right? And especially if the Flynn's Inefa team still wants to feature another third Notcry unit anyways, then it's just kind of cooked. So yeah, do a temple. I don't have a temple right now, I can't. Skirkshill over next Abyss, I believe so. I don't really think Inefa's signature is worth it personally. Especially with the Event Catalyst next patch. Like, the Event Catalyst next patch makes it so that Seat Lolly's weapon is a generic EM stat stick DPS weapon for, like, Mualani, Yai, freaking whoever, right? Like, anyone that has their damage that can scale on EM meaningfully. Seat Lolly's weapon was, like, pretty decent still. But now there's just a free event weapon that's releasing next patch. So, like, Seat Lolly's weapon is just going to be either a Lanyan weapon or Seat Lolly weapon. It makes it a little bit more niche. And then Inefa's weapon. To be clear, the reason Inefa's weapon is potentially still pretty good is this is basically a better Homa at a baseline, quite frankly. Like, a 24% attack for 20 seconds is more attack than you get, like, on Arlecchino. Let's say you use this on Arlecchino. That is more attack than you get from Homa on Arlecchino. Unless your Arlecchino's below 50% HP, which can happen, but not necessarily always. And like, so if you're above 50% HP in Arlecchino with this weapon, this is better than Homa. It's the same base stats as Homa, and then the 24% attack is just better, right? So this is a good generic stat stick, is my point, with high uptime, 24% attack, and then 5-star base stats, crit stat stick. And then the second part is just, if your name is Inefa, more lunar charge damage. And for Flynn's, with the Flynn's team in particular, this will probably be a meaningful team DPS increase. So if you're interested in doing high investment Flynn's, maybe it's more of a strong consideration, right? If you're wanting to clear, if you're like, I really want to make sure I can clear dire difficulty with Flynn's and Inefa, maybe getting this plus Flynn's and whatever in his signature weapon. And Flynn's might be perfectly fine on other weapons. Yada yada, I don't know. But you could also just save if your priority is Flynn's, you could also save your wishes for Flynn's weapon, right? And it might have a better weapon banner. I don't know. We don't know what the weapon banner is going to be looking like. Supposedly it's Yelan and Nahida rerunning, so there's a good chance Flynn's weapon banner is Yelan's weapon, which might be compelling. So, yeah. The drip of it with Arlecchino? I mean, yeah. I would use Homa over that weapon on her, personally. Yeah, just for the color matching. Because it's not, like, that different, realistically. I don't know. It's pretty... It's like, it's just a good... It's just like kind of what they've been doing with 5-star weapons lately. But with her energy needs in particular, I think like using this weapon would make me want to use an ER timepiece on a Neffa in a lot of contexts, and that's kind of... Whenever I feel like getting a signature weapon makes me want to put an ER timepiece, and therefore not in like an attack timepiece or whatever, and I'm now losing damage stats in exchange for gaining damage stats. So like it's not as much of a gain as it seems like it might be, right? On this account, being that I have, you know, like better tenacity artifacts. So if we go look at my Neffa build here, right, I have the ability to have 15% ER here. I have an ER roll there. I could probably end up getting a better flower with ER too, without too much farming. I have ER rolls there. And a circlet if I need, I could switch to a circlet like... Do I have any here that have ER? Sure, like that one. You know, if I need one more ER roll. Like I have more options on my main account for tenacity is my point. For giving her ER to a point that maybe I could actually utilize. Well, I'd have to do a crit rate circlet actually if I had her signature weapon, now I think about it. Let's see. Crit rate, crit damage, attack percent, ER. Oh, really? Okay, well. ER. Sure. Yeah, that's probably a little better. Yeah, let's say like I use this. Keep that. Keep that. Well, sorry, no. Switch to this. Bam. And then we'll put on Homa to simulate having her sig. Same base stats. Right. So if you can have a build like this on her, where you can get like a good chunk of ER without doing an ER timepiece, maybe, right? And there might be situations where I still feel like I need to do an ER timepiece, mind you. But I do have an ER timepiece available. So like on this account, Sig weapon may be more compelling. Also because I have more options for Hydra units compared to my Polearm account. But like, do I need that? Not really. Crit damage. Crit rate 10%. But I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try with my Skyward Spine build first because that's what I'm more interested in trying. Is all, but I do have Home available if need be. Okay, so 153 ER, 71, 165 build, and if I need, I will switch to this. So yeah, and not fully ascended Neffa, obviously, but you know, oh well. Wait, how many of these do I have? 25? Okay. I wonder if I have any golds. Oh, wait. I know why I have these. Frick. Aw, frick you. Dang it. Those are my freaking Veresa talent materials. She's stealing my Veresa materials. 97 crit rate on your Neffa. Okay, let's go get her final ascension though, or not final ascension, next ascension. We need that at least. At minimum, we need this so we can get the EM buff, right? And that'll be good enough to test her in a couple of contexts. Okay, should we just need a couple more of those drops? Okay, that'll be easy. Wow, look at all them electro crystals. Wait, that wasn't even enough. Are you serious? That was 2, right? I just noticed. Where are you? Oh my god, kill me. I hate the Ascension Crystals. I hate it so much. This is the 3rd to final Ascension I have to convert already. Oh wait, I didn't craft enough of those, that's why. Okay, I thought I crafted more of those. My bad. But next Ascension I definitely do have to. God. Anyways, okay. Go get a couple flowers. Durin getting his banner. The rumor is he's 6.1. Is that true? Who the fuck knows?
Take it easy.
I don't know if you can get the Bennett outfit yet. How much is there? There's probably, I presume is there time-gated content to this? Or can you just do literally everything right now? I've spent more time testing it than I thought I was, by the way. I don't know how long I've been streaming for because I had to restart my stream, but... I'm lacking more energy than I thought I was, so I don't know how much I'm gonna do farming, but we'll do a little bit of farming. I'll go onto the casual account and at least unlock waypoints. See what things going on in the new area. Can't get the weapon right now. Okay. Or you can't even get the weapon right now. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Let's go here quick. We have 40 resin. Oh, you can get the weapon. Oh, okay. What? Love that you can hear the sound effect from Skirk and then she gets interrupted and it cancels the skill. Alright. Wow. 3 drops, that's fine. Doesn't matter. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Oh, I don't need to. Okay. Enough. Yep. Alright, send. Okay, take you to level 70. Alrighty. And next ascension, yeah, I'll give me a crit rate. Yeah, so this build will have 80 crit rate. At full ascension, that's good. Okay. But for now, she's gonna be here. Yep. Bap. And unless I strongly feel a need to, I'm not leveling her talents past 6 at all, by the way. And the reason for that is quite simply, her talent damage doesn't matter that much. her like leveling talent damage doesn't matter that much. Her burst arguably matters more, because like a little bit of front-loaded damage for min-maxing utility could be valuable, but most of her damage comes from her passive, so having her skill leveled up a little bit for the damage and a little bit for the whatever. If I end up using her a lot, I'll level it to 8 probably, right? But not elsewise. I'm gonna have to find a team I like using her a lot in to justify that. Same thing with level 90ing her. Unless I find out her passive talent needs I don't know why I hesitate so long on that. Unless I found out her passive talent basically needs her to be level 90. Is their voice hat? What does that mean? C2 said Lolly gonna take longer than C1 Skirk. I mean, C1 Skirk I will activate after this Stygian. And like for a while I was like, okay, yeah, I had my goal in the previous Stygian onslaught, but I didn't have enough time and wasn't good enough to get sub 100 seconds and whatever, do the clears I wanted, but that's fine. I did a 102 second clear. Doesn't really change anything, it was just a personal goal I had. But now it's like, okay, the new Stygian is only a few days away, and I think it's worth seeing how a C0 Skirk performs in the new Stygian. So I'll activate C1 Skirk after the new Stygian. That's my line there. C2 said Lolly, though I have no freaking clue. It might take a long time. Or it might not at all. Because I am interested in doing things with it, but, you know. Okay, did I finish? No, I didn't finish. I just crafted them. Talents. Bap. And just barely enough. Let's go. Alright. Yeah, like taking this to level 8. Yeah, it's getting like 50. It'll get like 100% more multiplier there, and this will be similar story. Like I'll take her to 8 if I feel like it's really relevant, but for now this is good enough. Okay, what to test here? Sethos for sure. Though again, terrible abyss for Sethos. Oh, Arlecchino over Vape. Yeah, we can start with Arlecchino over Vape because it's easy. We can try a more ideal team. This is C1 Arlecchino, keep that in mind. But it's certainly a more relatable Arlecchino than the other account was. Well, we'll try Candace again. Why not? I mean, I should put her on a different artifact set. Probably, what, I don't know. Instructor scan is theoretically ideal, but I don't wanna. I don't want to. I'm blind. No, she's not here, duh. Level 70. Okay. CDs at line 2032. Probably not that long, but maybe. I was gonna do DPS Lanya, but Cryoboss. So also Bennett. So okay. Any team where we're really relying on Ineffa's damage, obviously right now with the investment the Ineffa is at, is not gonna shine, duh. So I'm more interested in testing the teams where she's more interesting as a buffer than completely relying on her talent damage. Her talent damage should be fine though. It's not gonna be terrible. But anyways, first side, I don't know. Whatever, just Skirk. One of my brain. Yeah, just use Skirk. I don't need to care about the first side. Just trivialize the first side. Wipe through it. It won't perform at all. Which one? What? Oh, you're talking about, sorry, 5-star instructors that won't know how to perform without lunar characters. I mean, it'll just be 60 EM. Like, I don't know, 60, saying it won't perform at all is not quite accurate, because it's 60 EM for the whole team, and it can trigger off-field automatically. Wait, no, is it 6? No, it's not 60 EM, is it? 60 EM is one non-cry character. Never mind. No, yeah, it doesn't do anything with 4-piece. It's just a 2-piece energy set. Shoo-pow. Just cancel the N5, good job. Wow. Oh, you could do that with your Skirk with the weapon next patch. I'm pretty sure the burst damage from Skirk would be pretty similar with that 100% damage bonus burst weapon. To our scene. No, well, as long as you have the MH, you want to play MH. You have the burst stacks up. I think it would be pretty similar for burst damage. The normal attack damage would be way lower. But also I had an EM timepiece on there, by the way. So her signature weapon is still better, obviously, than that. Bap. I didn't put an EM timepiece on her, by the way. I should have swapped out to transition the new wave. Oh, frick you. Oh, goddamn. Okay. Get energy for Bennett. Do a proper setup here. Okay. Bap. 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 Yeah, this works. Yep. It's much easier to tell now it works properly. I really like that. Okay, over Vape Arlecchino. I have a Vapor Arlecchino team I like a lot again with Candace. Yay. Because I kind of like the Kazuha variant of this team, I think is probably not that much worse, to be clear, with my investment level, my Arlecchino build at least. But this team I think will just feel a little bit more consistent, particularly like with a C0 Arlecchino, right? And can do shorter rotations and should be better in single target, I think, than Kazuha is my guess. I don't know for sure, but I like it a lot. I like it a lot. Polearm account just had too high investment in Arlecchino Constellations to see any crazy value from it. And this account I can definitely like that as an option, right? Wow, didn't want to rotate. EM time is to be fair, but Lanyan, Candace, Bennett, Arlecchino. Yeah, I haven't tried that actually. I should try that more honestly though. I can't remember why I didn't like it. Oh, it was because like doing. Oh wait, did I? Maybe it was because I was using TDDS on her. I didn't try it with Sweet Lolly Weapon. But you can't get, like, trying to go from Candace into Lanyan into Arlecchino, I don't like. Because it doesn't save a Candace reset. I really prefer usually going from Candace into Arlecchino when I play Candace Arlecchino. And you can't do TDDS from Lanyan there, so, yeah.
Your journey ends here.
But it is pretty good.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Well, I guess we don't burst. Let's redo. Oh, by the way, just in case anyone wasn't aware, don't bother with Candace with Arlecchino unless you have C6 Candace. It's essentially a requirement. And the reason for that is relatively simple. Which is you need the extra Hydra application from outfield. Because Candace doesn't do it without her C6.
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Alright, that... Bro, I was trying to target you so you didn't do that. I love this stupid thing that, like, yep. Okay, so, like, this situation is exactly why I like to be able to leave Candace last slot, so I can make sure I have a thing available. Let's see. Should I maybe could have used burst there, I guess, instead of just kept on attacking. But this, bap, bap. Okay, do this. Yeah, if you don't care about TDDS, that's fair. Okay. Really? God dang it. Okay. I'm leaning towards... Wait, I don't have her with the 15% ER yet. Okay, no, I can put her on the 15% ER piece. I think I don't have her on her yet, right? I was gonna say I'm leaning towards the the faving. Because that is exactly the situation why I put fav on my characters. Like, ah... why did I compute? Brain, whatever. ER is it Lolly needs? Depends on the team, but I would... you're probably 180 minimum, is what I would generally recommend. So use ER timepiece if need be. What? I forgot. refuse to not to let you get your shield up. It's illegal. EM timepiece on Skirk, by the way. Couldn't do that with Shinna. Well, I mean, I maybe could still, but way more awkward. See Lolly if you don't have her C1 or R1. No, you use Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers. You can use sack frags if you want. Well, okay, use sack frags in weird contexts like either Skirk teams, or you aren't if you aren't passing a Thrilling Tales buff. But honestly, even in Skirk like Escoffier teams, you just give the Thrilling Tales buff to Escoffier. It's still better than doing sack frags. But if you want to do weird things like min-maxing Sea Lolly's personal damage, or you want to be able to do sack frags so you don't have to burst on Escoffier, or sorry, burst on Sea Lolly, whatever, you know, or you just want to don't want to do TTDS, but like I don't know, in teams that naturally have 20-second or 21-second ish rotations, Thrilling Tales is just like a no-brainer kind of thing. Crap. Well, okay. I guess, yep. Yep. Okay, they weren't kept grouped enough. See, this specific wave would have been a situation for whatever, but by whatever I mean, you know, I don't know. Yeah, but whatever. Causal grouping. I think we did miss some vapes there. Interesting. It's weird. Okay. Ah, dang it, energy. Oh my god. Are you serious? Oh. Okay. I'm kind of feeling like 15 ER from that timepiece won't always be enough. Oops, I didn't mean to switch canvas, whatever. Definitely missed vapes there. Oh, what the? I don't know. I still like it though. It's an enjoyable dynamic. I think I'll have to see like how interesting that is to play against something like the Cactus boss, which specifically is like you need Electro Charge or Lunar Charge, same thing, to be able to deal with this mechanic. So being able to bring Pyro and have like, you know, a high DPS on field unit that isn't, you know, an Electro DPS, I think it's compelling, right? So Flames is Skirk level. I mean, I wouldn't say he's Skirk level. $100k DPS is not Skirk level, I think. Skirk is like 120k, I'm pretty sure. Like, keep in mind, if you're comparing 100k DPS, Skirk was originally evaluated at around 110k DPS. And then she was better. She was better than everyone thought she was going to be on release, because her attack speed was faster, basically. She could get more normal attacks out. And then we also found combos that were a lot better. So I think it's more safe to say like Skirk is 120k. 110 to 120k. And Flynn's is currently being estimated in his best teams between 100 and 110k, which is not fundamentally different than like what Varessa's best teams were estimated at. So like, you know, then what it comes down to is more like the general quality of life and consistency. And Skirk is going to become like a much more balanced character when they stop doing cryo shilling with this freaking boss. This boss has significantly influenced a lot of people's perception of Skirk's damage. And like this Abyss has 75% cryo damage bonus too, right? And Flynn's and Ineva will have the same thing with, you know, shilling for them for their time. But anyways, he'll definitely be Skirk tier during the time they're shilling him. But I'd say they're relatively similar ultimately in their best team. And both of them are restrictive for their good teams in different ways. But yeah, I think he will work worse. And Flynn's is going to work a lot worse in like janky teams than Skirk will, in my opinion. But we'll see. We'll see. Should I try Sethos? I mean, Sethos is the main other one I was interested in trying. What else is there? I don't know. I'm getting a little bit tired of testing. My brain's losing focus. So y'all gonna have to suggest things for me to try. We could try something with you, I suppose. I'm gonna try this first just because it's easier. Idea with you in particular is Clorin can be the healer for Farina, and gain value from Farina. Lisa. I don't have my Lisa leveled up enough realistically to try. Auron. I mean, Auron doesn't. I don't have Aoife leveled up, unfortunately. Auron doesn't benefit in Nefa at all, but we could use Auron here if you want. That can help get through the cryo boss here. I'm down. It's just Auron's gonna mostly benefit. I mean, he has allergy, so he's still gonna benefit in Nefa. Just not as much as he benefits the other units here, which is fine. It's possible Sucrose could just be better here, by the way, than Auron, but let's try no BV shred. Yeah, I'm just like, where is she? Yep. Okay. You. Well, no, I think I start with you and then do you. Okay. We are going to. Okay, this team has 3 Electro units. I don't think she needs the extra ER. Like, we were doing a solo Electro team. Like, her ER needs with Bennett, Arlecchino, Candace are probably near worst case, right? But regardless, that's a context I feel like I might use her in, so I'm putting her on this. She'll have 75% crit rate, or over 75% crit rate when I do her Ascension, so it's fine. Okay, and gonna do Skirk again to trivialize things. Boop, boop. And we want a Hydra unit, so I don't know. Candace, there you go, bam. ER. Well, that was with an ER card. I didn't realize. Yeah. Okay. So I already. Oh, okay. I already had an additional 20% ER. Yeah. There's gonna be situations where I put Fab on her, unfortunately. Which with Fab on her, my build's gonna go to cope levels for crit rate. With Fab and this crit rate, or Fab and this ER substat timepiece. Oh well. I don't know. I didn't have to restart there. I don't know why I did that. Considering Mizuki was stupid good with the Nefa, Aoife's going to be quite strong. Yeah. I think Aoife. Oh, Chaska. We have to try with Chaska. Duh. Don't let me not test with Chaska. We'll test with Sethos and test with Chaska. But I think Nefa with Aoife should be one of the most compelling contexts for Nefa. I think. That's my guess. And you probably do Nefa or on Aoife. If you have enough healing for her, Farina's probably best. If you have like a C6 in Nefa. Or sorry, C6 in Nefa. C6 Aoife. And then if you don't, then you just do like Singcho or Yelan probably. Or maybe Aino. Do this. Crap. I wish I had that group better. Do this. Oh, that was bad.
Annihilation mode. You've improved a lot.
Probably should not have used Inepha's burst before. That was dumb.
Time to say hello. Time to testify.
Well, first impressions of this is probably my favorite electro charge team I've tried with Florind yet. Anything with Yelan yet? No. I can though. Yeah, I like that. Feels very good. Red Shredder still might be better than Oron, I'm not sure. But, well, again, in that chamber, no. But in a generic level, maybe. That I'm not sure about. But I like the gameplay loop there. It's enjoyable. Okay, let me have a list of Inepha, alright, so Chaska, Sethos, Elon, is that the list? Let me know if I'm forgetting anyone. Anyone I have. Why was my what why did I run out of points so quickly with Skirt? Alright. What should I do with Chaska? Or Chaska. What should I do with Elon?
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Oh, I should have done Free Universe. Ooh, yep, okay, whatever. Mistake. Probably won't be that big a deal. No, we're chilling. Her burst animation is growing on me, by the way. I like it. Which helps, because I have to use it. I still prefer, you know, being able to get her EM buff without having to. Because it would mitigate her, like, annoying, I just want to use Fav on this character problem. But this team, her ER needs are obviously no problem. That's a pretty fun team. I like it. Inepha with Mizuki should be better when Ino releases next patch. Quite a lot better. Because Farina's garbage with Mizuki. Well, Farina isn't garbage with Mizuki, but Farina does nothing other than, like, her own personal talent damage. Like, Ino, Inepha, Mizuki, Lauma is gonna be Mizuki's best team. I'm like 90% confident of that. Sent some clips before of Inepha Mizuki. Well, there you go. Try to find those. Alright. Can we keep it frozen? Nope. Yep. Doesn't matter. That Ina was terrible without C6. Anyone who's saying that now, without having inside information to the beta, and having tested her Hydra application, just doesn't know what they're saying. We need to know her Hydra application to actually judge her. That's why I'm 90% sure and not 100%. It's because I don't know what her Hydra application is. But I have heard through grapevine from people that are, I believe, in some form of beta that said Ino was good. And I think she might have actually decent Hydra application. I don't know exactly. I don't know for sure. We've had no actual confirmation of her Hydra application. But she has high uptime, low energy cost. She will be able to be built for EM for reaction damage contribution. Like, we'll see. Anyways. But does Inefa have a ton of knockback on her burst, by the way? I just noticed that. That's kind of annoying, actually. It might just have it like a really high poise, or whatever the stat is called. Yeah, right. By the way, C2 Farina is a bit helpful with solo healer Florin. You get damage bonus meaningfully up faster than you otherwise would have. Keep that in mind. But other than that, I'm pretty confident. This team is more than good enough to recommend. Oh, I forgot to burst. Frick me. Oops. Like, obviously, at least with the Skirk team on the burst side, which is, you know, Skirk. And this is obviously a non-ideal team against this boss, which wants Pyro. It functionally just has 30% more HP if you dare not bring Pyro to it. So this is, I think, a pretty good performance. Especially with a level 70 Inefa. Yeah. I like that team. It's fun. Mostly having better Hydra options makes it a more relevant character. Ooh. Alright. But anyways. Flynn's being very broken. Stronger than Natlan. Best DPS by 15% with a Nefa in this team. Who the frick is doing that? Because I haven't seen that. I've seen 100k. I feel like they might be that person might be assuming the burst is better than it is, and maybe they're right. But we'll see. Anyways, this team melts the cactus. Yeah, there's a very good chance I'm gonna try to use that team against the cactus, and will be my preference. But we'll see. And again, the cactus. It'll be interesting to see. One, I'm gonna see if I can clear. Like, I think I can clear Fearless on this account. I have well enough investment. I should be able to clear Fearless without Inefa. But it'll be interesting to see if I can clear Dire Mode without Inefa on this account. And then see exactly like where that difference is. Because like Inefa's not so incredibly good. I feel like just like, yep, getting Inefa clears Dire difficulty. But I don't know. It'll be interesting. Particularly being that I'm not, when Stygian comes, I'm probably not going to have a max investment in Inefa by any means. Chaska. Okay, yeah, so Chaska, we're not going to have an ideal situation for Chaska here because of these enemies. I think my best bet might be the first side. And I can do Chaska eat. No, frick, then I'm doing 2 Electros. This abyss sucks. Can you stop? Like, to be clear, I had fun this abyss, and it was more flexible than I thought it was going to be. This is a much more enjoyable abyss than the previous abyss cycle. But, like, for the purpose of testing, when I have nowhere else to test characters in, it's a terrible abyss for Inefa. It's so bad for Inefa. So anyway, the team I would like to test with Chaska is Farina, Bennett, Inefa. And I guess because I have Bennett, I have Pyro, I'll just do the second side. So, yeah. Chaska, double check her real quick. Yup, okay, that's not correct. Wait, no, what? That. And then that. There we go. Okay, Codex. I could put VV on her. I don't want to. Because I have to swap too many more artifacts around. So we're using Codex. Okay. Codex build. VV is probably meaningfully better, by the way, here. But by meaningfully better, it's not in enough of a way that it should be the difference maker for clearing, right? Okay. Enough of hers, Farina Bennett. Yeah, okay. I don't know why I'm spending time thinking. Just continue wiping through the first side with Skirk. Go for Anefa, save for Flynn's Khan's weapon. I mean, Anefa is probably going to be Flynn's best constellation. So if you have enough wishes to guarantee getting Anefa and Flynn's, you probably should prioritize Anefa for Flynn's as far as a higher investment Flynn's teams. Is Flynn's going to be unusable without Anefa? Probably not, but it might be a little bit harder to feel like his teams are really good without Anefa if you're trying to use him in like content that doesn't chill him as much. For at least a good month or two, there's probably going to be content available that chills him. But yeah, definitely if you already have like, 200, 300 wishes saved, right? Or you think you'll have a total of 200 between this patch and next patch for Flynn's, you should probably try to get Anefa now and then get Flynn's. And that's like gonna be a better bet than Constellations most likely. But if you want to know for sure, go look up, go watch the likes of Zajef or whoever that are going to be doing calcs, but wait to decide until like 2 weeks from now, because that's when we'll get V3 of the beta. So yeah. Anyway. Yep. New artifact set need 3 known cryo characters. You basically need her. Basically need her does not mean that this character is unusable. Like, this is the same shit with Skirk. Skirk is not unusable with Escoffier. I cleared Abyss with Skirk on my casual account with no Farina, no Escoffier. And things are in beta. I sincerely hope the 3-unit bullshit changes in some form. Like, we don't know for sure what things will end up as, especially with how overall negative I think everyone is having as a response to the potential of the 3-unit thing. And also, again, do you need reevaluate what need is. It depends on your standards for what you need. If your priority is clearing dire mode, yeah, you probably need an Epa. And it'll be desirable to have an Epa for... Why did I go up so high? It'll be desirable to have an Epa... Come on, dang it. For Elspise. Just in general. And it'll especially be more desirable to have an Epa in non-chill content, like I mentioned in the future. It'll be desirable to have an Epa for Flinks. It's a serious consideration. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to tell people not to get an Epa for Flinks. It's a serious consideration. But you gotta realize, some people don't have enough wishes to get Flynn's and an Eva, right? That's where I'm coming from. Oh yeah, they create updrafts. I forgot. I certainly like it. Oh, frick you. I certainly like this a lot more than, do I really not have enough energy for you in this team? What the frick? I certainly like this a lot more. Stop it! Heal free now. Okay. I like this a lot more than like Moika team variants. This is one of the stronger Chasuka teams I've tried, but it's also hard to measure in Abyss here because like realistically how different would Auron be? Not that different, right? So, anyways. Yes, I think Anefa is a strong consideration for Flames. To the degree of need, it depends on your standards. That's all. For what your goals are. I can tell you the kind of player I am. I would feel like right now I would want Anefa if Flynn's is my priority, and I feel like I have enough wishes. But if you just like Flynn's, you should prioritize making sure you have enough wishes for Flynn first. Because ultimately it would feel really shit to be like, oh no, everyone's saying I need Anefa for Flynn's, and then you pull Anefa and then don't have enough wishes for Flynn's, the character you actually wanted to play, right?
Your journey ends here, Lord of Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Okay. Please. There we go. Okay. I really wanted to kill with that. Oh well. Where are you? Where is it? Is it gone? It died. Okay. I should have done Farina Burst, not that. Whatever. I think Farina and whatever can kill it. Maybe. 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 Please. No. No. Okay. Well, I should have Chasked then. My bad. I thought they could handle it. They could not. Then it's not on his proper healing build, by the way, but whatever. Please? There we go. I really wish she generated particles on cast. Yeah, this is a pretty comfortable Chaska team, all in all. I might use this to test. I'm gonna actually jot a note down. Test Vivi, Chaska, Anefa. Jot a note down because I might send that to Jello. I think I definitely do. I mean, this is all a case for a bunch of characters that have come out, but the main thing I can say about that Chaska team is I think it's like, oh, Chaska's best team is Moika, Bennett, Sitlali. Okay, cool, right? No, because of like bursting on Moika, of course, right? So I think Anefa is probably part of Chaska's best team, which I think might be that team. But if it's not, I think Anefa still might be part of Chaska's best team. There we go. That isn't having a stroke. Part of Chaska's best team that isn't. My brain is literally not functioning anymore. Holy shit, what is happening? That isn't Moika. At all. Not just Moika Sitlali, it just isn't Moika at all, right? I know it has 3 particles in ECAS. Nice. Flynn's is probably first half, yeah. I suspect. Well, I don't know. I don't know why. Why do I have to think that? We don't have any confirmation that Flynn's is first half. I just think he would be first half because of the fact that, like, there's going to be an Abyss, and Abyss when 6.0 starts, I believe. That's like the electro charge shielding abyss already.
No problem. I can add them
So
shortly.
like, it would make sense for me in my mind that they would do that. But they might not, I guess. They could release Llama. I suspect it'll be first out because of the Abyss lineup, but I don't know. Anyways. By the way, I have been noticing that I've been having energy issues in this team with Nefa. I definitely have. Heal, please. Okay. Really? I love Chaska and AoE, how garbage it feels. Alright. That was BB Chaska habit. God dang it. Stop doing that. Alright. And burst kill? Nope. Oh, close. Okay. That works. Yeah, feels really good. I like Chaska and Nefa together. Chaska also definitely has had problems with getting schmacked in the air when I've used her before against certain enemies. Not in this abyss, I don't think it's that big of a deal. But just on a generalized sense. So a shield is nice, I think, for a lot of people. So yeah, how much ER is comfortable on her? There's never going to be a universal answer for that. Her ER needs are going to vary from a lot to not a lot, depending on the team. Like that Chlorine team, way lower than I think this. That team, but the team that I just used, arguably, I should probably use Fav on her. Like, this is yet another unit that makes me want to have another leveled Fav. The Favlands is stupid. It has become the best weapon in the game. I have enough that I should level another level 90 Favlands. And I might just put that on her instead of Skyward Spine, but then what does my crit rate go to? I have 9.6% more crit rate I'll get up to. So yeah, I'm gonna fall below 70% crit rate if I use Fav on her. It's so annoying. That's so annoying. What am I supposed to do about that? What do I do about that? Nothing. That's what. I can't do anything about it. Well, to be clear, what I can check is crit damage, crit rate, and ER. Have any with attack percent? That one. That's sometimes, well, not sometimes, a lot of times on Skirk. I mean, honestly, maybe. This would allow me to avoid Fab. You want to roll a crit rate roll for me, maybe? I don't like it. Well, I don't know. It's weird. Simultaneously a really good circlet if I need it, but I also hate it. So, also I have this. Like, I don't know. I could use this instead. But now I lost a bunch of attack percent. Like, honestly, it just makes me want to go back to an attack percent circlet. I don't know. Particularly if I ever feel the need to do an ER timepiece. I don't know. Anyways, I'll stick on this for now. We'll stick with this. it's not the end of the world to have to not fail to burst on her, but I really like her as an AEM buffer. So, you know, yeah. Oh yeah, by the way, I was using Farina and both. I was using both these units together on Tenacity. I was doing double Tenacity. So I definitely should have had like Farina on Golden Troop there, most likely. But yeah, it's fine, because why? Last time I did calcs, my Farina Tenacity build performs this Cope Tenacity build in Farina with C2 performs relatively similarly to a C0 Farina with a really good Golden Troop build. So it's fine. That was just a comparison of a Farina's damage being lower. Now the C2 Farina was doing nothing. So, yeah. Could do 2-piece on an F, that's true. I don't feel like mucking around, so I don't know. She doesn't have an ideal build in every single team, that's for dang sure. And especially with the Nod Cry artifacts wanting multiple Natlan units, that means like you would have thought that, oh, just the Nod Cry artifact's gonna be best on her. Like I really would have loved the situation where like I just put the EM buffing Nod Cry artifacts on her and call it a day forever. Especially because they're 2-piece ER. I would have been happy with that. I might still do that in the future for her, but like, you know, like the fact that you only get 60 EM buff from it is kind of sad, but I'll probably still do it. Yeah, I've seen the Broken Moon. Anyways, let's try something with Yelan quick. Should we do something with C6 Yelan, or just mostly use her off field? Well, okay, I don't really want to change her build right now. I don't want to power her down, so frick it. Let's just do C6 Yelan. I don't know. Or on again, because we can freeze the buttholes. Maybe we do... We could do DPS Lanyan, maybe. Someone wanted to see DPS Lanyan earlier. Let's do it. Why not? We're doing C6 Yelan anyways. We don't need to do perfectly damage optimal things. Let me do my shenanigans with stupid high investment. I would say keep her on a general build. Yeah. I because of the fact that like her most universal option might be the new artifacts, and I'm fine with just having a more EM buffing focus, even if like in this team context she'd only be buffing EM from the artifact set by 60. Good enough. Good enough, I say. For my investment level, my account, right? And it would be better to buff EM by 60 if I have Farina on Tenacity, right? So, yeah. Alright, and we'll again trivialize the first side, because I don't want to think about it. Prep. My Lanya does have BV, by the way, so. Didn't have to do that. I gotta head Charlotte. Chopin. Attacking so good. You got Stygian Onslaught without C6s? Yes. Stygian Onslaught Dire Mode does not require anywhere near C6s. In fact, I couldn't even clear Dire Mode with C6 Yelan. Let's see, we can probably cast this here, hit them both. Yeah, nice, okay. No, we don't hit the one, no. Buttholes, okay. It's fine. Okay. This ramp. By the way, Lanyan probably should not be on Sacrifice here, because by having her on Sacrifice, I'm having less uptime of me doing normal attacks. But also, like, you know, this would be a contest where you just Kazuha normal attacks or whatever, or Sucrose. But it's whatever. Like, who cares? Who cares when I have as high investment of a Yelan as I do, right? Wings gives Halloween vibes, yeah. He does seem like he just has a Halloween costume on. I don't like his hair, by the way. I strongly feel... Like, I usually don't mind long hair characters. I know there's a lot of people like, oh, you know, this character look better with short hair. I am biased towards liking long hair. Including on the boys. But not on him. It looks bad. I don't know. It doesn't have split hair, that's true. Yeah, Flynn's from the front looks a lot better.
Your sacrifice is ready. You're free now.
Why? You butt wipe.
Dancing in the wind. Gotcha.
Yeah, I'll just use C6 aliens to do that, why not? You...
Closing in. Swift as the swallow. Butterfly.
Annihilation mode.
Not too far now. Go. You're free.
Up and away.
There we go. In-game animation look bad? Really? I thought it was good looking.
Off to the freezer. Smile.
I definitely gave the Filling Tails buff to Tenas or to Farina there, I think. Who cares? Not me. I still got the shield. Zhongli has best long hair? Yeah. I like how Zhongli's long hair is done. Wing. You never work well with official? I mean, that's a good question. Like, we could have done official here instead of Auron, but we kind of wanted the Auron's ability to freeze the things and get through the shield better. I haven't thought of like like she's an Electro unit ultimately, so like yes. I think the most compelling context is just like instead of a VV unit, like we could have official here for example instead of a VV unit.
Dancing in the wind.
Go. You're free now.
I almost die. Yep, I almost died. That's funny. Oh, frick. Oh, I just realized it might be possible for me to use, I could probably get Pyro in this team with Lanyon. By making sure I don't have any on the enemy, and then, oh, Lanyon. There you go. Don't have Pyro, or sorry, don't have Electro or Hydra on the enemy, and then let Lanyon have Pyro on her, and I think her skill will apply Pyro and could technically use it, but it'd be a little tricky. 2 theater resets this patch. Kind of feel they're stretching resins thin. I mean, theater just resets on the 1st of the month. I don't think they did that intentionally. They just made it so theater resets on the 1st. So I don't know. Like, sort of stretching resin thin, it's probably because you're not at the... Like, my account is at the point where I don't need to level characters for theater. Currently. I might for the freaking future one. So I don't know. I don't think you should level characters just for theater unless you really need the rewards for some reason. Like, it might be worth it if you're very close, but I wouldn't be like, ah, crap, I need to level 8 characters this patch for theater, because I don't have any of the characters in, like, this element that is the next theater, right? Like, that's just okay, unless you're interested in doing that already, I wouldn't bother with that theater for that difficulty level. But yeah, it's this, I don't know, it's always in the first of the month.
Take it easy.
So, yeah. Also keep in mind you only need to level 70 them, but and you don't really need them properly built. EM should you aim? How much EM should you aim for on a Nefa? Generally speaking, most team contests you're gonna do attack, crit. For her main stats. EM is just like a decent substat. The context where you might do EM is when you're doing shield bot in Nefa where you don't have Hydra with her, or when you are doing like a Hyper Bloom team, right? You could use her as the Hyper Bloom trigger. She doesn't hit very frequently, but if she is the Hyper Bloom trigger, having some EM on her could be good from EM main stat. But remember that she converts attack to EM for herself and for the on-field unit. So, you know, if you unless she's doing a lot more damage contribution from transformative reactions, more than Lunar Charge. Lunar Charge wants crit anyways, and or talent damage, so wants attack. But anyways, almost always do attack, crit. Basically. If I felt a compelling need to put more EM on her, I probably would switch to like using Catane on her, I guess, if that was one of my preferred team contexts for her. But you don't need to aim for any particular amount of EM. Just do attack, crit for most of her compelling teams. Did I get Sid all in the casual account? Not yet. And I've been streaming long enough. I think I'm probably not going to do farming today. I want to do exploration today, but I guess not. Current thoughts on Nefa? I like her more on an account that has more Hydra options. Although I need to try her. We set those. Okay. So the Yealon team was obviously just a dumb high investment team for fun. Chasko was good. Let's try Sethos. So there's two Sethos variants I want to try. One, I think pure electrocharge might work, so we can try that first. So we can try basically what we did with... Wait, who did we use in the last slot of the Chlorine team? I don't remember. Was it Aura? I think we did. So we try the same thing we did with Chlorine, but with, whatever. Well, no, we don't want to use Farina. We'd want to use a different Hydra unit. So we try that first, and then I want to try... Well, no, I don't think we do Aura. I think I'd rather do... If I'm going to do pure electrocharge, I'm going to do Shalonin. With him. Use Wanderer's Troop. Slingshot, this low ER build. Keep in mind I have C2, I have C6 Sethos now, and I have C2 Shalonin. So, might not be how I personally would actually build him if I didn't have that. I'm gonna try a non-C2 Shalonin team though. But first let's try without Dendro, and we can try with Dendro. That's my point. Why am I struggling so much? We could try Yealon again, but I don't want to, because I don't know. We're just gonna have to slog through the first chamber. By the way, oh well. We still might get through it with 3 stars just because of how fast you clear on Skirk. But yeah, Kazuha found it. I mean, I could use Kazuha, but I prefer Shalonin here. What artifact set are you on? Yeah, it's fine. Instructor. Wait, would instructors be better here? Maybe. I don't know. We'll keep her on scroll though. Okay. Inefa. And we use Saint Joe. I want to do lower investment to start. I could use Yealon, but again, you know, Yealon constellations. J Cutter, huh? So yeah, I mentioned before that Inefa I think could be a character. If I really like Inefa Sethos, could be, especially with Dendro, but it could be a situation that actually motivates me to min-max Xingqiu's build. Same difference. Alright. Jade Cutter. Oh. Wait. Yeah, Jade Cutter. Derp. I guess we have to take Raiden's build. I haven't done Hybrid Raiden with her. Ah, frick. I don't think I have the energy for doing Hybrid Raiden because I don't know what I want to do. Frick. I should just do on Galon's piece and then do an off-piece circlet. I think we'll do that. Healing bonus with the frick. And well, I mean, what's your maybe? I'm gonna bias towards ER on him because I don't want to not have ER on him. Yeah, he's already at 90% crit rate anyway. So like, yeah, sure, okay. Not like a truly min max, but he's on Jade Cutter at least. A lot of ER. He'll do some decent damage. He's on level 70 anyway, so 2 level 70 characters with Sethos, but I also have C2 C2 Shalonen kind of pulling a little bit of weight here, but anyways, we'll see. Nefa good on a new account? I mean, I would target main DP, well, Nefa is good on your, a good thing to get on a new account. I don't think she's a bad new account character at all. Assuming you get a main DPS that will pair well with her in the future. And like, being that this banner has Xingqiu and Vishal and Sethos, like Xingqiu, Vishal, Sethos, maybe we should do the banner. Okay. Banner clear. I'll put Vishal instead of Shalonen. We'll do a banner clear, right? Is probably pretty good. Yeah, if you intend to get Flynn's next patch, definitely valuable. For a new account. So, and you can look up Flynn's animations now if you want. Other than that, like, she's just compelling because she's a generic off-field unit, but is restricted by how compelling your Hydro options are. Being that I know is going to be free next patch and should be pretty good to pair with a Nefa, I think she's a pretty safe pull. It's mostly older units that are not safe pulls. Anyways. Hyperbloom 2 Hydro, 1 Dendro. It's gonna be terrible, this Abyss. I saw Jeff doing that briefly. Like, to be clear, my C6 Yanlong can carry me, but I don't know. I think Hyperbloom Nefa is going to be pretty good, but I don't think I want to do it. Not in this Abyss. I don't think there's a way I can make that seem compelling on either side. We could slog through the second side, first half. Or sorry, second side, first boss, but like it'll work. It's not gonna be incredible, but it should work. Shupao. Yeah, of course, Nefa and Flynn should be fun to play together. I would be surprised if they do not end up being essentially made for each other.
Excuse me?
Brain, are you okay? So I'm gonna take 20 seconds, so may as well retry. I do need to, you know, use the red shred buffer. Oops, I didn't burst. Whatever, it probably doesn't matter. Oh no, I cleared 1 second slower by not bursting. Okay.
Ultimatum protocol. Defensive mode engaged.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Okay. Do this. Crap. Do this to heal while I use Sethos to zoop zoop.
Excuse me. On you. Preparing for dust up. Cleanup sequence initiated.
Rain outlines your
Beamer. Way ahead. Space. Annihilation mode. Insulation chamber.
know my soul. Witness the power.
Aegis wisdom.
At least C2 Shalana does not result in any like direct damage upgrade here, it's just energy. So like this should be like relatively relatable to what you could achieve with the C0 and FA.
Preparing for dust up. Defensive mode.
Rain outlines your
I should have St. Joe first, but although I don't have energy right now, so you know. Apparently the energy is doing something. So you know, would probably use a different Sethos build if I didn't have a C6 Sethos. Or sorry, if I didn't have a C2 Shalana. I don't know, that's a fun team already at a baseline. And like I haven't really found teams with Sethos that I really like with him with Hydro before. And being that he does a bunch of EM scaling damage and wants to be built for crit already, kind of makes him already good with Lunar Charge. So, I don't know. I like for 2 level 70 units being in the team there, it's pretty compelling. Keep Fragile Resin to user Stygian Onslaught. I mean, I would still keep Fragile Resin if you think you need it. Like for example, next patch, if you want to have Flynn's leveled up day 1, might want to have some Fragiles saved, right? Otherwise, like you can save it for Stygian if you want to get the reroll feather sooner, right? But you can get the reroll feather for 1200 resin without needing, right? So you know.
Your journey
It depends
ends
on your
here,
priorities, I
Lord of
suppose.
Sand. Your sacrifice is ready.
Annihilation mode.
know my soul.
Catch those on field, brap, brap.
Space.
No, you bottle. Fine. Okay.
Preparing for dust up.
Oh, I got it. I should have been using St. Joe, I forgot. Whoops. That was my bad. I mean, Sethos is a very awkward character against Wayods, so, you know.
Rain outlines your fate.
Way ahead.
Okay, I like that Sethos C6 lets me do that. Do a charge attack quick, for whatever reason. And I get energy back to get my burst anyways. I'm glad I got Sethos C6, okay. This... Okay, St. Joe cooldowns are still awkward as always. Please, whatever. Okay. Okay.
Way ahead.
Wait. This is my St. Joe experience in a nutshell. Anytime I try to use him, I end up minorly causing... I am inevitably going to switch to a sack Xingqiu. Dang it. Ava and Eva would probably have solved the Xingqiu energy problems though, to be clear. Or better gameplay. Because how much energy refunding you get from C6 Xingqiu is dependent on how many, you know, normal attacks hit and whatever. But for how awkward that kind of chamber is, it's not terrible. Obviously, I don't think I would have cleared there without a really strong team on the first side, though. So, you know. But this is really not an ideal abyss for that kind of team. He feels awkward to watch. I mean, it's awkward in that situation, yes, because Wayobs and a burst reliant team with a unit that needs his energy to do anything. So yes, it's awkward against a Wayob. Go figure. Doesn't mean the team is awkward though. A weirder situation. God dang it. I am putting Xingqiu on Fab forever again. I wanted to do more damage, but like, please. I hate Xingqiu. I'm sorry. Every time I use him, I just get frustrated with him. Unless I have way more ER. Oops, bad. Oh my god. I so vastly am gonna prefer Xingqiu on Fab. I wish I did not have him on this artifact set. Or not this artifact set, this build. Don't target that. Yeah, this enemy. Oh, this enemy. I'm not even gonna bother. This enemy is cringe. This abyss is terrible for testing too many NFA teams, and that is one of them. We're gonna test the Dendro team with him too. I just don't want to deal with that enemy. It's not fun to fight. Could I deal with it? Probably, but like, ugh. Okay. We're testing Xingqiu again. Yeah, let's give him a level 75. There we go. I like that a lot more. Why was it on J Cutter? Well, people are like, oh, 180 ER with C6 Xingqiu is enough for solo Hydro Xingqiu. And he had 230 on Jade Cutter. So, yeah, but I don't know. I don't care if it's skill issue. Like I want him to always have his burst back, even if I make minor mistakes, right? He's on Jade Cutter because theoretically he can do quite a bit more damage on Jade Cutter. Anyways, so we're gonna try something similar with Sethos and Xingqiu, but instead of a Red Shredder, I want to try. I'm gonna try Nahida. I mean, I would Lauma. Very down to try Lauma here in the future instead of Nahida, but for now we have Nahida. Okay. So, do you. We have double EM buffing going on. Fun. Nahida, check your build. I think you might not be on Deepwood. Nope, yep, that's gotta be fixed. Router has your pieces. I see. I see. Alright, good enough. Bam. Good enough. That's fine. Proto Ember. Okay. I don't have... Well, I'm not going to max for EM buff, but whatever. Whatever. Little guy's level 70. I mean, level 70 characters can do still decent damage. But the bigger deal is I don't have his talents invested. And yes, being level 70 matters in conjunction with talents being not very invested and him dealing all talent damage. So it's fine. We're just going to turn him to Hydro Plier like I always use him with. Anyways. Sack works best. IMO, it feels better. I don't disagree, but Sack Sword requires doing 2 skills. And Sack Sword is annoying when it causes extra rotation time, in my opinion. I don't like making Xingqiu go from a 21-second rotation character at a baseline to now he's 22 or 23. So, yeah. But, I don't know. If I actually end up using him regularly... Like, one thing that might not matter for the extra rotation time, to be clear, in this team, is if I want to, like, end a rotation with doing Sethos charge attacks. So I don't think I can... Well, I don't know. We'll see. Like, I didn't change Sethos' build, by the way. So, we don't have C2 Shalonen with energy refunding anymore. I think this is a team where I'm only bursting on him and maybe doing 1 charge attack at the end. But maybe the rotations will point last long enough that on Sethos, that doing 2 sack doing Sack Sword reset doesn't matter, right? Theoretically, but... Yeah, we're getting 30k Hyper Blooms. The Bloom crits because C2 not hitting. Okay. We don't have a reason to use you, but I'll use you. Actually, there was no reason to do that. No, I missed. Crap. I did a terrible job. Ooh, okay. Do this now. I didn't trigger Fab, but whatever. Okay, I'm doing. What? I thought I would get a reap on there. Okay. First. Yeah, it was a scuff rotation because, you know, it's a butthole. That's fine. Transition from the shield phase into whatever is always kind of awkward. But not always. You know. Something too optimized. That was bad. The walk cancels were feeling bad because I got cryoed. Okay, I think if I had played better there, I would have it dead now. I like it. I like it quite a lot. Like, giving Sethos that much EM and making him your Hyper Bloom unit, like, he's getting, like, mostly, like, the max out Hyper Bloom damage. Like, yes, you can get up to 40k Hyper Bloom damage if you do a full, like, Bloom set. But the additional talent damage from Sethos is a worthwhile trade-off. And, like, he has enough EM buffing and his damage scales with EM that, like, I don't know. It's very fun. It's not a max talent Sethos either. Like, I could have a Crown Burst that I don't. Obviously, we're doing mostly Burst Sethos. And want to get better at walk cancel, whatever. She's saying prayer, you could duck. Use the Scofier to do goose on the loose. Maybe. I'm getting a little bit tired to try meme teams, to be honest, but we could try some meme team with Farina, Escoffier, Inefa. Also, because of the annoying enemy here, I don't know if I want to do the official clear. Official should work instead of Nahida here, right? It's just going to be a slightly worse variant, I think, of what the Shalonen one was. What do we do with Frina Escoffier? Frina Escoffier, Inefa. We can either do a Hydro Onvealer or Electro Onvealer. Maybe I can do, I don't know, Yai. That makes sense. Probably not. I don't know. Someone decide.
Your journey ends here.
I don't want to pick.
Your sacrifice is ready.
Alright. God dang it.
Pound it to the ground.
Okay.
Space. Way ahead.
Let me lead you ahead.
Ultimatum protocol.
This makes sense because I can do this.
Space.
Yep. See. Good. I can play the video game well for once. Crazy.
Annihilation mode. Defensive mode.
Roll. Make yourself a move.
Oop, bad. Cry up on me, so it screwed up me again.
No, my sword. Let me lead you first.
Preparing for Duxa.
This way, please. Temple of Wisdom.
Sage's wisdom.
Oop, bad.
Ring cutter. Rain outlines.
I do definitely like this more than the Electro Charge team.
Make yourself a move.
Way ahead.
Not too surprising. Sethos works really well with aggravating. And now we're just getting additional bloom damage from him. So, it's like worse electro damage because we don't have, you know, another unit buffing the electro damage. But Inefa's talent damage, plus shield, plus EM buff, plus hyper blooming. I don't know, it's really fun. I like it a lot. I'm glad I like this enough that I'm glad the game was like, here you go, have it free Inefa. For sure. I will probably have this be one of my regular Sethos teams that I play. Did anyone suggest? Oh, the chat's broken. Did anyone suggest? Nope. Okay. Bristling intensive. Okay. Preparing to dust up. Yeah. Duck versus dust up. Oh, no preference for any on-fielders? Okay. For the meme team. First. Oh, butthole. Dang it. Okay. Alright. It does sound like preparing for Duck Duck. Preparing for Duck Duck. Obviously this is Dendro resistant, so, you know. Let's see.
Excuse me.
Backwards? Thank you. Alright. A little bit bad with my stamina usage there, but... You just burgeon my things? You did. Get out of the lava. Okay, I lost my shield. No, don't. Yeah.
Let me lead you across. Know my soul. Preparing for duck stuff.
Preparing for duck duck.
Sharing my knowledge.
Sage's wisdom. Way ahead.
Stop burdening my cores. God, this enemy is such a butthole. It's they so hard design this around trying to F over Hyperbloom teams. It's so annoying.
Outlines your fate. Annihilation mode.
Like, you already F'd over Hyperbloom teams by power creeping the HP. Not, you didn't F them over, but that's like heavily made it a bit harder.
Excuse me.
Oh my god, stop targeting that.
Space. Let me lead you. Preparing for duck stuff.
So Jeff would die over a clip of duck goose on the loose. Alright.
Excuse me.
I'll try to get that. I'll send it to him unprompted. Alright, we're not gonna clear here, I don't think. Could I clear with better play? Probably. But like so much of our damage is getting stolen by the frickin' pyro on the ground. So like this is a clear that necessitates like good positioning on top of good play with Sethos. And again, it just having like inherent Dendro resistance is just dickish. And then this targeting problem is incredibly annoying too. Like, I think I can clear this. This is optimizable. This is definitely an optimizable threshold, but like I don't think we need to bother. This is just such an unkind abyss to Sethos and also Inefa in general. Like, why bother? Wait, where'd my energy go? What? Why did I have no energy that rotation? Did I forget to E on Sethos or something? I probably did. Anyways, whatever. Sure. Let's end with a meme clear. Who are we doing as the on-fielder though? Yeah. Anyways, that I did like that a lot. It felt like the first like hyper bloomy, quick bloom, whatever Sethos team that I've enjoyed a lot. A very good balance of like Sethos contributing and the other units contributing, whatever. And it wasn't Farina, crazy. It's possible I might prefer that with Ino. I don't know, depending on her Hydra application. Because again, not cry. So like my preferred version of that team might actually be Ino, Lauma, Inefa, and then have one of the units on the EM buffing set. And you know, yeah, maybe we'll see. Let's see, Lolly's superconduct. Oh, I said Mulan. Okay, I didn't notice that. Missed it. Well, Yold was the one that donated, and also Mulan is actually clearable. I don't think Lolly's superconduct would make sense. But Mulan, let's go. Your weapon. Sacrificial Jade, that'll be fine. It'll be fine. Okay. I guess maybe this. I don't know. Will it? Can Escofia and her own keep it down? I don't know if it can. But we have Mulan that goes into Night Soul. So theoretically, I just go into Night Soul immediately. I think we can do that. Yeah. Okay. We'll see if Escofia keeps the thing down. I don't think it does. I think you need second cryo unit other than Escofia. She doesn't quite have the frequency. Yeah, no, she definitely doesn't, because you need 0.8 cryo per second. And she does 1 cryo per second. So, okay. 1 cryo hit per second. Alright, it's Farina, Escofia, Inefa. Do some Mimi team for the end. Tenacity is on 2 of the units here. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. And then, hey, we can do a different team on the second side. I don't know, I don't want to think about it. Bap. Something simple. Something simple, easy, breezy, beautiful. Cover girl. Alright. Oh yeah, the superconducts, that's true. Duh. Yeah, Escofia was superconducts. Derp. Forgot. Okay. You. This. Bam, bam.
Off to the breather. Boost on the loose.
It's not getting it down. There's not enough super index being triggered. It falls under briefly and then it goes back up. Okay, that's really weird. Yeah, I think we have to... Dang. Yeah, she doesn't have a high enough electro application to trigger enough super index for it. Sad. Wait. Let's still do it, I guess.
A little loose boost. Gonna go back to it. Carving wave.
Was that not enough Night Soul usage? Oh no, I had to use it. I didn't use it up, technically. Ah, frick. I just went into the Night Soul state. Forgot you need to use it. Ugh, what a jank mechanic.
Off to the breather. Let's ride.
There we go. Okay. Do this.
Strike a pop. Attack the frosting. Boost on the loose.
Preparing for duck duck.
Preparing for Duck Duck. Oh, I didn't record it. We got it. We had Goose and Lose preparing for Duck Duck. Okay, someone clip it. Why did I end my skill there? Brain, what's wrong with you? I just realized I didn't put enough ER on my Scopier. Wait, what? I didn't do a third skill. My god, okay, it should have been dead by now. That was very, very skill issue of me. It should have been dead. Oh, we're gonna redo. I want a better clear. Preparing for Duck Duck Goose Goose.
Need a surfboard? Attack the frosting. Strike a pose.
Ah, frick. Forgot to consume it.
Carving wave. Need a surfboard?
Ah! What the? Okay. Okay.
Off we go.
Wait, I didn't think we could try. I wonder if Inefa plus a Scopier without using Farina.
Boost on the loose.
Preparing for Duck Duck Goose Goose. No, it's still not below. Oh, there it was. Okay. But yeah, I have to not use Farina. Okay. Weird. Sure. Is that better? I don't know. Oh wait, no, it's fine now. Okay. First. Crit. Sad. Okay. Turn that off. Yep. So wait for it a little bit. I think we could have cleared it faster the way we did before, rather than letting the super nuts do it, but it's fine. That was a minute and a half clear. Place Farina with Mona if you have Mona C1. Yeah, maybe. Is that possible? Should have Shepherd's there first, but whatever. This. Crap. Sure, may as well set the buff. Absorbing early was on purpose there. There you go. Okay. Tenacity on Seat Lolly, scroll on Xylo. You put scroll on Seat Lolly almost always. Her energy needs are high. I should make sure I gotta do a Nepa before Estopia, because we want to hear preparing for Duck Duck before. All right. Nope. We got it once at least. No, that's not. We're gonna run out. Too far away. Preparing for Duck Duck. Oh, we didn't get the goose. Preparing for Duck Duck.
Your sacrifice is ready.
No. Oh, barely got it. It didn't matter that much, but satisfying to get it at least. Sound it Neva makes when she attacks is driving you crazy. Okay, on a gameplay level, I kind of appreciate it because it means I can hear things going on. Like I know when it happens for sure. Like it doesn't bother me in gameplay. I can see why it might get repetitive and annoying when watching though. I did kind of accidentally make marketing for the 3 characters this version. No marketing for Sea Lolly yet. I could have. What? Oh, that wasn't a cryo character. Yeah, okay.
Need a surfboard? Strike a pose.
Oh, butthole. Okay. Alright. Hello, friend. Preparing for Duck Duck? Nope. Sad. Oh, we had a goose too. We're just waiting for a Scopia here. Surely we can end with a preparing for Duck Duck Goose Goose. No, I might redo. We didn't get a Goose Goose or a Duck Duck. A goose on the loose. Not a Goose Goose. Okay, that was funny. Oh, you're watching. I didn't even notice that comment. You're watching live ducks as you discuss this. Very nice. All right. In honor of the ducks. That miss. 10 out of 10. All right. Alright. Let's get it. Okay, well, let's do free first. That was not free first. We didn't get a goose on the loose anyways, it's fine. We got the preparing for duck duck. Okay. Do it one more time. Nope. Darn it. No. No, I wanna get it one more time. We gotta end with the duck duck goose on the loose.
Need a surfboard? Check. A dodger frog. Strike a pose. Time to shine. Let's ride.
That's funny. No, Scorpion, you goofed it. Of course we take it seriously. How can we not take preparing for duck duck seriously? Funnel some fab particles. Wait for you, I guess. Bam. Before we do you. Alright. No, Doom. What are we doing? I really wish I put a Scopia on a higher ER build, but oh well. Well, I'm glad I didn't get a duck duck there. Or a goose on the loose. Because I wasted it. Preparing for duck duck. Okay, I bungled my rotation. I must get the preparing for duck duck. Goose on the loose. Alright. I believe we'll get it. Darn it. Didn't get either of them. That's fine. We'll get the next one for sure. Oh, I did a 2-stack with it. Dang it. What's a duck duck? And Neph's burst line. Wait for energy. Maybe on you. Reina? No! No! Ah! Come on. I will end the stream, give my final thoughts. As soon as I get up preparing for Duck Duck Goose in the Loose. That's all we need. No. Oh, we got a goose too. Dang it, never. What is the name change to Polinos only? What's the joke there? I don't know what the joke is there. Alright. I don't know why I waited for that. Okay. No! It's fine, it's fine. I should maybe just do it at the start. Rather than going through the electro shield. Okay. Dang it, Escoffier! Escoffier has screwed it up more than Anefa has. Okay. Nope. Okay, Anefa screwed it up there. Anefa screwed it up there. Maybe don't Escoffier skill. I mean, I need to Escoffier skill for the energy, but that's true. I should avoid the lines being closer together. So if I don't need the energy, I should not. I didn't Frina burst. Oh, whatever. Okay. Dang it. We'll see if Anefa screws up. Nope. You both screwed it up. Oh god. What is this, a 1 in 3 chance for each of them? Theoretically, this should only take 9 times, by the way. It's 2 1 in 3 chances in a row. It's 1 in 3 squared, right? Am I doing that math wrong? I don't know, my brain doesn't work right now. Too much duck. I'll get my overall toss on Anefa in a little bit. Preparing for duck, goose on the loose. Please. Okay. Damn. Worth every second? Exactly. Yeah, statistics does have no pity system, it's true. Garbage. Alright, we'll probably burst here. Oh, I forgot to E again. That's not good. Okay. Well. Bap. I'll hit that at least. I guess I don't really need to finish this clear, by the way, but I'm going to. Why? For revenge against this butthole being annoying with Dendro. I should have not done that, but whatever. Who cares?
Everlasting as the moon. Transfixed.
You asked for it. Yeah. Go ahead.
As you wish.
Go on.
What a fun boss. Hey, I mean, Nefa would have been better than Visual here, for that reason. Please, can you be less butt? Just cease existence. Thank you. Alright. Not to assassinate Sajef. Yes. Feel free to DM me the clip if you want. Yeah, I don't think the actual line is not duck duck, right? To be clear. The line is, let's profile, voiceover.
Ultimatum protocol. Annihilation mode. Preparing for dust up.
Yeah, it's dust up. But it does kind of sound like preparing for duck duck. And that into Goose and the Loose is funny. And that team, by the way, obviously worked pretty decently. It's just Yoldi. Yep, Mualani has pretty decent HP scaling multipliers. And then Escoffier giving a little bit of red shred. And Farina doing damage bonus. And then Farina doing damage, Escoffier doing damage, and Inefa doing damage. Wow. 4 damage dealers. All doing decent damage. Even if none of them were doing insane damage is perfectly fine. Right? So... and that's what it is. Anyways, it was definitely not the worst team I tried today. So yeah, my overall thoughts on her. I'm glad to have gotten her. I'm enjoying her a lot on my main account more than I was on the other account. It seems like this amount of ER is probably fine. I think I will stick with this build. And I'll get a little bit more crit rate once I finish her Ascension. Obviously, she'll do more damage with her Ascensions too. But as always, it seems to be I tend to enjoy off-fielders, particularly when they are decently versatile. Probably my favorite teams were the Sethos Hyperbloom. On my main account, I talked about forms only earlier. Sethos Hyperbloom, I liked Arlecchino over Vape with Candace. It probably works more consistently for vaping with Yelan or Xingqiu, to be clear, but I like the shorter rotation, so I'm fine with losing a little bit of vaporizes. But if I feel like I was really min-maxing, I'd probably feel the need to use Yelan, probably. Just for better hydro application consistency. Clorind, the Electrocharge Clorind teams that I tried before have been like, you know, okay. But Clorind and Nefa Farina, using Clorind as the only healer for Farina was enjoyable. But you might not find it's as good if you don't have a C2 Farina. Like, C2 Farina helps a lot with that, because Clorind can be your only healer with Farina, with not C2 or C1 Farina, but your damage bonus is going to take longer to build up, right? And that's probably the main downside of it. Yeah, I don't know. I think just like how I like Clorind Electrocharge, I might enjoy Clorind with Hyper Quick Bloom too, with Inefa. Like Sethos. Sethos I prefer the Quick Bloom. Clorind I think I actually might maybe prefer the Electrocharge, just because the Electrocharge actually like specs more into talent damage for Clorind and whatever. Don't know if Auron is necessarily my preferred slot if I'm doing Farina, Clorind, and Nefa. He's not a bad option. I think he's the most compelling option for this current Abyss, technically, because of the Cryo Boss freezing mechanic thing. But I think Sucrose or Lanyon might be more compelling there. Also, Inefa enables Eshu for Clorind. I didn't think about that. I could have tested that, and I think about it. When you can enable Eshu, Eshu is basically equivalent to Huron from the calcs I did before. Not today, but I've done them before. And I've tested it before. So, yeah. What else to yap about? I don't know. Like, she works with different combinations of Hydra units. I definitely think you want the longer, more consistent uptime Hydra you have, the better. So someone like Ino is probably going to have a similar problem to Candace C6. Well, no, it's going to be better than Candace C6 because it's just going to do Hydro automatically without you having to do inputs or anything. So like if I know existed on polearms only, a Nefa would have been, I would have been more positive on a Nefa on polearms only as I currently had. Even if Candace didn't exist and it was just Ino, like if Ino's kit was Candace instead and I was just using her as a Hydro player, probably would work better with a Nefa. Not better in every way, because like, you know, Candace has her front-loaded Hydro, but that's not as valuable for a Nefa. You don't need front-loaded Hydro, you need sustained Hydro, I think. And that definitely makes me think Colin Bean is probably going to be doing that. Xingqiu obviously works well for that regard. Someone like any kind of Hydra on-fielder I think would work in that regard. We didn't try Nuvilette, but Nuvilette should be good with her. Yeah, I don't know. I like her quite a lot. If she didn't have her on-field EM buff, I would like her less. And I wish I didn't have to burst on her consistently because she's just another freaking polearm unit that like probably just wants Vav. If I had Katane leveled up, I probably would have tried Katane maybe, honestly, instead of Skyward Spine. But I don't know, Skyward Spine, I'm fine with, I think, leaving it on her. And trying to keep that build. It's just little awkward. On some situations. Particularly when she was solo Electro. But not horrible. I don't know. Anyways, it's 60 energy cost and she generates most of her energy off field, right? So if she's solo Electro, no Electro resonance, no other Electro particles from the teammates. Right. I think Arlecchino Overvape was one of the worst case scenarios. And that's kind of unfortunate because it probably means you have to sacrifice attack in order to meet her ER needs most of the time. If you're sacrificing attack to meet her ER needs, you're sacrificing some EM buffing. Like potentially like the equivalent of 2 or 3 EM rolls. And that could be enough of a difference maker to make it feel less valuable to play Overvape. And it's not better than Mount Arlecchino, to be clear. Mount Arlecchino is definitely meaningfully stronger, at least on my account. That's before we get into whether or not I activate C2 Silali. So anyways, as a character for the game to give me in going for C6 Ethos, you know, glad to get it for free. Does it make sense that I got 2 other 5 stars on top of that? Nope. But anyways, I don't regret getting her or anything. I'm glad the game gave me it. But the skins were reset. The skins are reset when the new Stygian Onslaught comes. Is it Lolly, Mona, Ayaka team? Maybe. Probably not very super compellingly, but it might work pretty well because Ayaka burst mostly lasts during Mona uptime. I think Lolly, Mona, Ayaka would be properly in meme team category, though. But it might work. So, anyways, when she activates her shield, all nearby party members will gain additional lunar charge damage. So, realistically, this is a constellation for high-end investment stuff with Flynn's. So, I don't regret choosing to go on Sitlolly banner instead of her banner, because I am not super inclined towards getting Flynn's. Like, I don't feel like I need him. Like, yes, not getting him might mean whatever boss they introduce in that patch, I can't clear dire difficulty. I don't care. I would rather just get Flynn's on my Polarm account and then get Lauma on this account. Because Lauma and enough of things I think do sound interesting, like I mentioned before. So yeah, I don't know. Anyways, I'll keep on working on leveling her up. I'm definitely inclined towards leveling her to 90 for whatever utility. I didn't do anything with Yai with her for EM buff with Yai. Didn't do anything with Bressa. Didn't do anything with Hybrid Bryden yet. So, who knows? I don't know. I always tend to like electric units. It's no surprise. So, I like this character on a normal account context. On a restricted account context, you do need Hydro. So, you know. The less Hydro options you have, the less compelling she is. Which might be the story for a lot of non-cry units. But I know can help with that a lot. Assuming she's decent. I hope she's decent. I hope she applies a bunch of Hydro. Email clip. Oh, you emailed it. Okay, thanks. That's fine. Appreciate it. I might end up doing a quick edited clip for a short, maybe, if I get the energy back in me tonight. I'll upload a short of Duck Duck Goose Goose. 3.5 out yet? Not yet. You'll have to wait a little bit longer. So yeah, I don't know. I like this character. That's all there is to it. And like I have come away relatively positive on her, even with this abyss that's kind of arse for her. Like I can tell like she's doing relative things. Does the reaction itself being different matter that much? Not really. Again, I think it is just like electrocharge with it feeling like it does more because it pops up with a bigger number on screen with a different color. But doesn't actually necessarily result in more damage than electrocharge would at a baseline. But a critting is still fun, right? We shouldn't deny the fun value. And her overall damage contribution being a shielder makes for valuable teams. And she doesn't feel incredibly broken, for sure. She just feels like a fairly balanced unit in the current state of the game, all things considered. So yeah. Anyway. Who's in phase 2? Chaska Mualani. Which, I wonder if the new Abyss will even be that good for Mualani. It'll probably be fine. It'll probably be fine. Also, I got Mona C6. And I want to do some stupid video with that. It's such a stupid ability. Why? Why does this exist? So, in case you're not aware what this does, when you go underground when you're sprinting with her, it will give you damage bonus for your charge attack per second of movement. So if you spend 3 seconds underground, you get 180% damage bonus. Or actually, it might be a multiplier. I don't actually know. I don't actually know exactly how that C6 works. So it's going to take a while for me to invest in it to motivate me. But theoretically, this means you do stupid things like with a forward vaporize setup to try to do forward vaporize DPS Mona, where you the problem is her burst is so low uptime. So like the effect lasts 8 seconds. So I think what you do is like you go sprint underground, you do a burst, you come up, you do a burst, you have no pyro application to get a vape on the burst. Although meeting her ER, God, it's gonna be bad. It's gonna be really bad, but I don't know. I want to try it for the memes, but it's gonna require leveling up her normal attack talent. So, anyways, that's my second standard banner C6, I think. By the way, I believe Kaching I had C6. Yeah, that happened a while ago. DeLuca C4, Chi-Chi C4, Nubilette C0. It was a joke. Jean, I believe, is C4. Where's Jean? Am I blind? Oh, Jean's in my party. C4. Dignari, I think, is C1. Or C2. Where is he? Yeah, C2. D is C3, soon to be C4. Maybe more. Anyways. Played Mona with C2 Solale, maybe some kind of freeze comp. The freeze comp might make more sense, yeah. Maybe. We'll see. Vape would be funnier just for the big number, but it might be, when I make the video, it'll be like, here's Vape to get a big number, and be like, no, this team is horrifyingly clunky, and you can't even burst consistently on Moda because our ER needs are 5 billion. So let's do Freeze instead, where Escoffier buffs so much that we'll get similar damage numbers anyways. Yelan's still worth it in 2025. If you like her, I think you can find plenty of use cases for her. But quite frankly, I would honestly say no. She's not as worth it because her build needs are kind of awkward. It's not that easy to get her to do really good damage at C0, I would say. But Escoffier teams increase her value a bit. But, you know, I don't know. She's like nice to have as an option on occasion. But a fully invested Xingqiu is not crazily far off from a C0 Yelan, and if you need more Hydra applications, sometimes you need Xingqiu over Yelan still. That is always still true. So, I don't know. Like, I can't strongly recommend getting Yelan, I think, in the current state of the game. unless you're just like feeling like you need Singcho but does a little bit more damage, and you're fine with a little bit less Hydra application. That's my vibe on her. But her similarity in like how you play, like the main compelling alternate reasons to want her instead of Singcho is like shorter rotations. So like you want to do Arlecchino Vape. Like, I didn't do Arlecchino over Vape with the Nefer, for example. But most people would probably prefer Yelan over Candace there when I played that before. And it probably would be a bit more consistent for Vaporizes. So, yeah, the Singcho cooldown, yeah, I agree. But being that I know is coming out for an additional Hydro option, and realistically, as they keep on going in this direction to making really strong on-fielders, and the off-fielders they release, like a Nefa, are stronger than off-fielders used to be in the past, like... Yelan's damage is not at C0 is not necessarily competitive enough to be worth it versus just Hydra application. So like if Ino applies more Hydro and can help trigger more reactions than Yelan can, and doesn't require normal attacks, and has a shorter cooldown so can fit in 15-second rotations, you know, C1R1 will be a lot stronger for sure. But that's a lot higher investment. She's still the best in slot for Vape Arlecchino. I like Candace more. Because Arlecchino can do 15-second rotations. Right? And Candace is 15-second cooldown. Yelan is 18-second cooldown. And also I bias towards not having to have an additional 5-star burst animation. So, no, but for a lot of people, yes. On a spreadsheet level, I believe they still spreadsheet pretty similar, C0 versus C0. So, yeah. But C6 was necessary for Yelan? No. C6 at this point is probably necessary for her to feel super... Like, if I had a C0 Yelan without her signature weapon, with a Fab Yelan, I don't know if I'd be bothering on my account very often to use her over Singcho. I probably would have invested in my Singcho more. But outside of the context. Because I like Candace again. Like, Candace and Singcho cover more bases for different teams. And Yelan's in this like weird in-between. Right? Oh, for Candace? Yes. Yes. Candace C6 is necessary. So, you know, yeah, if you don't have Candace C6, Yelan again more compelling for Vape Arlecchino. But also, Melt Arlecchino teammate is running right now. So unless you need to see Lolly for someone else, then you wanted to play Vape Arlecchino and you want to play Vape Arlecchino and Melt Moika with Seat Lolly, then maybe you know, Yelan's compelling, right? C5 for Candace, rip. So I don't know. Anyways, Anefa, I like her. I can't properly judge Yelan in the current context of the game, possibly, unless I power her down a ton. But I've been having actually fun leaving her on a build where she does big damage number lately. May as well actually have fun with my stupid things. Crazy. Even though again I didn't even clear dire difficulty with her last time. So theoretically with the electrocharge boss, theoretically I would hope something like C6 Yelan. I mean, we'll see. Again, it's mostly front-loaded damage, not necessarily sustained damage. So, but like C6 Yelan, Inefa, Farina, and then I don't know, whatever, either a VV Shredder or something else, or maybe a scroll buffer or on. Hopefully that could clear dire difficulty with that, with like C6 Yelan investment. If it can't, well, then yeah. We'll see. Don't dislike her skin though. Mostly because of the hair. Need a healer there? Oh yeah, that's true. Jean. Or... yeah, probably Jean. Anyways. Hi Aqua, I'm just ending the stream. So yeah, I don't know. I like Anefa. I like her design. I haven't done her story quest or yet, whatever yet, but people said they liked it, so... I don't know, they've been doing good with story quests lately, so I'll probably do that soon. Not this week though. Probably won't stream tomorrow. Because I think I'm gonna have to do all my packing, and then I'm gonna try to get everything moved into my apartment. Mostly everything moved into my apartment on Friday, and then hopefully we'll stream on Saturday. That's the plan. So first stream at apartment, hopefully Saturday. Maybe late Friday night will be a testing Twitch stream, depending on what I'm doing. So we shall see. And then I think next week will be a grinding. That's a next week we'll be grinding on the casual account to try to get to pity for Sit Lolly, and we'll see. Goose duck on the move. Yeah, thank you. Blends is 15% stronger than Meta and Outland DPS. Okay. Okay. Cool. With how restricted as god awful hell his teams are, good. Because one thing I'll give them with Natlan DPS is that at least their teams are relatively versatile. Even like Kenich's teams, I guess when he released was not very versatile, but Mulan's teams kind of were surprisingly versatile. She still gained more options as time went on, but like that was not true. I don't know. If he's gonna be restrictive as hell, he's better be decently pretty good. But also the calcs I saw, he wasn't 15% better. So I don't know. Yeah, I saw him more like at Varesa level with Inefa. And then someone said that TGS calced him at about 100k too with Inefa. In the same team that I know that Zajef calc. So like, I don't know. I don't know who the hell you listen to. I don't know. You didn't say who you got that from. I'm gonna guess the fact that you don't know who that you got that from means you just heard it from random people. Jaster and calcs? Ah, okay. What was his assumptions? Was he assuming a higher investment build? Because I don't was he assuming R1 or something? No, probably not. I don't know. So, Jaster, to be clear, normally does good calcs, I think.
Take it easy.
But it doesn't match the other two people, and I don't know, there's enough of a variety on it, doesn't freaking matter. I think Jaster is probably assuming the burst is better than Zajef and TGS is assuming. So, I don't know. Does it matter, really? I don't, like, arguably yes, because they're going to keep on making Abyss more and more cringe, but I don't know. I had that crash out earlier. I don't know what to tell you. Like, they're clearly designing things, like I said, in a way that is, like, ruining what was my enjoyment of this game's combat for a long time, which was, you know, team building, being able to, like, have weird ideas and make things work. Like, it's just less and less possible to do that. But at least, like, when new units released, I was like, okay, how does this unit interface with all old units? And Inefa is fun in thinking about how does Inefa interface with old units. But it seems like for at least main DPSs, almost every main DPS kind of seems like their formula is going to be, no, you don't think about how these work with old units. You just use these with the new units we released. And I don't know. I'm sorry. I think that's the future of Genshin. It's like unless we see things change meaningfully in the beta. With the nod cry racism and whatever. So I don't know. But to be clear, again, I think like Varesa is really versatile in more ways than just on damage potential, like in flexibility and whatever. If Flynn's is gonna be less versatile, way less versatile than Varesa, I think it's fine if his best team does a little bit more damage. Right. That's my vibe. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely the boss mechanics, but it's the boss mechanics in conjunction with the characters. Yeah. I mean, I've yapped about that a million times before, but I don't know. With what we've seen from Node Cry units so far, and what we know of the bosses in Stygian Onslaught in 6.0, they probably ain't stopping with that design trend. We'll see what the next few Abysses are like. So yeah, I don't know. If I still have some flexibility to use whatever teams I enjoy in Abyss, I'm fine with Stygian Onslaught being more chilling, right? That's again my most optimistic take on like Stygian. It's like I like Stygian being a higher difficulty DPS check to actually justify there being strong teams in the game. Because even with Abyss power creep, HP, whatever pools, and niche mechanics, it still doesn't really justify most of the strong teams. Or like high investment constellations, whatever. Stygian does actually give a real reason to have those things in the game. Which is, I think, a good thing. But what I want to see is if they're going to make Stygian, they should have Stygian be the shilling content for the strongest units and the strongest new teams and whatever. But then Abyss should be more flexible. And this Abyss was more flexible, but still also shilling in a way, but in a more acceptable way to me. And we'll see how future Abysses go. So I don't know. Finn's and Nephiles team. I don't know that official's in there, but definitely I know still. Probably Lama. No. Well, maybe. Depends on the freaking Nodcry 3 unit thing. We'll see. But non-Lauma, non-Aneva team. It's gonna be Ino, Flynn's, probably Bennett or Eon Sun, and a VV buffer.
All right, maybe I'll take one more day off.
Or Shalana.
And knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
Yeah. So, anyways. 2 or 3. In reality, you want 3. Okay, the problem is right now, if you have 2, from my understanding, like, the artifact set, unless I know it counts as 2, to be clear, where I know plus one other Nodcry unit is 3, but it's still dickish in other ways. Unless I know counts as 2, whatever, if all Nodcry units count as 1, the artifact set needs 3 to max it out. And so like other than Lauma, every Nodcry character kit we've seen and the artifacts that we've seen don't work. You don't get any benefit from 2. You only get a benefit from 1, so the baseline of having a Nodcry unit, and then you get a benefit from 3. like there's almost no benefit having 2 as it currently stands. And presumably Columbina does 2, and supposedly there was that information that I know may or may not count as 2. Apparently there's a bug. Okay. They coded her as frickin' Columbina as a bug. Sick. Which implies to me that they're just doubling down on this. So, doing Sunfire Skirk still clear so anything's possible? Yeah, in this. Not in Stygian. But again, that's like why I want this to stay flexible.
Take it easy.
We'll see. We'll see. Stay and become more flexible. Because honestly, like, the experience testing in Efa and this Abyss is showing that, like, yeah, this Abyss is still pretty inflexible. Flexible-ish. Like, I could still find plenty of teams where I could use an Efa and get value from her.
Take it
But,
easy.
yeah. But yes, I will definitely not. If they don't change it, I will not stop complaining about it. And like, it might kill the relevance of Flynn's on polearms only, and that sucks balls. Unless Columbine is a polearm, that's still dickish. Like if the only way for Flynn's and Nefa combo to be relevant on polearms only is also if they release a 3rd Hydro unit that's polearm, that's absurd, right? So. Anyways, days the banner is up, the amount of days it says for, which is going to be different depending on your region by some amount of hours. Anyways, we'll see. Nodcry, the information about the character kits with Nodcry makes me uncertain about the future of the combat, and I don't know, they're just slowly making me care less and less on a theory crafting, team building level about the game. Doesn't mean I'll stop enjoying the combat, but it does make me feel like I'd rather, again, continue just speccing into min-maxing the characters I like the most, rather than pulling the new characters. So that's all they're doing to me, is they're making me just stop caring about their new characters coming out by balancing things this way. And there'll probably be a finite point where I don't need to care about, like right now I really only want Lanyan and Dia constellations. and like Arlecchino's a consideration, but I also still, again, I like the fact that I don't have C2 because of the fact that it changes her gameplay, and I like that like Arlecchino feels different to play on my polearm account versus my main account. Anyways, no one in your friend list beat the secret source without a Skirk team on Fearless and Dire. I mean, I understand why, but Fearless wasn't that. There was Fearless clears with, I think, without. I don't know if there's Fearless clears without Escoffier, I guess. So, yeah, I don't know. Anyways, doesn't surprise me that much. I know Burst looks to be targeted. What do you mean? C2 St. Lolly? Yes. You can go watch the end of the previous stream if you want to see what happened, but I wanted one copy of Sethos. I got Anefa. I got C6 Mona. I got St. Lolly. And I still had to do 30 more pulls. And then I got C6 Sethos. Stupid. Yes. Stupid. No, I am not going to activate this right now. I have no freaking clue when I'm going to activate it. 7 years from now. Anyways. You did Fearless with Aka? Oh, I didn't even know. Yeah, nice. Cool, cool. Clears without Skirk and Esco with C0R1, but it requires fairly high investment to get close. Yeah, okay. Yeah, the lowest investment clear I think I did on Fearless with the Automaton was Escoffier, Farina, Shenhe, Chongyun, which is a very low investment, but I was trying to see if I could clear without Skirk. I could. I was a little bit annoyed I couldn't clear with Ganyu though. Like, I cleared much easier with Chongyun than I could with Ganyu. Anyways. Congrats on getting her. I think she'll be very important. I mean, again, my takeaway is I don't know. I don't personally care that much right now necessarily about future relevance outside of like, I think having her as an option with Lauma will be fun. Like, I'm still inclined towards getting Lauma, even though the 3 nod cry unit thing limits some utility I can get from Lauma too. So I don't know. I'm not committing to it, and part of me wants to protest how they might be balancing things. Like, if it goes to launch, like exactly how things might be now, like needing 3 non-cry units potentially in a team to enable character kits properly and enable the artifact set properly, and then they like release Columbina, and ooh, Columbina counts as 2. Look at that, we created a problem and sold you a solution for the 800th time. Like, part of me really wants to commit to the idea, if they do that, of skipping every new limited 5-star they release. And I'll pull like 4 stars, because 4 stars tend to have interesting and more balanced kits, but still be compelling in some form. And see how that goes for the year. But I don't know. I probably won't do that, because I'm still like personally interested in some of the characters. But it might be that I end up skipping Lauma, skipping Flynn's, skipping whoever that has these cringe mechanics, right? With them being very not versatile for their teams, right? It's like, oh, Durin releases, but Durin needs to be played with Aino, and Aino, Anefa, or Lauma for some reason, right? Like, I don't know. I'm going to lean towards my default preference, which is pulling units that I think are versatile or interesting for team building, which is what I always had my personal preference for. So Flynn's I don't think is very interesting to me. I have so many options for on-field Electros that I enjoy playing. And I'm probably going to get him on Poems only. Well, no, I will get him on Poems only, even irregardless of shitty issues. So, good amount of 4 stars could help mitigate this problem. Yeah, they have to be 4 stars that are interesting. And that's also forced me to level units that I... Like, oh, they release 4-star Auron variant for Nod Cry. What, can I just use Auron? I already level 90 Auron. I have a good Auron build. I have elegy for Auron. If they release 4-star Auron Nod Cry edition, and like all they are is minorly, all they are is like if the Nod Cry 3 unit thing didn't exist, they would just be like minorly better than Auron. I'd rather probably still use Auron. And maybe Ororong would be better because of the fact that he has Elegy versus the new Nod Cry unit might be a sword unit, and I can't use Elegy on a sword unit. Right? I don't know. I don't like that they're like implementing mechanics that's essentially primarily just being like, no, level and use the new units. And not mechanically differentiating them, potentially. So I don't know, like that's part of the concern with Lauma, honestly. Like, Lauma is not crazily mechanically different from Nahida, other than presumably she applies less Dendro. She has some upsides. Like, Lauma might just be Nahida for Nod Cry units. And she might just be, like, better than Nahida at a generic level, too, to be clear. But, I don't know. Yelan skin, I like the hair. I don't like the lack of pants. Anyways, 3 unit thing is an artifact set? No, it's kits and artifact set. And the artifact set supposedly might give 45 crit rate with 3 Nod Cry units. And if you have 2, it gives 15. And the support set gives you 180 M, supposedly. Again, it might be 120. And the crit set might be 30. Because 45 crit rate is bonkers with the other things the artifact set does. Like, anyways. We lose anywhere... If you go from 3 Nod Cry units to 2, you lose anywhere from 30 crit value to 60 crit value. And anywhere from 120 EM to 60 EM for the whole team. Her legs feel so empty, yeah. Yeah, I hope they change it. If that is how it currently works. But again, I've seen some conflicting information where some people are at like only Lauma in the team and they have 2 stacks on the moon phase thing. Which means if they had another Nod Cry unit, it would be at 3 stacks. And 3 stacks, three moon symbols means the artifact set fully works. The character's kit fully works. But like, that might have been a bug related to Aino. That might have been a bug, or no, Aino wasn't in that team. I don't know. I don't fucking know. It's up in the air, but we'll know. We'll know soon, ish. Maybe not for a week, but we'll see. We'll see. I don't know. I like Anefa at least so far, because like Anefa was made to be pretty versatile. I do think it's really dumb. Like, again, on this account, I don't know. Like, one problem I obviously face is that I was pairing her with Frina on occasion, where Frina's already on Tenacity. And like, it's just, you know, loadouts don't exist. And I can't be arsed to change my builds unless I really need to. So like, I might have to min-max my builds a lot more in Stygian Onslaught with Anefa, right? But like, yeah, I don't know. Not having any obvious ideal artifact set to use on her, even post the artifact set releases because of the 3 unit thing, even if it gets reduced to 2 units. I'm not always going to play Anefa with 2 units of Nod Cry, right? Just like, ugh. So, but at least she doesn't have a passive that says, you know, when in the moon phase of this, get way more damage, right? She doesn't have that, at least. So she's inherently, she might end up being one of the most versatile Nod Cry units at the end of the day. But yeah. Anyways. We'll see how it goes in the future. We'll see. She got her passive update in the beta. I mean, yeah. I'm aware of that. Like, she counts as a Nod Cry unit. I didn't say she didn't count as one. I'm saying she doesn't have a passive that says do 8 billion more damage, other than the artifact set, to be clear. Which she kind of does, right? The artifact set giving 45 crit value means she kind of does. Assuming that artifact set is 45 crit value. Like, she's a crit rate ascending character. If the artifact set gives 45 crit value, sorry, 90 crit value. If it gives 45 crit rate, like, she'll be at, what is that, 70% crit rate to start? Like, okay, 70% crit rate to start. Plus the others, like, what the frick?
Take it easy.
Cat says 30%. Okay, the artifact set says 1530. And then Cat was also the one that said, unless otherwise specified, any effects that trigger the different moon phases trigger both of the effects. But we haven't seen any actual real confirmation that the artifact sets buff crit rate by 45%. Unless you're saying Hamdiji Cat had a clarification saying the max buff is 30%. Either way, you still lose a lot of crit value, by the way, without, but whatever. If it's 30 crit rate, that's still a lot. But you need 30 crit rate with 3 non-cry units. So, like, I don't know. Am I going to use that on her even if she's the only non-cry unit? No, I would use the ER set, the support set. Because the support set, even with only one non-cry unit, is 20% ER, and her ER needs are high enough. I certainly would not mind 20% ER, and then 60 EM, and then it also gives, like, lunar damage bonus or whatever. Actually, no. Does the lunar damage bonus only happen when you're in both phases? I think you might have to have 3 non-cry units for the lunar damage bonus, but anyways. Set is worded weirdly, gets 15 for 2 units and 30 more for 3 units. That's what some people are assuming. It's either 30 or 45. I don't know. And we just don't know. Realistically, we don't know. Yes, if Columbina does 2, it would mean that Columbina plus one other non-cry unit enables a artifact set that is 80 EM and 45 crit rate for any unit in the game. And the supports that could be on any unit in the team too. What the frick. Okay. Anyways.
Take it easy.
Yeah, if you plan to pull and build any number of the the non-cry units, you'll farm the new artifact sets, but we'll see. Anyways, I've been yapping enough. I am tired. I need to take a break, and then I might go and record a video yapping about if I have the energy, it'll either be here, I wanted to make a video just showcasing Inefa in Stygian Onslaught today, but instead I'm gonna be annoyed about it. But anywho's, now non-cry V1 makes Natline looks flexible. Yeah, like in hindsight, it's like, oh, the way to do racism correctly was apparently the way that Moika does racism. Like, at least she only needs one, and it's only one character. That's not a passive, but it's just how her fighting spirit works. It's like, Moika's Natline racism? That's the way to do racism, right? So. Meanwhile, non-cry. Charlotte racism still the best? Yeah, honestly. This is true. What a silly ability. Does Skirk count as a Fontaine unit for this? I have no idea. I'm assuming not. I've never checked. I don't really care. But anywho's. Bye.